Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Lost Asia and Unleashed Both of His Dragon Longinus Part 2. Before we start, please go support Noah Liberado 12 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. Rise of Darkness. Exactly a week had passed since Issei had died. Things could only be described as having gone to shit. Everyone was still mourning Issei's passing. The others could barely keep going. The hero faction had decided to attack Lilith with all their power. Leonardo had used his balance breaker to create giant monsters to attack the city. Clearly this had not been his decision. After the battle with Issei, Dihauser and Euclid were trying to calm the four goddesses. Melvizoa, those pair of sons of Hitches killed Ayato Issei when we explicitly told them not to. Regalziva, and we cannot kill them, because they are already dead. Quetzalcoatl, yes, and reviving someone is tedious and annoying. Ishtar, then, let the hero's brigade destroy the main territory of the underworld. Quetzalcoatl, how, why? Regalziva, resentment, and simple anger. How is it that one realizes that the most rational of the four is Quetzalcoatl? Melvizoa, then so be it, destroy everything. Which is the explanation of why they decided to suddenly attack the underworld. The other young demons and the rest of the faction allies fought those they could, including Seraphal, Gabriel and Penemu. They did their job, but they were too depressed to do it well. The giant monsters advanced without stopping, and it did not seem that anything could stop them. The children cried, looking for one last chance for their hero to return. But, in the dimensional crack, I felt like I was waking up from a long dream. When I opened my eyes, I saw a barren land and a disastrous sky. Issei, am I dead? Drake, almost partner. When I realized I was in balance breaker. Bahamut, we were able to activate the armor and seal your soul. Issei, that explains why I don't feel anything. Drake, practically now you are a black sphere and a chess piece inside us. Bahamut, since you were unconscious, your regenerative factor was not activated. Issei, but it is still a problem, since it only remained in soul and power mode. My healing factor will not be able to finish creating my body in time. It will take about 10 human years to finish. We don't have that time. Maybe I can help. Issei, who spoke? The thick voice echoed throughout the place. I don't know if you've heard of my boy. I am Great Red. Issei, the true dragon. I found you floating through the dimensional rift, and I felt curious. I don't know, it felt like I knew you from somewhere. Memories of a past life. I don't know, I just knew I had to help you. Issei, thank you very much, but how are we going to do it? Do you think that if I give you a piece of my flesh big enough you can regenerate in time? Issei, yes, worse, I need to condense the power to be able to do it faster. Boy, I feel the essence of Ophis in you. Issei, yes, she is my partner, and we have already joined. Then you have more power than I thought. What makes celestial dragons and dragon gods so dangerous is that if they mate with their partners they can obtain their powers. Issei, what? That means you have Ophis's powers, but she keeps them. It's as if you were creating a copy that you use, concentrate and condense that power. Strange way to get power-ups. Yes, tacos? 2 please, hotel? Trivago, Issei, okay, I'll try. Gave me a piece of his flesh. The armor swallowed it. I concentrated and a circle with an infinity appeared. That was the condensation of the power. The flesh now took shape. Bones, veins and other organs came out. In a while I felt my arm. The hunter's blood began to flow again. Issei, wait for me, I'm going. In the underworld, despite the pain they were going through, they had to put it aside, because the attack only let them think about one thing. Revenge against Issei's murderers. The girls now went out to look for them, and stop the giants, who were causing destruction everywhere. It was the Citri entourage who had now found them first. Sona, finally we found you wretches. Chow, wow, it seems that we met you first. Well, you will suffer the same fate as Hyo. Chow received a joint attack before following. Tsubaki, shut your mouth. The rest arrived when they heard the roar. Vali, it seems that they have already found these sons of Hitches. Chow, they think that because they are the majority they will win. The Supreme. Again Chow received a joint attack. All, shut your mouth. At that time living with him, all the girls loved him. He was a light in a world of darkness. Even Elmenhild, who at first was not very happy with the idea but realized the person that Issei was. And now he was not there. They were all very angry. But there was someone who had an unimaginable anger. Her fury was about to be unleashed. It was Ophis. Ophis, reverend scum, you killed the man I loved the most. You are going to pay dearly for your sin. One of Leonardo's giant monsters arrived, although the boy looked tired and sad, as if he didn't want to be there. While in the crack, my first eye had regenerated, it was almost complete. GR, you have to help your loved ones. Issei, yes, I must do it. GR, later I will train you, for now go take care of your pending matters. You must also recover the truth of God. Issei, yes. GR, although you will need a little help. A giant magic circle opened in the sky of Lilith, right where Graphia was fighting with the rest of Xerxes' entourage. She saw me well. She even rubbed her eyes. She didn't believe what she saw. Well, I wouldn't believe much in seeing a teenager riding a giant dragon with a sword. Issei, Nei-chan, Graphia, Ni-chan. With one cut I decapitated the giant. Issei, where are the others? Graphia, you were supposed to be dead. Issei, we'll talk about it later. I need to go help them. Graphia, the central plaza. Issei, well, here I go. Thank you, master. GR, just don't forget the fundamental boy. Issei, good, incarnation of hellfire. I shot out all over Lilith when I saw the giant monster and the explosions. Issei, bingo, Godspeed. The flames turned into lightning. I pushed myself off a building and at high speed I arrived near the giant. I unsheathed Ascalon and activated Bahamut. Issei, spin like a top like an idiot version 2. In front of everyone, 2 black and red rays split the giant's arm into pieces. And then the same thing happened to his head. Everyone looked confused. Chow chow, who dares? Issei, me. Son of a hitch. Chow chow, impossible. I smiled with my 2 swords. I saw everyone's tears. Siegfried, but he's dead. Heracles, then we'll have to do it. Issei, try it. Gear 3. My hand began to fill with energy, and then several rays came out towards them. Issei, fragmented shot. My rain of rays fell on them without them being able to do anything. I realized something. Leonardo the boy with Annihilation Maker looked tired, and I saw something else. He had bruises, but by their aroma they seemed old, not what we would marry him. Issei, they abuse him. I went down to face them face to face, but I was knocked down by a hug from all the girls. Ophis, you're alive. Rias, we were so sad. Sona, don't leave like that again. Roigan, I won't play rough anymore, but don't do that again. Issei, already wipe your tears. I'm here, and I'm fine and complete. For now the problem is another. Sitvara, we have to stop them. Akeno, although Issei-kun already took care of that. When I turned to see, they were really badly hurt, and the monsters were slowly disappearing. Chow Chow realized this and hit Leonardo. Chow Chow, useless brat, you can't keep your powers any longer. Leonardo's voice sounded terrified. Leonardo, I'm sorry. Chow Chow, I'm sorry. Chow Chow, insolate brat. I couldn't continue because with my sword I cut out one of his eyes. Issei, I'm not surprised that you are such garbage, but he is just a child. Chow Chow, my eye. Damn dragon, you'll see. Chow Chow took his spear and put it in front of him, while remembering something about the ground I had that time when I fought the giant snake. Issei, true Longinus. Chow Chow, oh spear, oh true spear that penetrates through God. Issei, keep the ambition of the king of domination sleeping inside me and cross the space of blessing and destruction. The spear went from shining blue to beginning to shine red and black and tried to get away from Chow. Chow Chow, but what? Issei / Chow Chow, you, announce the will and I will make it my radiance. The spear stopped shining and fell to the ground. Chow Chow, how is this possible? Issei, I don't know, I saw it in a dream. Now that I remember, GR told me something about the truth of God. Chow Chow, only I could know that chant and you cancelled true idea. Issei, I guess it's your balance breaker, but since I'm done with that, leave the boy alone and get out of here. Leonardo had tears in his eyes, and even more so when his companions left without him. He cried. It was understandable, he was barely a child who would be around 10 or 11 years old. It hurt to see him like that. I hugged him tightly like a brother would. Issei, it's all over now, cry as much as you want. Let it all out. Leonardo, crying, thank you very much. A week later. Judge, so everything seems correct on paper, Mr. Hayadu. The child was abandoned for a long time, so the adoption is complete. Leonardo saw me smiling while my parents too. Issei, then welcome to the family, Leo. Leonardo, yes, Issei and I-chan. In short, after they abandoned him, Leonardo confessed to us that he was born on the street, barely surviving. The hero faction only saw him as someone to use for his sacred gear. They mistreated him in all ways. My parents also heard this, and in less than 5 days Leonardo won their heart. In turn, my parents his. They treated him like never before and gave him what every child would want. He saw me as his brother. So without problems, well, and some demonic help, Leonardo had now been adopted by my parents, leaving him as my brother. We returned home with Leo and his blindfolded. Leonardo, Dad, Mom, why are you blindfolding me? They removed the blindfold and saw a table full of sweets and a cake. Everyone's surprise. Issei, we prepared this for you. We didn't know when to celebrate your birthday, so I assumed it could be this day. Leo smiled with tears as he celebrated with everyone. He and Milikas were now very good friends. When the party was over and everyone was calmer, my parents spoke to him. Mickey, like our son now, you will have to go to school. Leonardo, I always wanted to go to a mother. I'm excited. Goru, we have to teach you the basics. Ophis, I'll take care of that. My brother-in-law can't be without education. Issei, Ophis, you don't even know how to add. Ophis became discouraged remembering that. Sona, I'll help him. Issei, me too. Leonardo, thanks brother. Thank you very much, Sona-chan. The girls were surprised while Leonardo was hugged by Sona. Sona, that's more points for me. Vali, seems like you're going to have more things to worry about. Issei, yes, with this family getting bigger and bigger, I must make sure everyone's happiness. Vali, and avoid dying again. Issei, touche. Truly love Roygun Belphegor. I found a better image. Zenobia, so what do we do? Issei, well, we have just discovered the powers of Kiryu and Khaos, and Yura along with her friends received artificial sacred gears. Khaos, we will do our best. Kiryu, I will demonstrate the training you gave me. Jean, that and counting on the recently acquired Sephiroth Grail. Elmenhild, I will give my best. Let me explain in short. I had been training with Kiryu to better master Incinerate Anthem. We were doing entourage training. It was when the beasts under Khaos' command were training and a tree grew behind her. It turned out that Khaos also had a Longinus, but had not awakened it. Being exposed to so much power arose, innovate, create. Khaos could create anything by imagining it, but she was limited to her power. And about Elmenhild, in short, for underworld matters we went to the territory of the Carmilla faction and the Teps faction. Gasper met his old friend Valerie Teps, and we also discovered that her brother Marius was an infiltrator of the Chaos Brigade. Between all of us we broke their faces, and my relationship with Elmenhild improved because I saved myself from the attack of the Brigade soldiers. But Marius escaped. They sought to take her sacred gear from Valerie, as she should stay in his faction to ensure peace between both factions. He told us the following. Valerie, I can't go, but from what I see, Elmenhild-san is doing very well with Issei-san. Elmenhild I. Valerie, that's why I'd like to ask you a favor. Issei, what would it be? Valerie, there's a somewhat complicated method to transfer a sacred gear. I'd like to give Sephiroth Grail to someone who is constantly protected. I'd like to give Sephiroth Grail to you, Elmenhild. Huh? Elmenhild was convinced, and after a transfer process, Elmenhild obtained the sacred gear. On the other hand, Azazel gave artificial sacred gears to the girls of Sona's entourage, and now we were preparing for the raiding game against Roygun. It would be difficult, but I had my determination intact. Issei, well girls, we have very low chances of winning. It's like a beginner playing against a chess champion. But that does not mean that there is no possibility of winning. If you block the movements of the enemy pieces with your own pieces and move correctly, a king can neutralize the other. Zenobia, well, we will try. We went out to the battlefield. It reminded me of the first raiding game, a pitched battle between both entourages. Roygun entered with his pieces. Roygun, I promise to be gentle with you, Issei-kun. Issei, I have the perfect trick to deal with his gravity control. Issei, Roygun, I have a bet. Roygun bet? Issei, do you see this coin? If it lands heads or tails, you'll win the game, but if it lands without showing any side, I'll win. Everyone looked confused, but I quickly threw the coin as hard as I could, making it disappear from everyone's sight. Referee, begin. From the stands, Leo had pennants in both hands in support of his brother. Rias, it's exciting to see his first raiding game, but Sona, they went too far grouping him against Roygun. Tomo, I hope they can at least eliminate some of his pieces. Vali, well, I'm preparing Issei's funeral. Ophis, Issei doesn't like to lose. He should have already thought of something. Akeno, they've already started. In the battle, Issei, go ahead girls. All high. Rosweiss and Yura went to contain Roygun's rooks with their shields. Zenobia and Jean did the same against the knights. Asia and Lavinia to the bishops and the others to the pawns. I quickly approached where Roygun and threw several fireballs to the ground, then fell. Roygun, how bad, Issei-kun, but you entered my control zone. Issei, and you thought I didn't think about that? Roygun, your first attack was somewhat wild, but it didn't do anything to me. Issei, it wasn't for initial damage. I had to prepare the ground. I put my hands on the ground. Issei, full ignite explosion. Without warning, the ground exploded, leaving an empty space where we both remained. Roygun, what? Issei, you would reduce my mobility if I stayed in your area. But now that there is no area, I can handle a few rocks. Roygun extended his hand. The loose rocks were covered in red energy and began to move from one side to the other. Roigun remained floating while holding me tightly to one of the rocks. Roigun, I should admit that you surprised me. Issei, do you think I didn't plan anything? You are a very strong rival, Roigun-san. That is why I want to defeat you. Rocks fell on me too hard, but I took advantage of it to throw fire at Roigun. She defended herself with her rocks. Roigun, that was very sweet, Issei-kun, but I must win too. I smiled and broke my prison with the boosted gear. Issei, it's time for me to use my last trick. I only saw Ophis use this once, but I know it's something too strong. I stretched out my hand. A circle with Ophis's infinity symbol appeared in front of her. In the stands, Ophis, those are my powers? Kuroka, how does Issei-kun have your powers? Ophis, I have an idea of what it could be, although I better not tell you. Everyone looked at her strangely. Leo, I feel like they are going to bury my brother alive. Vali, and you're not wrong. In battle, Issei, rising dragon. A giant dragon came out of the circle, but it was out of control. It was beginning to destroy everything. I felt my arm being torn apart. Roigun was approaching at great speed. I remembered something. A few years ago. Issei, wow, aura, that attack is very strong. Ophis, yes, Red. But it is something difficult to control. You need to stay firm to do it. In battle, despite the pain, I put my hand firm and began to guide the dragon. I pointed at Roigun. The dragon caught Roigun in its jaws and took her to the bottom, eliminating her. But before I told him something, Issei, I already remembered Roigun, sorry for forgetting. The coin fell and was trapped in a crack without being heads or tails. Referee, the winner is Ayato. Issei. My arm burned to heal while the others arrived. Now I was resting in my room with my arm bandaged. Ophis, how did you think of using one of my strongest attacks right away? Issei, yes, I'm sorry. Lavinia, by the way, how did you get Ophis's powers? We both looked away. Issei, it's a secret. They all looked at me angrily. Leo, I'm going to call funeral services. Issei, even my own brother abandoned me. A few days later, I was thinking about our next rival. It was the champion of the rating game, Belial. So now I was in Lilith to investigate it and get enough information, clearly in illegal ways. But I found other things, some papers. The handwriting was old and I couldn't read it. But there were drawings too. They were plans of Lilith that indicated entrances and exits of the city, hiding places, and so on. Below that I found some papers with normal handwriting. They said the following. Report of the activity of Ayato Issei. He was able to defeat Roigun Belphegor in the rating game using the powers of Ophis. The method is unknown to me. In the same way Leonardo has adapted to him and calls him brother. Getting him back will be just as difficult as getting Jean back. Therefore I insist on giving up on that plan. The commitment to Roigun remains in place at 3. The wedding will take place in a few days. I personally asked that there not be an engagement party so that Ayato Issei would not interfere. End of report from my ladies. Belial. I looked at the papers with fury. Issei, son of a hitch, damn traitor. I felt like the door of that study opened. Issei, whispering, perfect hunt. I blended into the environment and began to record with my cell phone. So if my ladies, everything is according to plan. A woman's voice came out of the magic circle. You better, we will attack them when they least expect it. You are a very useful member of the Chaos Brigade. I will send you my report later, my lady. Fine, I will wait for it. In maximum silence I left there. I had the recording and the papers. At home, I decided not to say anything yet. It wouldn't do me any good to make everyone panic or look for a fight, so I stayed quiet. Only my somewhat strange attitude caught her attention, especially when I left my plate of food halfway through lunch. Ophis came to the room to talk to me. Ophis, love, are you okay? Issei, huh? Me? Yes, I'm okay, it's okay. Ophis, it's hard to know considering that because of his job he's a big liar. You know you can tell me anything. The others are worried about you. Issei, yes, I know. I think I'll go get some fresh air. Ophis smiled. Ophis, if that calms you down it's fine. But I lied to her. I transported to Lilith and headed to Belphegor territory at full speed. Without warning I entered Roigun's room. She was surprised to see me enter through the window. Roigun, Issei-kun, what are you doing here? Issei, the most obvious thing about this situation is that I came to get you out of here. I remember things well. Your family treats you like garbage and things like that. And now you're engaged to a son of a hitch like Belial. Roigun was speechless. Roigun, how do you know all that? Issei, it sounds bad but I broke into Belial's house without him knowing. He's a traitor. He works for the Chaos Brigade. Roigun, But he's done everything for the underworld. Issei, yes, I also did everything for a company and I killed the boss. A year later they paid me millions for it. But if you don't believe me, believe the evidence. I gave her the papers and she analyzed them. she was surprised. Roigun, someone else told him to marry me. Issei, Roigun, I don't want to sound pedantic, but I know you like me, so I want you to come with me. I'm going to get you out of here. Let's go both. I take her hand and carry her to jump to the main courtyard. When we were about to leave, Dahauser, wow, it seems that the boy had the courage to kidnap my fiancée. Roigun, Dahauser, you bastard son of a hitch. How many times am I already insulting Dahauser's mother? Dahauser, how aggressive you are with who will soon be your husband. Issei, if I allow it first, traitor. Dahauser, wow, you discovered me. So it was you who stole my report. Issei, why are the high command of the Chaos Brigade so interested in me? Dahauser, who wouldn't be? Issei, Roigun steps back. I extended my hand to create a wall of fire. Issei, I can cloud his vision and finish him off up close. I can't use Ophus's powers yet because I can cause more damage, so I'll just use mine. My wall of flames was discarded with an attack. I quickly approached and hit him in the face, followed by 2 hooks to the jaw. Dahauser pushed me away with his power, then charged another attack and hit me squarely. We were making too much noise, but I didn't care. Issei, do you not care about this place? Dahauser, not in the least. I wanted to get closer to kick him, but at the moment of impact he attacked me with his power, causing me to fly against a nearby shed, breaking it, while I continued spinning, crashing into the ground until one of the fences of the house stopped me. I spat blood, but I wanted to get up again. I received another attack from Dahauser. I fell to the ground covered in blood and wounds. Serzex and my friends arrived at that moment. I wanted to give them the evidence to try to justify the fight, but Dahauser snatched it from me. Ophus, liar. The girls looked at me with disapproval, while Serzex said to me in a disappointed tone, Serzex, I didn't expect you to do something like that. Issei-kun, I think you're still the same savage as always. Roigun didn't know what to do or say to defend myself. Dahauser just took it away. I felt everyone's disappointment on me. But I only had one thing on my mind. For the first time in my entire life, I had lost a fight. Battle against the traitor. I was in my room resting. I still had my defeat in my head. I had lost, but I had gotten information about Dahauser's fighting style. Physically he was weaker than me, but his demonic power backed him up. The girls were angry with me, so I simply left an envelope on the table and left there. I didn't have time to deal with their tantrums. I went towards the mountains. Issei, well, I have to prepare for the rematch. Meanwhile, Ophus and the other inhabitants of the Hayata house got up. Ophus went to see how Issei was. Despite being angry, she still loved him. She was surprised to see that he was not there, but even more so seeing the envelope. Ophus, is it his farewell letter? The others went down. Ophus told them that, and they opened the envelope. They opened it so that a small paper fell out. Evidence attached of the betrayal of Dahauser Belial. The girls analyzed the papers. Ophus began to cry with anger. Ophus, Belial, son of a hitch. Momo, he deceived us all this time. Lavinia, and we got upset with Issei-kun. Almenhild, he left thinking that we really hated him. Rias, we have to look for him. They searched for him all over the city without stopping. Without finding him, they returned home, and were surprised to see him with Leo. Issei, then you add this number with the one you got before and everything would be solved. Leo, thanks Issei and Ai-chan. Learning with you makes things too easier. Issei, I told you, well explained. Math is easy. All Issei. Issei, hello, did you read my envelope? Zenobia, yes, but where were you? Issei, I've never lost a fight in my life. Not even when I died was it a defeat, since I killed them before. That's why I said I had to practice. If I want to unmask Belial and save Roigun. Ophus, so you just went to train? Issei, yes, we have to prepare. I continued training for the time I had left. Rias, Sona and Sigvara received the invitations to the wedding so they could go with their entourages. The others were going to go representing the other factions. I stayed home, made some phone calls, and after a while a truck left several boxes at the entrance. Vali, then what will you do? Issei, demonstrate my superiority. I opened the boxes. They were all full of explosives. Vali, how the hell did you get that? Issei, when you have a life like mine, talking to the black market is child's play. Vali, how scary. In the underworld, Roigun was in her wedding dress about to enter the Belial family church. Dahauser was waiting for her. Roigun, please help. After the preparation, I was standing on the ground with Vali. The darkness accompanied us. Issei, good, fast and silent. Background music, Trash Candy Grand Rodeo. Bunga's Stray Dogs, one of my favorite anime. Issei, good, fast and silent. We quickly began to get rid of the guards of the place with pure blows, or leaving them without air so they could not defend themselves. We advanced quickly and silently, supported by the shadows, to finish them off. Meanwhile, Roigun walked towards the altar where Daihauser was waiting for her. Olphus hugged her. Olphus, calm down, trust in him. With Issei, we managed to get to the church, but we hid on the roof. We clearly heard the ceremony. Issei, good now. I opened a magic circle from which several cables and explosives fell. We quickly dispersed the explosives and cables throughout the roof, leaving it completely covered. I went down to the giant doors and put an explosive on the door and covered myself with a magic circle. In the ceremony, Belial, if anyone opposes this commitment, speak now or forever hold your peace. Issei, I oppose it. The door exploded, flying out generating a lot of dust. The guards quickly approached to contain me, but with a few kicks I left them outside. I left the cloud of smoke and hit Daihauser with enough force to send him crashing into the ornaments. I carried Roigun and backed away to a safe distance. Roigun, what do you think you're doing? Issei, the most obvious, steal my girlfriend. I snapped my fingers and Vali activated the other explosives destroying almost the entire place. The debris fell everywhere, leaving the space very closed. Sirs, Issei, I told you to stop this. Issei, this has become personal. The traitor over there is not going to get away with it. Everyone looked at me strangely, but I smiled. Issei, Olphus, well, Olphus took out of a magic circle all the copies we had made and threw them everywhere. Daihauser, how? Issei, I'm not an idiot. Photocopy all the evidence before going for Roigun. I approached again. Issei, you beat me, but that only gave me advantages. I was able to find out how to beat you. Daihauser, that should be impossible. Issei, you have a clear disadvantage in a hand-to-hand fight. Daihauser realized my plan. That's why I had lost the previous time. This time I focused on limiting his movements. Daihauser, this is disrespectful to the Belial family. I will not tolerate it. Sirs approached him angrily. Sirs, you better look at the evidence before defending your son. Issei, I'm going to finish you off. I was approaching him at great speed. Daihauser was preparing a charged attack against me, but I jumped on one of the rubble and avoided it. To see him on top of me with a flaming kick, I began to hit him savagely, in the face. I switched to God speed to hit him faster. Daihauser had some strength, but after my confrontation against Serorg it was no longer a problem. In fact, I was the one who was winning. But I also received attacks from him. He made me crash into a rubble, so I threw it in his face, and jumped to fill him with blows again. But this time my arms had circles of Olphus surrounding them. The blows were going with more force. Daihauser was beginning to bleed, but I did not stop for anything. Issei, you are very bad in hand-to-hand combat. I broke his arm, but to end the battle I charged Olphus's power in one of my hands. A small sphere of various colors appeared. Issei, Predator of Infinity. I hit Daihauser. A large lightning bolt came out followed by it, and Daihauser violently went backwards, destroying everything. My hand was bleeding, but Issei smiles when Daihauser looked upset. Very upset. Anger was seen in his eyes. With his broken hand he took something out of his suit that looked like a syringe. Daihauser, I'm not going to allow all my efforts to be ruined by someone like you. Sirs, I trusted you. Daihauser, you betrayed us. Daihauser, I don't give a shit. I'm leaving here with that bastard with me. I was going to inject him, but I took a gun out of my pocket and shot his hand twice, making him drop it. Where did I get it from? Because of my job I know how to handle weapons and I have quite a few of these. A hunch told me to take it. Daihauser, ARGH. Damn you, Issei, Roigun is in your area. Roigun, well? Roigun stretched out his hand. The syringe rose and came towards me. I caught it. Issei, Aniki, we have to take this to Ajuka-sama for analysis. Sirs, even though I doubted you, you called me Aniki. Issei, they were just confused, it doesn't matter. Daihauser, you damn swear I'll finish you off. A magic circle opened below him, from which came out a man very similar to Vali, only older, and he was dressed as Mao. Sirs, Ryusoulger Levon Lucifer, you were the one behind this. Ryusoulger, not at all. Only my superiors sent me for it. Daihauser, but Ryusoulger, don't reply to direct orders. They left everyone speechless. A few days later, Roigun was now also living at my house, so I couldn't keep my feelings in anymore. Olphus had told me that he might have more girlfriends. So that day I decided to confess at once. They were all in the living room. Good luck to me. So without wasting time I went down. Issei, girls, there is something important I should tell you. I like you all. They all got up happily, as a sign that they accepted my feelings, but now they had their faces somewhat annoyed. Rias, we are very happy. Sona, but now we are going to punish you for taking so long. Issei, huh? The avalanche of girls was on me. Vali, Issei, do you want to go too? Oh, you are busy. I was being slowly dragged to my room. Issei. Help me, Vali, goodbye. Issei, wait. I ended up inside with the door closed. A hand put a do not disturb sign on the door. Issei's secret work. Everyone looked surprised at the truck of gifts that was outside the house. Issei, surprise, happy first anniversary, girls. Vali, this guy is crazy. Rosweiss. How many gifts? Arthur, now there is no other explanation. Robbed a bank. Issei, do not believe that was my own job. Everyone, what do you work in? Issei, it's a secret. But at least I can tell you how I started to get so much money. Vali, go ahead, I want to know this for months. Issei, on a mission I had when I was younger, I was ordered to investigate 4 places: the Sphinx in Egypt, the Taj Mahal and another temple in India, and finally the tomb of the first emperor of China. Sona, what does all that have to do with it? Issei, when I finished the investigation I looted all those places. I took everything, precious stones, gold, fine clothes and others. I stole everything. The protectors did not attack me because they knew they would lose. Roigun, let me see if I understood. You stole historical places. Issei, yes, and then I sold that same thing to their governments for the correct price, so those riches are back in their place and I became rich. Gabriel, Issei-kun, stealing is wrong. Issei, it doesn't count as theft if no one noticed until I tell them. Vali, that explains why so much money. Issei, I invested in several companies that made my interests grow, giving me more money. Akeno, it's surprising that you learn economics being so small. Issei, I had to ask my parents for help, but I support it with my other job. Well, but I won't say more. My phone vibrated at that moment with a message. Can you answer? I answered with a, come in. I walked away a bit, and they called me. Okay, Red, today I have another job for you. Issei, I'm going to see you at the usual place. At the usual place. I hung up. Issei, okay girls, something came up and I have to go. I went up and put on a suit with a red shirt and black gloves. The sun was beginning to set, when just then a black limousine parked in front of the house. I got out quickly and got in it. Issei, to the usual place, leaving everyone with more doubts. Sikvra, now I do have doubts about what he works. In Yura, but we can't follow him, he will notice. Ophis, yes, but not about me. Vigilant, without realizing it, a little dragon is spying on him. I also have doubts about what he works in. Knowing his history I can get an idea. So let's see it. Ophis created a kind of portal where Issei could be clearly seen. With Issei, I arrived at a forgotten seedy bar. All kinds of people were there. I sighed. A woman approached me. Woman, good that you arrived. From home. Ophis, that damn infidel is doing that kind of work. They were all looking angrily at Issei, but with Issei. Issei, take me to him. I approached a table where there was an old bald man dressed in a suit. Issei, Mr. Shigeru, what is the reason for my presence today? Shigeru, Red, welcome. It is a very serious issue that we must talk about. A mafia has been developing in the underworld, and it is going to affect my business. Issei, did you scare them or eliminate them? Shigeru, eliminate them. Issei, you know how this is. He put a briefcase full of bills on the table. Issei, okay, then with this it is closed. Shigeru, thanks, I know I can trust your work. From home. Asia, elimination job? Ophis, I should have guessed it would be something like that. Rias, why? Ophis, Issei has experience in that, so it would not be difficult for him to do it after he regained his powers. With Issei, the limousine took me. In my pockets there were 2 pistols, a few knives and many bullets. Issei, I cannot use my powers, so this will be enough. I arrived at a mansion that looked somewhat old. Without thinking much I broke the door with a kick. Several armed guys saw me surprised. But as soon as they aimed at me I began to shoot. Their bullets did not hit me, but I massacred them with shots without making any expression. One wanted to attack me from behind, but without turning around I threw a knife to his throat. He approached as he could but died at my feet. At home, the girls covered their eyes. Well, some. Rhea does not feel disgusted to do that, or something. Ophis, Dragmore is a town that can be very cruel in many ways. One of the initial tests to know if you can become a hunter or just hinder is to adopt a wild animal, form a bond with him, to then kill him under order. Those who do not succeed are expelled from the village. This rarely happens, because the hunters are cold-blooded. Issei does not hesitate to kill when he must, and it does not affect him in the least. With Issei, I had arrived with the boss after finishing everyone, and now I had my gun pointing at his head. Boss, I'll give you whatever you want, just let me go. Issei, I won't. I pulled the trigger, blowing his head off. Issei, well, I'm done here, now to clean up. I threw a fireball at the curtains and everything started to burn. I got out of there with my job done and decided to go home. At home. Rias, now what will we do? Ophis, tell us what we know and talk about it. Issei, I'm back. I saw how they had a kind of portal that was watching me. Issei, you saw everything right? An awkward conversation later. Issei, so yes, they pay me well, but I only accept jobs where the people involved are bad. It's not the same as it was a while ago. Office, that calms me down a little more. Rias, yes, but you don't need to be earning that much money. Issei, yes, I do need it. It's to pamper them as much as I can. It's something I really like to do. Sekiryuutei Bale's bachelor party. We were at an engagement party. For the first time, I didn't have to avoid anything since it wasn't with any of my girlfriends involved. It was Sekiryuutei's engagement party with his queen Kuoh. Sekiryuutei, then I would be very happy if you Kuoh abad and agreed to be my wife Keisha. Of course, Sekiryuutei-sama. It was a somewhat calm but quite happy celebration. Of course, the calm disappeared when Roigun approached me. Roigun, I see, dear. Issei, what's wrong? Roigun, when will you ask for our hands in marriage? I felt everyone's eyes on me. Vali, a few days later. It was the day before Sekiryuutei's wedding. Since he doesn't have any friends or his only acquaintances were us, he decided to spend his bachelor party at my house with us, while the girls went to have fun with Kuoh. Issei, well, we have to make this a really good night for you, Sekiryuutei. Just don't get out of control. I took a bite of a fruit. Issei, don't worry. Vali, what are you eating? Issei, oh, this is sky amber, a fruit that grows in forgotten places and most often in Drangmore. Vali, can I try some? Issei, unless you have a resistance to narcotics as good as mine, I don't think so. This thing is the most powerful drug in existence. They trained me with this so that alcohol or drugs wouldn't have an effect on me, and I just realized that I was so irresponsible as to bring 3 giant sacks full of these. Biko, you're an idiot. Issei, don't blame me. Putting aside the fact that it gets you high, the flavor is delicious. We heard Sekiryuutei laughing, but it didn't seem normal. Issei, oh shit, sigh. Sigh, Sekiryuutei, hee hee, you look double. Issei, hee hee. Issei, sigh, how far did you hear me? Sekiryuutei, Issei brought fruit, hee hee. Kiba, so Sekiryuutei-san is drugged. Issei, we have to prevent him from leaving the house until it passes. Arthur, how long does the effect of the drug last? Issei, it depends on the person. Saji, guys, I'm back. I brought the snacks. Oh, great fruit. Before stopping him, Saji ate a piece, fell to the ground to start laughing and jumped back. Saji, I can fly. He threw himself on the table, breaking it. He just kept laughing. Issei, Vali, I need your. Sekiryuutei was putting a piece of fruit in his mouth. A few minutes later. Issei, I'm anything but responsible. Biko was swinging on the curtains. Arthur and Saji were trying to fly. Kiba and Vali were laughing like idiots. Gasper hit his head and convulsed on the floor to repeat the process, and had Sai on top of him, very affectionate. Issei, if the girls find out that they are drugged, they will kill me. With the girls, in a part of the Bale territory, they were all trying to make Keisha have a good time. Keisha, the truth is that I am very excited about this. Office, everything will be fine tomorrow. Rias, yes, after this you will become a married woman. Kuoh, thank you all for coming. Sona, it is an interesting event. Keisha, but I have a question. What made you notice Ayato? Issei, I know he is handsome, strong and intelligent, but there must be something else. Office, when I was alone he became my world. Rias, he saved me from a forced engagement, showing me that he was only interested in seeing me smile. Akeno, he helped me trust myself and reconcile with my father. Kaneko, he helped me and Nei-chan to be together again. Kuroka, he did not doubt me and brought me back with Chiron. Asia, Issei-sen was my first friend, but also the one who has done everything for me. Zenobia, he was kind even after the horrible things I said. Irina, since we were children he was always good, and he helped me in everything. Rosweiss, he showed me that you can find something good in everything. Ravel, he taught me the value of teamwork and kindness. Sona, I was attracted to him because he is intelligent, but he never gives in when it comes to his friends. Tsubaki, his kindness and help to overcome us. Rhea, his tranquility to do things, his kindness. Yura, the way he shows that someone matters to him and thinks about protecting them. Tomo, his support and patience to help us. Momo, his big heart that does not discriminate against anyone. Ruruko, that beautiful smile full of sincerity that motivates you to continue. Seraphal, his way of overcoming himself to save those he loves. Sikvra, his charisma and sense of humor, he does not let anyone do it less. Lefei, supporting everyone who needs it, being understanding. Yasaka, taking risks to save whoever is in danger without asking for anything in return. Jean, he saved me from the abyss in which they had me trapped and showed me the world with a smile. Gabriel, always help everyone and be sincere. Penemu, his ability to find solutions to any problem. Elmenhild, taught me what humility is and saved me many times. Lavinia is an interesting boy who helps everyone. I'm glad he is friends with my little brother. Ingvild saved me when no one else did and taught me another definition of happiness. Kiryu, when everything seemed to be against me, he was the only one who gave me a hand to continue. Kyom, a great person with a big heart, did not hesitate to go save me. Roigun, always willing to support others and unshackle traitors. Kuzuha, wow, he is everything to you. All yes, with Issei. Issei, damn Sai, I already told you that bottle is not a toothbrush. Kiba gets off the chandelier. Gasper takes your head out of the toilet. Saji the fan. Saji was spinning in a giant fan that I don't know how it got here. Saji, you spin me round. Around 2 in the morning the effect wore off. I didn't know where they were, and I was very tired. I fell on the sofa in the living room to sleep. My alarm clock rang at 7 in the morning. I got up and prepared something for them. Vali, my head hurts a lot. Issei, drink this. The others were the same. I gave them that magic soda to everyone, cinnamon and salt and water, so that at least they would be decent. Biko, what the hell happened last night? Issei, in short, you all got high by accident, by the way. And Sai, a beautiful girl with brown hair and purple eyes, got up from the sheets. She looked like an adult. She looked at us and spoke confidently. Good morning, guys. But he stopped when he heard his own voice. What? Issei Serorg? Yes, it's me. Vali, well, in this case Sarah Bale. Sarah what? Sarah saw herself in a mirror. Sarah, what the buck did you do to me? I saw a bag on the table and I recognized it. Issei, this unhappy crow. Azazel had left one of his gender bender pills for one of us to take. Sarah, hiya to Issei. Issei, shit, there it comes, the girls just came home. Rias, what happened here? They saw that Sarah had me on the ground about to hit me. Sona, who is she? Issei, help girls. Sarah, I'll kill you. I was able to separate by miracle with the help of Vali and Kiba. Vali, let's see. Sarah, calm down, this was not his fault. Or at least only 50%. Lavinia, can someone explain what is happening here? An explanation later. Sarah, then I'm going to kill him for turning me into a woman on my wedding day. Issei, I already told you that it was not my intention. You were the one who got high. Ophis, the question is, what were you doing bringing both of them from heaven here? Issei, I like its taste. Rias, now we have to think about what to do. Vali, I will go to the crow. If we give him another, the effect will be cancelled and he will become a man again. A while later. Sarah, it's getting late. Vali, I'm back. Sarah, finally. He gave her the pill and the beautiful girl became that muscular man again. Serorg, now I have to get ready. He left the house angry. Issei, do you think it will pass? Rias, it's most likely, so we have to clean and get ready. We finished doing the housework and put on our elegant clothes. In the underworld the wedding took place. People celebrated. Sai accepted my apologies and I danced with all my girlfriends until I couldn't anymore. Everything seemed perfect. But, in a European-looking town with beautiful houses and full of nature, in one of those beautiful houses next to a lake, 5 people looked anxiously at the lake. From it came out a dead aquatic dragon and behind it a red-haired boy. Trent, dinner is already served. Another man with dark hair and glasses smiled. Go to, perfect work as it should be, Trent. Now what concerns us? Apparently I found where it is. So we will go for it. A white-haired boy entered the conversation. Chris, then we'll kill him. A blonde man hit him. Axel, it's still not good for many things. A white-haired man joined. Hanabu, he will return to where he belongs. Finally, a man with purple hair spoke. McAllister, it will be wonderful. Go to, my stupid nephew Issei. Soon you will return to being the cold-blooded hunter you used to be. Today 17th, tomorrow 5th. I was staring at a jar full of cookies. My stomach was growling like crazy, but my legs wouldn't jump anymore. I stretched my arms as much as I could, but I couldn't reach it. Issei, damn 5-year-old body. I felt footsteps behind me, and I turned around terrified. Akeno, now little Issei can't reach his cookies. Tsubaki, we have to help the little one. Kuroka, we can't leave him like that. Naya. Issei, bucking sick women with shota tendencies. I was suddenly carried by the 3 of them to take a cookie that I couldn't enjoy because between the 3 of them they began to suffocate me with their breasts. Akeno, little Issei-kun is so cute. Tsubaki, I just want to hug him and not stop. Kuroka, he is so tender and sweet. Issei, help me Lucifer. Hours before, I was in Azazel's laboratory. Azazel, I finally finished it. Issei, what did you do now? Azazel, a candy that returns you to the age of 5. Issei, who would want it? You waste your time inventing pure bullshit. Azazel, hey brat, this can be useful. Issei, yes, and I believe it. Can you give me the bracelets I came for? Azazel, damn brat, take them. The bracelets I made with Michael so you can do dirty things with Irina and Gabriel without them falling. Issei, thanks Kuoh. Azazel, whispering, I'll have a little revenge. That afternoon after I gave the bracelets to Irina and Gabriel. Irina, thanks darling. Gabriel, as long as it's only you I will gladly accept it. Issei, how can they be so cute? The girls went out to have fun for a while and I called the Issei squad to play something. Arthur, Biko and Vala who already lived there had no problem. Leo was locked in his room studying for a test he would have on Monday, while Kiba, Saji, Gasper and surprisingly Sai and Razor arrived. Issei, welcome. I put a plate on the table with candy to enjoy. Coincidence or fate, we all ate at least one candy from there. Then the nightmare began. Issei, I feel very tired. Gasper, guys, my legs aren't responding. Kiba fell to the ground. Kiba, mine neither. Issei, I feel weak. Vala, my hair is falling out. Biko, I think I passed out. We all passed out after that, but the sound of the door woke me up. I got up. Everything looked bigger. Issei, how strange. I started to investigate, but I just crossed eyes with the girls. They had just arrived. All Kaya. I was surprised to hear them like that. In fact, I was already doubting. Rias/Asia. Little Issei. Issei, 1 second, what? I quickly ran to the bathroom and saw myself in the large mirror. If it was me but my 5-year-old self, I put my hands on the mirror in terror. I had learned something from my girlfriends. When it comes to me, seeing me as a child is one of the things they wanted most, and now they had me at their total disposal. Issei, Azazel, from Grigori. Azazel, haha, I already want to see the brat. Sirzex, very vengeful and all, but what if they attack us and we need their help? Azazel, damn, I didn't think about that. At the Hayato Valley residence, Issei, we became children. Issei, I already realized idiot without seeing Azazel change the sweets. Kiba, now what do we do? Gasper, I'm a child again. Bua. Issei, oh, I don't know what to do. I don't know what. I felt 2 soft hands touching my head and a pair of giant melons behind this. Yasaka, children should not fight, dear Issei, we have to correct you. Without effort, she picked me up and took me with her. I saw my friends worse. There was little they could do with those small hands. Yasaka carried me to the room and calmly put me on my bed. The others arrived and now I was surrounded. Escaping was not an option. Yasaka uncovered her breasts. Yasaka, it's time to eat. I stepped back a little scared. Issei, 1 second, a child stops breastfeeding at most 1.5 years. I would have done it without hesitation if the situation were different. But since he was a little one it didn't feel right. I fell into other titanic breasts behind me. Lavinia, he looks so cute, all nervous. Issei, seriously, I should consider calling the police. Lavinia, don't worry Issei baby, we will give you all the warmth you want. Seriously, if a law enforcement agency saw that scene the headlines would be 30 women abuse a child. English, I was trapped between caresses, kisses, hugs and tits, barely breathing. Sikra, it's so cute how he sticks to us. Kaneko, who's the little one now? Issei, save me. In the room. Vali, Gasper won't stop crying and we can't do anything. Serorg, ready. Razor, what did you do? Serorg, I sent a message to my wife to come pick me up from here. Just then Keisha arrived. Kyuzuha, ow, my Sai is a little one. Well, let's go, love. Keisha carried Sai and left with him. Almost at the same time Valerie Teps arrived. Valerie, I received from an anonymous informant that Gasper had become a child again. The reaction was not long in coming when Gasper launched himself at her. Gasper, Valeria Bua. Valerie carried him like a baby and took him away. Vala, well, now what do we do? Biko, we can't do anything while Issei is being desecrated in the room upstairs. With Issei, I woke up after a while in the laps of the girls who appreciated me there. Issei, what happened? Ruruko, little Issei couldn't stand so much affection. Issei, Vga, I'm still a child. So I spent most of the day running from one side to the other being chased by my perverted girlfriends. From one moment to the next I arrived at my little brother's room. Leo, what happened? Nichan. Issei, Leo, help me. Those girls are crazy. Leo, okay, hide in my closet. But I got hungry and we go back to the beginning. Kuroka, girls, we found it. They arrived and approached me slowly but my body began to tremble. I felt pain in my limbs. Issei, it hurts. They let me go because I began to weigh more, and suddenly I returned to my normal size. Issei, bucking crow, all Issei, Issei, damn perverts. It's okay that I'm 17 but my body was that of a child. In Dragmore, far from the house where the other hunters were, there were 4 other hooded men hiding. We have to tell Issei-sama about this. You're right, Ray. We can't allow them to hurt him. Mike is right. If Issei-sama gets lost because of him, we will never forgive ourselves. Craig is honorable as ever. We will do our best for Issei-sama. The 4 prodigy children of Dragmore who served the royal family, in charge of the well-being and safety of the well-known Prince of Hunters, who were with him as his swords, Ray, Mike, Craig and Eiji, the 4 swords of Haida Issei, would now seek to save their master from the other hunters. The beginning of the hunt. A constant nightmare was beginning to bother me. I couldn't sleep peacefully because all I saw was darkness and a morbid red smile staring back at me. The hunter's time has come. Those days I just ignored her. It seemed best to me. But I knew it really was time the day we went out on patrol. After the Diehauser incident there were rebels everywhere, hanging posters written in red ink that said, "War is coming." It seemed the conflict was more than imminent. We had to prepare as best as possible. But, after we captured a rebel, Issei, well now you will go to prison. Asia, amazing IC-san. Rias, yes I think we're done then. Issei, yes we can rest before. A familiar voice called me. Ray, I found him Issei-sama. I turned to look at him. I couldn't help but get excited. Issei, Ray, the other 3 came to greet me. Issei, I'm glad to know you are okay. Eiji, we are also glad to see you Issei-sama. Sona, Ito, I see. Who are they? Issei, oh sorry for my manners. Ray, Mike, Craig and Eiji, boys at the service of my family as personal guards. The four swords of Haida Issei, they were all surprised by what they were saying. Sikvara, if you had personal guards you must have been someone very important. Mike, that's right, Issei-sama the hunter prince who would be the heir to the position as head of the Ray clan. Somewhat nervous, while my girlfriends did not react. But a few words made the atmosphere change from one moment to the next. Ray, Issei-sama, we must go. Issei, why? Eiji, go to Sans faction. Hearing the name my blood began to boil with fury. I closed my fists full of anger. Issei, then let's go. Sorry girls, fix your problems, this war is yours. I started to advance towards them but Ophis grabbed my arm. Ophis, Issei you can't just leave without telling us anything and expect us to see it as normal. Issei, let me go. I waved my arm and broke free from the grip. My feet caught fire and I rose at full speed into the sky. My swords followed my step. Without warning I accelerated, losing their sight and disappearing. A while later, Surzex, he left? Rias, yes, he just left, he left us. Akeno, some boys came who introduced themselves as his royal guards and left with them. Surzex, now what do we do? Ophis, I don't know, it doesn't seem like he's going to answer anything. Issei has abandoned us. With Issei, after quite some time I saw it, a beautiful place. Trees everywhere full of life, a crystalline lake with clean water, small mountains with snow that looked beautiful, European-looking houses. As the sun set the lights came on showing the town even more beautiful. I couldn't help but shed tears when I saw it. After all it was my home, a home that had been abandoned. Time had erased the wound I caused to my people. We descended to the forest. From there we went to an old mansion, the mansion of the Haida family. We entered there and settled in. Issei, any hunter left alive after the Red Death massacre? Ray, in addition to Go to Sans faction, Master Mars and Shay Ignal. Issei, great Shay survived. I'm not surprised, that girl has serious problems. But we couldn't be at peace for long. An explosion in the main square caught our attention. We went out to see. Goto's faction was there. Issei, old shit. Goto, well, someone finally deigned to appear. Are you ready to be my serf again? He received a blow from me. Issei, dream idiot. Hanabu and Axel launched themselves to attack me but a spinning kick sends them back. McAllister came alone against me. But I hit him in the abdomen causing him to rise so that when he fell he received another blow. Chris and Trent came with their swords drawn. I repelled them with Ascalon causing them to retreat violently. Chris, as strong as we remembered. Trent, it will be amazing to have you back. Goto opened a magic circle from which a stone tablet came out, and began to recite what it said. But I started to yawn. Issei, are you done? Goto, but what? Issei, that thing no longer has any effect on me. If you'll excuse me, anti-magic. Cut the board in half in his hands. Goto, no way. Issei, game over. I'm not going to be anyone's servant anymore. Ignite. Abundant fire came out of my hands to attack them and make them retreat. Issei, the hunt has begun. I will not rest until I kill him. For their part, the hunters returned to their base, where a man was waiting for them. They failed. Who would have thought? Goto, Samel-sama, he received no effect. Samel, then he has surpassed them. I can't do anything if they are that useless. Continue doing your job. I will give him reinforcements. Everyone, yes, Samel-sama. Samel went another way to contemplate a tomb. Samel, oh my beloved, soon I will have you by my side so that the world is ours. He uncovered what appeared to be an iceberg, where there was a gray-haired boy who, upon feeling it, opened his eyes. Samel, It's time for you to serve me again, Asta. I won't allow that presumptuous brat to win. At the Ayato residence, the girls still didn't know what to do when they found something like a disc. They took it and turned it on. Issei, if you are listening to this message, the worst is over. So before you want to kill me, let me tell you a story. Many millennia ago, the Archangel Samuel of Hatred descended to Earth. He fell in love with a maiden whom he made his wife, Argentia Ayato. The children of both founded Drangmore, my hometown. As you heard, I am a descendant of Samuel. For this reason I had to face my own past. I am strong because in addition to my power I have the power of my brother. He died in my mother's womb and left me his powers that gave me my Gear 4 and made me the strongest of all Drangmore. But I still have this burden on me. I must get rid of everything that harms me and prevents me from continuing to advance. I only promise that one day I will return. Goodbye. Shay the Huntress. At the Ayato Valley residence. Well, we have serious problems. The accounts do not look good. The electricity, water and internet are very expensive, and we do not have a penny. Only Issei knows where the money is. But more importantly, the rebels attacking Lilith have increased. Rias. It seems that the news that Issei left us has spread quite quickly. Sekiryuutei. It will not take long for them to want to attack. Seraphal. It seems they are right. I just received a message. Chow Chow and the rest of his idiots are attacking. In Drangmore. Issei, breathe, concentrate. Now combustion. I aim at a doll which caught fire without throwing anything at it. Mike. Perfect. Issei-sama has already regained the ability to make things explode. Issei. I still have that. It was very tiring. For now we have to go to the forest. We are going to hunt today's food. Everyone, as you ordered. We quickly left to blend in with nature. I saw the forest and some marks on the trees. Flashback. Office. Red, what are those marks? Issei. They are territorial signs. The beasts put them to warn that they are in breeding season. We do not want the special and unique species of Drangmore to get lost. That is why we respect the Maura. Office, so I see. End of flashback. Issei. I behaved like an idiot, Office, and the others must be angry. But now I should have focused on the specific battle. As we continued advancing, a net was shot at me. I burned it without problems and retreated. It was where the 6 hunters came out to attack. Issei. Ray, take care of McAllister. Mike against Trent. Ag against Chris. Craig against Hanabu. Axel and Goto ended up in front of me. Axel, your luck's run out. Issei. You'll say yours. I'm going to try everything against you. Juggernaut Drive Promotion Queen. In Lilith. While the team was stopping Chow Chow and the others, they were running into some problems. Chow Chow. They no longer have their secret weapon. The game is over. A pink fireball fell on him, followed by a voice. Full ignite. Everything caught on pink fire. Chow Chow. The day will come when they let me finish speaking. Chow Chow received a flaming blow to the face and was sent backwards. The girls got excited. Momo. He came back. Roygun. It was sooner than I thought. But his excitement went away when a blonde girl came out of the flames. Where the hell am I? He opened his eyes. Red eyes that looked like rubies. Office. A hunter. Wow, so I'm in Lilith. Well, hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Shay. Vala, Shay-chan? Shay Vala-kun? Vala, what are you doing here? Shay, that's what I should ask. You were supposed to be looking to cause chaos. Vala, well, I reflected a bit, and now I'm on the side of the good guys. Shay, that's good, Vala-kun. Lavinia, where do you know each other from? Vala, besides you, Nei-chan, Shay was my friend for quite some time. Shay, that's right, Vala-kun is important to me. Shay hugged Vala's arm while Lavinia smiled. Office. Well, but you are a hunter. Shay, oh yes, sorry for my manners. Shay Neil, part of the upper class of the dragon hunter families. Office. Girls' urgent meeting. They all gathered in a circle. Rias, what happened? Office. I remember this girl a little. I normally used to be jealous of her. Sona, why? Office. She used to be Issei's mission partner, until her parents died fighting a dragon stronger than they thought. Issei's family took care of her. But the good thing is that she seems to like Vala. Irina. That's a relief. Office. But there seems to be another problem. Ravel, which one? Office. Currently she is more powerful than Issei. They all look somewhat fearful of the girl. Shay, by the way, I would like to know, who convinced you to join? Vali. I got a best friend, Issei Ayato. Shay changed her expression to one of disgust. Shay, that asshole? No, I'm being very gentle. He's ultra stupid. Jean, hey, don't disrespect Issei-sama. They all pointed out their powers at him. Shay, wow. He still has a fan club. Vali, in fact, they are Issei's couples. Shay, I don't even know them and I already feel disappointed in you. Is that egocentric, idiot with problems your boyfriend? At that moment, a portal opened from which Issei's parents came out, with Leo and Kuna. Mickey, what did we tell you about that language, Shay? Shay knelt. Shay, I'm so sorry, uncle. Aunt, just that. Gore, yes, we know, you two work well together, but you hate each other to death. Shay, yes, I'm sorry for my behavior. Who are these little ones? Leo, you spoke very badly of Issei and Ai-chan. Kunu, I don't like the way you express yourself about my dad. Mickey, I didn't introduce you to him because you didn't visit us. He is Leo, our son. Goro, besides, we already told you to call us mom and dad, and legally you are our daughter. Shay, yes, I'm sorry, but on another note, I'm surprised you had another child. Leo, I am adopted like you. Shay, what a cruel child. Leo, I learned from Mi-chan, Ne-chan. Shay, that was fast. Leo, seeing the possibilities, you might stay to live with us, so it's easier to call you Ne-chan. Everything was confusion there. Mickey, better let's go home to talk things over more calmly. At home. Shay, then yes, since my parents died very soon, I was adopted by Issei's parents. And well, what can I say, I'm one of the few survivors of the Red Death Massacre. Everyone, the Red Death Massacre? Shay, I shouldn't have said that, right? Mickey, if you shouldn't. Shay, anyway, from what I know, Issei has returned to Dragmore. He wants to finish off Goto's faction once and for all, so it would be best if I go help him. She was ready to leave, but Gora stopped her. Gora, oh no, young lady, you're not going anywhere. Your brother already took that responsibility on himself. What do you think, honey? Mickey, I must start disciplining my two oldest children better, because it seems that the only one who respects me here is Leo. Leo, yes, Mom, I will not disobey you. Mickey caressed his head. Mickey, that's my son. I just realized that all this time you believed that they were the same ones from the anime. But well, this Issei from somewhere had to be so handsome. Shay, but if I don't go, who's going to save his ass? Mickey, we already told you, it's a responsibility that your brother took. So if something happens to him, it's his own responsibility. Shay, well, I'll stay here, but then my duty as a sister is to tell them about the Red Death Massacre. Rias, please. Shay, well, in Dragmore, we fought through a fairly long stretch of the forest, dodging traps that the hunters had set, so much so that we reached the Stone Coliseum, an old Dragmore game where people resolved their disputes. There we defeated them, leaving them outside. When I thought I could breathe in peace, I felt a presence with abysmal force falling towards me. I covered myself with my sword and stepped back when I felt the clash of steel. A boy a little shorter than me looked directly at me. Why don't you fight me instead? Well, my dear readers, this is all for this chapter. I made a family tree of the Haida family to avoid confusion, and if like Kunu, Leo and Issei they don't have blood ties, they don't count as northerners, and I really don't want to see anyone who tells me that Issei's mother is for his harem. Asked the demon, a few years ago. Issei, please Aura, understand me. It's the only way for you to get out of here safely. Ophis, but I want to stay with you, Issei cried. Issei, me too, but we can't, at least now. I'll look for you once I get out of here. Hunter, we have the cave surrounded, you can't escape, traitor prince. Ophis opened a portal and went through it, while Issei left the cave and saw almost the entire town of Dragmore outside of it. Issei took his swords tightly. Issei, okay, let's do this like this. Gear 4. The boy's strength pushed me quite hard against one of the rocks. I crashed into it, and then fell back to the ground. I saw him well. He had 4 swords with him, and I recognized them as the other 4 anti-magic, Danma, Sukuma, Metsuma and Zanma. Issei, does he have them? Interested in my swords, huh? Issei, where did you find them? I've had them for quite some time. Brat Issei, first of all, who the hell are you? Asked Asteria, a low-class family from Dragmore. For the first time I felt what Razor felt when I beat him. Issei, a low-class just knocked back an elite? Asta, you're probably wondering how I'm so strong. Let me answer you appropriately. Do you know well how to obtain Gear 4? Issei, when a hunter kills another hunter who has followed someone very close, he obtains his powers and releases Gear 4, or by appreciating his death and receiving his will as his powers, like the case of Shay and mine, Shay for her parents, Issei for Ayato who died in his mother's womb. Asta, I killed my entire family, my parents and my brother. They knew everything was to please Samosama. Issei, that bastard manipulated you for that. I covered myself when I saw how Danma came towards me quickly. I stepped back violently, falling on another rock. Asta, don't talk about Samosama like that, scum! I got up as I could and threw a fireball at him, but he responded with his own. Asta, it seems you are not as strong as they told me. I quickly changed to Gear 2 and tried to electrocute him, but he also changed and hit me with his electrified fist. I changed to Gear 3 and attacked him with my energy beams. He did the same, attacking me. Asta, you're tiring me out. Gear 4. I saw him cover himself in black marks and uneven wings came out of his back. Before I and Issei were the only hunters with Gear 4, now I had someone similar in front of me. I received a blow with enough force destroying one of the rocks of the Colosseum. Now I was speechless. What's so surprising about breaking rocks, you might ask? Well, living beings give their energy to their own planet, which makes things last longer. Cutting down a tree in the human world is not the same as cutting down a tree in some faction, when things break very easily, unless you are a god of quite a lot of power. This is because the aura they emit in your dimension is weak. I did all this just to be able to say that this Issei beats Goku XDDD. Besides that, destroying is easy, but creating is just as easy. At the Hayato Issei residence. It was 8 years ago, Ofa-san. I know you left at Issei's request, but I think you can't imagine what happened that afternoon of March 5th. March 5th, 2012, the current time is 2020, Issei is 17. Issei narrating. Hunter, we have everything surrounded, traitor prince. Issei, then let's do it like this. Gear 4. Issei transformed and without thinking much attacked the hunters, cutting off their limbs with his sword. Hunters have a great regenerative factor. This is also dependent on the class. The elite and the high class take less time than the low class. Making a new arm is a process of a few days. The only way to kill a hunter is to shred his body, since we have a certain regeneration limit, unless you have Gear 4 like me or Issei. Since this black mass will act as a defense system, beginning the creation of a new body. But it would take years to finish it. In the same way, Issei was aware of this. So after dismembering the high class, Issei rose and began to shoot projectiles of darkness at them. It looked like a shootout, his arms and legs exploring, so that later their bodies and heads will explode from these same attacks. The rest of the hunters launched themselves to attack him, but Issei descended to face them. Issei, hunter assault. Things similar to spider legs manifested in the dark mass. Issei pierced those who approached him with that, and then threw spheres of concentrated dark power at them, killing most of them. Issei did not hold back. He pierced heads, hearts, destroyed bodies, sliced his acquaintances in half. The green earth turned red that day. In his other arm, Issei manifested a blade controlling his dark matter. He decapitated those who once entered with him, then destroyed their heads with his powers, to continue with their bodies. As the hours passed, fewer living hunters remained, but despite the fact that some had given up, Issei did not stop. He continued killing them. Issei, I'll kill you all! He created claws of dark matter, then pierced them and destroyed their hearts with his own hands. Issei did not even leave the babies. Issei extinguished almost the entire clan, of more than 50,000 hunters who lived there. In addition to Issei and our parents, only 12 survived, the 4 swords of the family, the 6 of the Goto faction, Master Mars and Kyoto and me. Current Issei proved that he had the correct alias. The girls were terrified, but tried to digest and understand it. Issei was upset with the hunters. He had done everything to prevent him from being with Ophis. Almenhild, the correct alias? Issei, I know he has other aliases now, but Issei only has one true nickname, one that many creatures tremble when they hear it. Tomo, what is it? Issei, the hunter prince Issei Hayato. In Dragmore, I continued to resist Asta's attacks as I could, but being in Gear 4 didn't leave me many options to continue. Asta, wow, how boring, and you are the one who extinguished the clan. Pathetic. My memories of the March 5th massacre came back, while Asta attacked me again. 1453 15th century. 2 children were running through Dragmore. Asta, catch me, I'm going. Asta. Asta and Yuno arrived at an old temple, where there was a statue. Asta, thank you for another great year, Samo-sama. Keep filling us with prosperity. But did you hear someone shouting outside? As leader of the elves, I want peace for all the inhabitants of the magical supernatural world. Let us have peace. Samuel is not as they paint him. Asta, you're licked again. Get out of here, we don't want to hear you. The elf left, booed by the town, while the brothers returned to their home to spend their days in peace. But the calamity hit them. There were almost no jobs for the lower class those years, which left them as simple farmers who lived off what the land gave them. One of those nights Asta heard Samuel's voice in his head. Samuel, become strong so that nothing is missing again. That was how Asta he killed his family to get the power he wanted, becoming stronger, until he was sealed by Samuel, only to be of use to him later, the good boy who was corrupted. Current time. I felt the memories invade him while Asta continued hitting me, until he lifted me with a blow to the sky, while I fell. Issei reflected. I can't beat him. I can't if I don't use my power. Darkness is bad. No, it's my darkness. I give it the shape I want, and that's why my power belongs only to me. I felt my arm cover in darkness. While I fell, my fawn grew, as did my horn. The black mark covered my eye and the pair of wings came out of my back. I looked at Asta fixedly. Let's imagine for a moment that it's Issei from the GIF. Issei, let's fight with everything. Asta, go ahead, I was waiting for you, brat. Unleash your power. Shay, I know that the fact of having killed people does not seem surprising to you coming from Issei, but they were the people with whom we grew up. We grew up in Dragmore with them. Because of their convictions, Issei killed them all. Ophis, that was my fault then. Shay, not at all. What you had was beautiful. It's just that the entire village was deceived into believing otherwise. If Issei surrendered, it is likely that the next time you saw him he would be as your enemy. I just hope he can find his way again. In Dragmore, the clash of swords made the earth shake. We both looked at each other. Asta, wow, you really control your strength. My dark matter transformed into a whip that hit Asta to make him back up. Asta, you still need some strength, brat. I concentrated and a small sphere appeared in front of my fist. I felt it. It was Ophis's power. I hit Asta with that. My strength added to the explosion made him back up violently. Asta, that hurt me. I concentrated the power again, and hit him the same. I had created a new attack. Issei, Infinity Punch. I filled him with those kinds of blows, but little by little Asta got used to my speed and began to respond to me. Although he had Gear 4, he was at 20% of his true capacity, due to the recent awakening, so I couldn't keep it up any longer. To my surprise, Asta also returned to Gear 1. Asta, it's not fun to fight someone who doesn't give his all, so we'll fight like this until you release everything. He launched himself to attack me with his fire. I responded in the same way. Oh, I threw fireballs as I could. He took them and undid. Asta, with that amount of power you imply defeating me. I knew he was right. My fire was at 70% of what it used to be. There was still time for it to return. I received a right blow to the jaw from Asta. I backed away while my vision became blurry, but I could see a somewhat red flame weak. I stretched out my hand to reach her even though she was moving away. I heard Red's voice. Are you afraid of your own power? Issei, I fear you. Red, but if we are the same. Issei, even if you take control everyone will die. Red, the boy who boasted to the underworld of being invincible being defeated on his own ground. Issei, it's all your fault. If you weren't insane we could continue. Red, dementia that we share. Ayato, don't listen to him. I say currently you are stronger than him. Red, you shut your mouth, dead boy. Ayato, brother, Red was born as a representation of your own fear of the hunter's power. But now you have used it and saved more people with it. Issei, you're right. If I hadn't used it, how many fights would I have lost? I am the heir to the Hayato family. I am the strongest hunter in existence, the Hunter Prince. I took the red flame and felt it complete me. I turned around in the air supported by my feet and fell in front of Asta, emanating power. Issei, incarnation of Hellfire 100%. My Gear 1 had returned to its old power. I had recovered everything. Asta felt it more when I hit him in the face and he was thrown back. Asta, that's what I wanted. But the smile didn't last long. I began to surpass him in strength. Asta stepped back, realizing. Helped by his swords, he pushed a giant rock, but I quickly surrounded it with my feet on fire to fall with a kick. Asta, Sukuma, Issei, Ascalon. The swords collided, but Asta was surpassed in strength again. Angry, he activated Gear 2, which I followed. My rays came out with more force than before. Both, Godspeed. Asta changed swords to face me. As we collided against each other, we threw out sparks, while the rest of the hunters saw the confrontation in the sky. As a red ray and a white one collided against each other so fast that they seemed to be too many colliding, until they stopped. Asta, you've got me surprised, brat. Now I know why Samo-sama wants you alive. Issei, so the bucking snake wants me dead first. Both, Gear 3 living laser. We both filled with energy. Attacking again. Asta changed swords desperately, trying to find an in my Ascalon. Issei, million lasers. Several lasers came out of my fingers at him. He could barely defend himself with Danma. Asta, but I'm fed up with you, Gear 4. I followed his example and hit him in the abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Issei, assault mode. Sharp tentacles came out of my back, while dark claws grew. Blades of dark matter grew from my shoulders. At an amazing speed I hit him, but Asta took advantage of it and cut off my arm with Metsuma. Asta, it's over. He launched me with a kick back and lifted Danma over himself. His energy began to flow into the sword. It went from being gray to black as well as growing. Asta, Black Divider. Asta attacked with the sword and made a large part of the Colosseum tremble. I remembered something. A few days ago. Issei, so you tell me that each sword has two abilities. Le Fei, yes, I see Sama. Although only the chosen one can use the 2 abilities of the 5 swords, since you control Ascalon so well I assumed that you could. Issei, maybe I should try, but there's a reason why I can't. Currently, Issei, is he the chosen one? No, otherwise I wouldn't have Ascalon, so Samuel sealed him with the 4 swords, but Ascalon chose me, then the requirement to use the abilities of the swords I see. Ascalon, show me your abilities. I saw it clearly. The names of the abilities appeared in front of me. Issei, well, I'll try Shadow Cut. Several small cuts were against Asta who, not seeing it coming, received them full on, doing quite a bit of damage. Asta and damn. Issei, Black Spike. Thorns came out of the swords and attacked Asta, piercing his arm. He dropped the sword and, taking advantage of this, I quickly approached him to attack him. His reaction was to protect himself with Zanma and Sukuma, but the force combined with the speed made him fall backwards and release Zanma with force upwards. Zanma, I saw it clearly. I stretched out my hand and took it. I felt my power flow and accept me. The sword recognized me as the chosen one. Asta stood up with his arm bloodied and saw me pointing the katana at him. Issei, you lose. The sword chose me. Asta, so you think. Asta threw himself back and flew away with the other 3 swords, in the same way the other hunters left. Issei, I went ahead again. I already recovered my powers. Samuel. Phantom spoilers. Well, my dear readers, you already know how this works. I'm going to give you a preview of what you'll see. They won't be important things, but some information never hurts. I put S so you feel like you are watching an anime in broadcast, so I leave you this. Dranmore Arch. Well, we're there. It's not like I can say much. Second Holy War Arc. The name practically says it all. Elven Resurrection Arc. Black Clover influence here. I already showed you that the hunters treated the elves badly because they didn't respect their beliefs. But what about the other factions? Biblical Guardians Arch. The 3 monsters of Hebrew mythology. Sea, land and wind. That's all I'll say. Cursed Engagement Arc. After all, Issei has 30 girlfriends. Not thinking about marriage is damning himself. LOL. Dark Regime Arc. The world is rotting and must be fixed. Arc 4 Goddesses of the Apocalypse. At the end of everything, Ishtar, Quetzalcoatl, Regal Ziva and Novazoa must make their appearance as the final villains, in addition to explaining what the hell the World Breaker is. The force of White Satan. Vala fell in pain to the ground while Kiba watched him. Kiba, let's try again. Vala-kun. Vala, give me a break. Shay, you won't reach Issei's level like that. Vala. It had been almost 2 months since Issei left. In that time Vala went through some things. Specifically, he wanted to match Issei's strength, to be able to fill his void in the war that was coming. For this reason he had resorted to different resources to be able to reach him, so everyone volunteered to help him. This was not only training for Vali, it was for everyone, but we will go back a bit to see what Vala got 2 months ago. Vala then, since Issei is not here we need someone to do their offensive part. Azazel, that's true, but how will you do it? Vali, I don't know, it sounded better in my head. Azazel, I will do some solid investigations, from there I will call you. Vala, fine. Vala returned home somewhat depressed, being greeted by Shay. Shay, Vala, you're back. Vala hugged her. Vala, I'm going to protect you. Shay. Shay looked like a tomato, but something that characterizes the hunters is being direct with their feelings. Shay barely separated from Vala, kissed him passionately, then hugged him back. Shay, I was waiting for that. Vala, this makes us boyfriends. Vala, I guess so. The lights came on, revealing the rest of the inhabitants of the house. Leo, congratulations. Vala, you are now Nei-chan's boyfriend. Mickey, that's right. Vala-kun. Goru, let's talk a little. Vala. Issei's father approached his ear. Goru, make her cry and I'll make sure your head ends up with my prizes, except for that enjoy. Rias approached him. Rias, don't be scared. Issei's mother threatened us all like that. Vala, how scary. A few days later. Azazel, well, I found what you were looking for. You need another sacred gear, something that matches the power of the hunter, and a sword. Vala, all that? Azazel, yes, luckily for you I found everything you need. Azazel put 3 photos on the table. Azazel, it was difficult, but just as divine dividing is the counterpart of the boosted gear, Blue Blade, the sword of the 4 beasts of Daniel, is the counterpart of the Dark Blade. The ring here is the Ring of Solomon. In humans it would only give them some extra abilities, but in a descendant of Satan like you it will give you the power of the primordial demon, and the last is this sword. When the original Satan snake was about to die he condensed his power into a katana. Humans have tried to use it but have died trying. The katana of the devil Kurihara. Shay, all that looks powerful. Azazel, that's right, but only an heir of Satan can obtain them. Vala, well, let's look for them. Shay, you will go alone. Vala, so you will not accompany me? Everyone, no, Val, Shay, you will go look for them alone. It will serve as training. You are powerful with your sacred gears. But in strength, resistance, agility, you are a weakling, so my parents told you to put this on. Shay took 4 wheels from a magic circle and put them on Vala's legs and arms. Vala fell to the ground. Vala, they are weights. Shay, this is how you will train while you look for new power. Vala, help please. And so Vala began his search. A search that took a long time because Vala could not get used to the weight he was carrying, until in 2 weeks he was able to continue and find the blue blade. The problem here is that it was divided into 4. The first he found in Iraq. How did a 17-year-old teenager end up there? Walking and flying nonstop for 10 days. But he had to continue on his way, to Iran to find the other part, then to Greece and finally to Rome to get his new sacred gear, which he spoke to for the first time when he put the 4 parts together. Daniel, so you are my new bearer? Vali, yes, I suppose so. Daniel, anyway, it could only be used by the current divine dividing bearer. Vala, why? Daniel, since my counterpart Bahamut is the boosted gear user, I needed that comparison so that we are equal. Vala, what are your powers? Daniel, supernatural beings have 3 characteristics: agility, strength, resistance, and power. What I can do is that the result of adding all your statistics I can add to the one you have the least. Vali, in simple words, you are like Drag but more complicated. Daniel, yes. Vala continued on his way facing dangerous beasts, until he reached Israel, and stayed in the part of Jerusalem. He rested in a place away from the sun. Vala, being I feel like I rot inside with so much holiness, unintentionally put his arm in a place and fell several meters underground, reaching some catacombs. Vala, well, I don't know if this was part of the plan, but it works for me. Vala walked until he reached a tomb and found the ring of King Solomon. I try to be rational, so I keep it to put it on later. Doing this, he returned to Japan, where in one of the few churches left in a catacomb he found the katana. 2 days later, Vala returned home with his clothes in tatters, dirty, with the katana and the Vala ring. I did it, damn it. Then he fell to the ground to sleep. A week later, the ring of Solomon gave Vali a power similar to that of the hunter. Only this one was not useful for killing dragons, it was mostly destructive, while Kurikara gave him a more classic demon appearance, and gave him the flames of the original Satan. Everyone was trying hard to train Vali. Now, after training hard with Shay to master his Satan powers, he was now against Tomo. Tomo, well, Vali, Kurikara is a katana, that's why I'm the best to teach you how to use it. Vala, well, let's do it. Vala unsheathed it while Tomo summoned her sacred gear. Tomo, Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Samurai Sword, yes, very long name. Tomo without hesitation attacked Vala. Tomo, Vala, I know we must train you, but can I ask you a favor? Vala, what's wrong? Tomo, can I attack you as if I were taking revenge on my idiot boyfriend? Vala, sometimes I feel sorry for Issei. Tomo, I know, but I miss him a lot and he doesn't even call, so try to hold on. Shadow Reaper / Vala was able to defend himself as best as possible, and continuing his training until it was finished. Phantom note, I forgot to mention the sacred gears of Sona's retinue, so I'll put them here. Tomo, Blazer Shining Aura Darkness Samurai Sword, a katana of light and darkness that can use both in / mode. Ruruko, Porcelarum Phantom, armor that focuses more on the speed of the legs, being able to exceed the speed of sound for now. If it breaks, it releases a strong pressure against the enemy until it is rearmed. Momo, Applause Wall, can create barriers of any shape as a defense or attack. How do you attack with a barrier? Imagination. Yura, Twinkle Aegis, creates shields that can be thrown like yo-yos. Captain America is stunned by this girl. Rhea, Scout Persona, can analyze different living beings and give information about them, such as strengths and weaknesses, so that the wearer can adapt. In Dragmore, it's been 2 months since I left. We continued the pursuit of the hunters. I had already found out the power that Zanna the katana possessed, so while I fought with Asta as usual, I tried to test it. Issei, I'm going to concentrate everything. I raised the sword with both arms above my head and concentrated my power. Issei, dimensional cut. The colors of everything were distorted before my eyes. Everything looked negative, but I could see something like a red thread on Asta's neck. Issei, what? Issei Hayato. I still saw everything that way. My decision was to see how far the thread was. It looked too far away, but something was what put the thread on Asta. I didn't have to think much. Clearly it was Samuel who did that. A question crossed my head. Issei, will he be controlling the others? I stopped thinking and released the cut. Nobody could see it. Asta mocked. Asta, you couldn't do anything to me, Ark. I knew the cut had hit the target. The red thread was broken. Now Asta was beginning to choke and feel sore. The red thread became obvious, but Asta's Gear 4 reacted in defense. After a while, Asta reacted. I remembered everything. Now we were in the Haida mansion. Finishing listening to Asta, he felt guilty for everything he had done. It had all been Samuel's fault. Asta, I'm so sorry. Samuel took advantage of the faith we had in him. He made me kill my brother. Tears. All this time I was his puppet. Issei, don't blame yourself. It happened to me too, and I was able to free myself, just like I did with you. Asta, thank you for that. I promise that I will help you from now on to redeem my sins. Issei, thank you, Asta. The next day we left to look for the rest of the hunters. Asta and my 4 swords distracted them. I from behind began to charge the dimensional cut, and again I saw everything in negative. But to my surprise the only ones who had the thread were Chris, Trent and my uncle Goto. The other 3 were really aware of what Samuel did, and followed him. Issei, dimensional cut. The 3 grabbed their necks in pain as the threads moved away. I quickly approached to attack the other 3 and get them out of there. We returned to the mansion. Chris, where are we? Trent, Issei's mansion. Goto, who brought us? Issei, it was me. Trent, but everything we did. Issei, no problem, we already found the problem. Samuel controlled them. For now I want you to tell me everything you know. Goto, well, let's start. Thanks to them I was able to find out why Samuel loved me so much. If I used my power and asked as I could revive his wife and my ex-10 great-great-grandmother, that's why it was so important to stay alive. But I had decided, tomorrow I would end it all. The next day, meanwhile the Lilith, the armed conflict that seemed so close finally occurred. Rise of him, Dehauser and the rest of the Chaos Brigade were in Lilith, all ready to end it all. The first squad of soldiers launched the attack, but to everyone's surprise, a blue flame wiped them all out. Vali, and I didn't even try. Rise of him, shitty brat, how long will you continue interfering? Vali, until you die, disgusting old man. Kurakara. Vali unsheathed his katana ready to attack. Of course, while this was happening the rest of the Alliance forces were fighting against the Chaos Brigade, so much so that even Issei's parents were there, fighting supported by Leonardo and Shay. Mickey, Issei isn't here so we have to do his job this time. Gore, wow, they are as idiots as Issei said. Shay, it's been a while since I had fun like this. Let's finish them off. Leonardo, everything I learned, you bastards are going to pay for it. In Dragmore, as soon as the sun rose, the hunters were already on our way to our final encounter against Samuel. He didn't make us wait, and showed himself with the 3 that remained. Samuel. So they chose to reveal themselves to me. I must say I'm disappointed. Asta, shut up, because of you I ended up with my entire family. Trent, you distanced us from our only friend. Chris, how much time we lost. Goto, my whole life I lost because of you. McAllister, we won't let them touch Samuel-sama. Axel, first they'll go over our corpses. Samuel, those are my most devoted children. Samuel took out more red threads and out of nowhere those 3 had a Gear 4. He knew there would be problems. But, Chris, Trent and I will take care of McAllister's shit. Rei Issei-sama, the 3 of us will take care of Hanabu. Go to Issei. I'll stay with Mike against Axel. Everyone, finish off that damn snake. Asta and I stood in front of him activating our Gears 4. Samuel, everything I gave them, and this is how they pay me back. How ungrateful. I breathed deeply and closed my hand. I concentrated the power of Ophis in my fist, but I covered it with dark matter from Gear 4. I released the blow without holding back. Asta, Issei learned that if he uses his infinite power added to Gear 4 he can distort space with one blow. Issei, dark flash. For obvious reasons we will change the curse to Samuel, Itadori to Issei and Tidu to Asta. Also, dear readers, let me introduce you to the first attack that we will overexploit the most in this FIC LOL. Samuel was thrown back violently while Asta flew towards him to hit him with Dhamma. Samuel responded with a sphere of light. Samuel, they forget that I am an angel and I handle the light. Issei/Asta, we don't give a shit. We released 2 blows towards him to start hitting him, strongly. Asta, black splitter. Issei, Zanma technique, black hole. Asta hit him full on with the sword while a sphere that attracted things to it formed on my sword. With this I hit Samuel, making his arm explode. Samuel, our damn brats. I felt something inside me when I was near him. I saw it clearly, an angel wing and a demon wing. Asta kept hitting Samuel. I kept up with him. But he found it in me and hit me until I fell to the ground. But I felt it stronger. Asta, Issei, I am a descendant of an angel and the strongest of the hunters. An angelic voice put me in a trance. A beautiful woman very similar to Asia but with black hair and black eyes. Oh my beautiful boy, that unfortunate angel did that to you. Issei, who are you? The mother of all hunters, my beautiful boy. Argentia Haidu. Issei Argentia? Argentia, my boy. That unfortunate angel did not understand that I left him because of his own fault. You must defeat him with all your power, my boy. Issei, how? Argentia, you are a descendant of an angel and the strongest hunter. I know you understand. I felt a pair of angel wings growing from my back. But I also felt a demon's tail growing, a pair of horns. My other hand was also covered in dark energy, as were my feet. On my face now there were 2 black marks, and 2 fangs. My eyes still remained white and red. Change this. At an abysmal speed I approached and stuck a spear of light in his chest. Samuel spat blood. Samuel, it seems that you finally woke up. Black Guardian. Samuel removed the spear with his only arm. While Asta approached, Samuel's response was to hit him. That made him retreat violently. He stepped back to charge an attack. Samuel, insolent brat, you will never understand anything. Issei, I spoke to her, you only earned her hatred. Samuel began to shine. Samuel, you will never understand anything. His arm began to regenerate. I created 2 spears of light that began to spin rapidly to the point of looking like discs, and I threw them at him. The first fell on his arm and the other stuck in his face. Samuel, they will suffer my wrath. Asta, you will die first. Asta's mind. I have done very bad things for a snake that manipulated me. I can no longer have anyone's forgiveness. But Issei took me as his friend despite everything. He is a good person. Before he swore that he would give my life for Samuel. But now there is someone better to sacrifice himself for. Outside, my team had defeated the other hunters, ending their lives, but we still had the matter of defeating Samuel. Our attacks began to take effect, but Samuel regenerated. Despite that, the consecutive blows began to do considerable damage. Asta had managed to increase his gear 4, to be able to attack him more effectively. Samuel, you guys will never be able to beat me. Asta, in a fair way, I don't think so. Asta pushed me and took Samuel by the arms while his gear 4 began to emerge from his body in the form of tentacles. Samuel, what do you think you're doing? Asta, sacrificing myself for the greater good. Issei, what? Asta, stop. Asta, thank you, you freed me and let me be your friend these days. Don't miss me too much. It's not like we've known each other for a long time. Asta told me with a smile, while his body began to release more dark matter tentacles that passed through Samuel's body. Asta, die. Asta released all his power in an explosive way, destroying his body in the process, but also destroying a large part of Samuel. I did not understand the reason, but I cried when I saw him disappear in front of me. He was right. It had not been long since we had spent as allies, but I felt that he really could have been my friend, so I just shouted, Issei, Asta. When the explosion ended, I only saw Asta's other 3 swords fall in a black sphere. I thought it was a hope to revive him, but Samuel's walking corpse took them from me. Samuel, wow. It seems that he used his power in that last attack. Everything condensed. He died definitively. Not in a million years will he return. Issei, what? Samuel, the traitorous brat used Gear 4 to release all his power, destroying his body and Gear 4 itself. That is why now only this sphere remains, which is his condensed power. The sphere moved away from Samuel and entered my chest. I felt how it revitalized me and filled me with energy. Issei, you deceived him and made him lose everything he wanted. I don't think Grandma Argentia would feel very happy with that. Samuel, what do you know about her? Issei, apparently more than you. Extinction. A ball of darkness exterminated Samuel's existence definitively. I fell to my knees. Issei, me too. I thought we could be friends. Trent, Issei. Are you okay? Issei, yes, really energy is what I have left. Chris, we're done with everything. It's over. What will we do now? Issei, return to Lilith. Ray, we will follow him wherever Issei-sama goes. Go to. I must also go apologize to your parents. Issei, I will explain everything to them, but first there is something I must do. I approached the other 3 swords and surprisingly the 5 began to float. They turned into black mass and embedded themselves in my arm. The mark became a 5-leaf clover tattoo. Issei, I guess that makes me the chosen one of the 5. Well, let's go. In Lilith, the initial victory was now being overshadowed by the forces of the Chaos Brigade. Were quite a few, and some of them were drugged with Amrite. Vali and his team were barely standing. Meanwhile, Issei's girls stood together to try to prevent them from reaching the castle. But things seemed lost. There was no chance for them to oppose them. Ryusoulger saw it all with an evil smile. Ryusoulger, it's over for you. Daihauser. Yes, finally, it's over for them. Ryusoulger and Daihauser approached the girls to finish them off, preparing an attack spell between the 2. Rias, we won't be able to hold on. Roigun, we're very tired. Tsubaki, we have to continue. Kiryu, we can't anymore. The spell was shot towards them. Before it hit them, a giant black sword crossed their path, undoing it. Ryusoulger, What? Lefei, that sword. Lavinia, the first of the anti-magic Danma. Sona, the only wielder of the anti-magic is. Battle accompaniment music. Grandeur Snowman Black Clover. Issei, wow. It seems that this place is a disaster when I'm not there. I felt their breaths of relief and some tears when they heard my voice. Office Issei. But who am I fooling? I'm also a disaster when they're not with me. On the other hand, Danma. Before his eyes, the sword rose in response to my call and came towards me among all the dust that still covered me. I jumped and climbed towards it with both feet as if it were a surfboard. Just thinking about it made me rise to the sky, making it visible to everyone. Here begins the first verse of the song. Rise of him, attack. Lavinia, I master the swords. I advanced quickly through the sky while my team of hunters attacked Rise of him's forces. Several of his soldiers approached me. I smiled. Issei, Sukna. The sword came out of the tattoo and I began to attack him. With my flames, my blows were so strong that they flew knocked out when I reached them. A lot more of them approached me, but I concentrated my power to launch a giant flame. I completely incinerated them. Issei, it seems that I am much more powerful than before. Office has recovered all its power. In fact, it is even stronger than before. Akeno, was that possible? Office, apparently if they kept getting closer I just threw punches and kicks that knocked out the soldiers. Rise of him, it should be impossible. I charged another fireball and released it against them, exploding with great force. Vali, how much power? I switched to gear 2 and quickly in Godspeed I began to take them down faster. Even though they came in droves, even other generals like Euclid were being knocked down and killed. I saw how Rise of him became even more desperate when I switched to gear 3 and aimed at several of his soldiers with my hands together in the form of a gun. Issei, cross shot. The beam that came out of there split into several and exterminated them. Soldier, Rise of him Sam, there are almost no soldiers left. Rise of him, keep attacking. Issei returned to his former glory. Thanks for the help Trent, Chris. Both, you're welcome. I approached Rise of him fast enough to attack him, but more soldiers intercepted me. Issei, they're already tiring me out, Matsuma. I began to concentrate my power and switched to gear 4. Office, wait Issei. Jean, Office wait. It seems he controls it. Issei, Matsuma black chainsaw. The sword began to spin at high speed and shot out slicing soldiers. Rise of him, you can't have that much power. Issei, if it's very possible clown, Danma. The sword came to my hands at high speed. I took it with both and raised it over my head. Issei, it's over, Black Divider. The sword grew and was covered in black. Issei, courtesy of a friend, Black Meteorite. I unleashed the slash that wiped out the soldiers and hit Daihauser and Rise of him. Dragon versus Demon. After releasing the blow of the sword I returned it to normal, and I descended to the ground. Issei, wow, it seems that if I am stronger than before. All Issei girls. I smiled, a smile that disappeared when I saw their angry expressions with tears. All Hayado Isci. Issei, wait. I was knocked down on the spot. Office, fool, you left us very worried. Tomo, we were very upset with you, fool. Lavinia, we couldn't sleep because of how worried we were. Kaneko, you owe us an explanation. Issei, I'll explain what you want, but let me breathe. They got up, giving me space. Vali approached. Vali, it's good to see you again, you arrived on time. Issei, if it took me a while to learn how to use these wings. I showed them my angel wings, leaving them with their mouths open. Gabriel, that shouldn't be possible. Issei, I am a descendant of an archangel, so technically yes, a lot of things happened, but I'm back. Leo threw himself into my arms. Leo, Nichan is back. Shay, you finally solved it. Gora, us too. Goto, ask them for help in time. Issei, apparently everything is solved. We feel debris moving. Rise of him, damn brat. Daihauser, you came to bother us at the worst moment. Issei, wow, they survived my attack. That will give me the pleasure of killing them. Rise of him, as if we left you, brat. Daihauser, whatever you say, old man. 5 magic circles appeared, the earth began to shake, and several giant stone men came out of them. Rise of him, the strongest rock golems in the underworld. I would like to see what you do against them, imbecile brat. Now everyone looked nervous, except me. Rias, how are we going to finish them off? Sona, we can split up to destroy them, but that will give them time to escape. Sikvara, we have to find a way. Issei, I'll take care of it. I jumped until I was in front of him. I looked at him in my gear 4. Issei, I just asked that you withstand this blow. I concentrated my energy in my fist. Issei, dark flash. Before everyone's eyes, the golem disappeared from the legs up. Rise of him, did he just destroy it? Vali, what an abysmal amount of power. Akeno, Icy-kun came back stronger than before. Ross, I know that a stone golem is not very dangerous, but exterminating one like that is not easy. While I watched with some disappointment, Issei, I fear that they are weaklings. I flew towards the others and continued. Issei, dark flash, dark flash, dark flash, black flash. Ophis, that new attack of yours is very strong. The other hunters arrived to see the fight. Trent, Issei has concentrated the infinite power of Ophis with his Gear 4, that is the result. I landed near the two idiots. Issei, well, it's over, their retreat. Vali came near me. Vali, will you leave me the old man? Issei, go ahead Vali, I have unfinished business with Belial. We both approached them, emanating our aura, standing face to face. Vali, old man. Rise of him, brat. Issei, traitor. Daihauser, party pooper. Issei, wow, I didn't expect to be able to vent so soon. Vali, a lot of things happened. Issei, yes I see. Vali, with you too. Issei, let's say I got lost and found myself again. But now, Vali, if we have to finish off these idiots. Issei, don't die. Vali, nor you. Since the animation studio has a smaller budget than Dean, we're going to do this as quickly as possible lol. We stood in front of them. Daihauser, it won't be like last time. Issei, yes, I won't let you go alive this time. Vali, you ruined my life. Rise of him, I'm not interested, imbecile brat. The rain of blows began. Vali and I dealt direct blows. Vali matched Rise of him, while Daihauser could barely see. I kept him at bay with my blows. An attack of his made me retreat. Daihauser, damn brat. Issei, assault mode. I quickly appeared in front of him with a kick to send him flying into some houses. Ophis, I haven't seen him like this for years. Rhea, what is that? Ophis, assault mode concentrates dark energy to perform more powerful attacks and improve physical abilities. Akeno, it's practically like Godspeed but from Gear 4. I quickly approached him and kicked him again in the face. Issei, you talked a lot about giving me what I deserved, but you did nothing. I moved away. He stood up and came towards me. With both fists I began to hit his face continuously. He wanted to hit me but I moved his fist away and I knocked him down with a crescent kick. I climbed on top of him to continue breaking his face. In a nutshell, Daihauser's face was disfigured from so many blows. Rise of him could barely handle Vali and his katana. Seeing only Daihauser, Rise of him threw a smoke bomb and left there like a coward. I threw Daihauser into the sky so that when he fell I would kick him in the stomach, leaving him dying. Daihauser, kill me at once. Issei, you are in no position to ask for anything, so you will answer, who is your boss? Daihauser laughed as he spit blood. Daihauser, have you heard of him Judgment Day? It doesn't matter, you'll die anyway. I got angry. I picked him up as I could. Issei, dark flash. I landed the first blow on his face, charged my other fist and hit him in the ribs. I clearly heard the sound of it breaking and piercing one of his lungs, but I charged again and hit him again in the face, and so on. The more blood came out of him and the less he could stand. Daihauser, you pretend to be a hero, but you're worse than us. I smiled and couldn't help but laugh. I calmed down and stared at him. Issei, who said I was a hero? Here I am the villain. I created a small ball of fire returning to Gear 1, and put it in his mouth causing him to swallow it. Daihauser stood up and laughed. Daihauser, was that all useless brat? It didn't even burn me. Rias, did he run out of power? Kaneko, but that doesn't make sense. But with a snap of my fingers Daihauser began to feel heat inside him. Daihauser, what's wrong with me? His hand began to have flames and then he caught fire. Issei, spontaneous combustion. Slowly Daihauser Belial was consumed by the flames, until nothing remained of him. Issei, well, we finished. Ophis hit me on the head. Ophis, why didn't you do that at the beginning? English, Ruruko. It would have been easier. Issei, it's not like it was easy to burn someone with their resistance intact. Zenobia, well, at least it's over. Vali, not completely, the old man escaped. Issei, then we'll look for him. For now I want to know, did anything interesting happen while I was gone? I didn't have internet access for 2 months. Vali, let me summarize it for you. In China a child was born who's shown. Doctors still haven't explained it. Polygamy is already allowed in Japan. Recently there was another space earthquake in Tengu City a few hours from here. In another city finding ninja stars in an explosion zone. We still don't know anything. And a new prototype of combat armor has been developed in Tokyo, although only women can handle it. And in a small area of Tokyo people have suddenly started to burn, just like you did now. Issei, spontaneous combustion, eh? Well, that in the normal world. Something in the supernatural world? Vali, we discovered that there is another underworld. It is as if it were another country far from this one. Recently the daughter of the deceased King Wilbert has gone to see things from there. in Tokyo in a correctional facility prisoners died in very mysterious ways. It is presumed that it was poisonous gas, but the images of dismembered bodies say otherwise. Le Fay investigated the anti-magic, and we are finding who are responsible in addition to investigating ancient magic, in the same way. We found a hidden magic academy with the code name of Bible Academy. Issei, wow, it seems that great things are coming. Office. This world is very changing, but this era is the one that brings the most changes. Issei, I am eager to see them. References to future fix? Yes, animes they are based on. One already has it but on hiatus, and another is already finished and has its alternate routes. The others tried to guess them. The False Hades. This is a totally canon chapter, but I will use it to give Issei more meaningful power-ups. I was flying being chased by a giant crow. Well, I don't know if I should consider it a crow. In short, I found myself at the gates of the Greek underworld being chased by Thanatos. Vali. And that's how I confessed to your sister. Issei. Let's see, idiot, I asked you what the hell is Thanatos doing chasing me? Vali. Ah, of course, by order of Hades and Nyx he wants to kill you. Issei. Well, if I didn't kill him first. Literally a few minutes ago, all 12 Greek gods were staring at me. My girlfriends, Vala and the rest of the team were there too. For the first time I could clearly see Zeus and Poseidon in their true forms. They looked as imposing as I thought. Zeus with his celestial armor and his master lightning bolt. Poseidon with his trident and dressed in blue. And another goddess that caught my attention, Aphrodite. As beautiful as they said, but not even adding the size of Akeno and Yasaka's breasts. They reached the same size as those two nuclear bombs. Issei. Well then why did you call me? Zeus. According to the recent activity that has been happening in the factions, we have discovered a plot in the Greek faction. Poseidon. Plot caused by Hades. But it is something strange, since our brother was not like that before. Issei. I also do not understand how the walking skeleton can be his brother. Zeus. That's what I was going to. Hades did not used to be a skeleton. In fact, he was very similar to us. Issei. Are you suggesting that they impersonated Hades? Poseidon. That would explain the sudden alliance with Nyx. Issei. Well, I will go investigate. Seraphal. We will accompany you. Zeus. I am sorry to tell you that it will not be possible. It is already very difficult for one to enter hell. Only Haida Issei can go. Issei. Well, I will go and discover the plot and stop it. But what will I receive in return? Ophis. The Greek gods forgot that Issei is also a mercenary for hire. Zeus. As we know, your partner Kiba Yudo was a victim of the sacred sword experiment. We have information about another survivor. Kiba's eyes widened. Kiba, another survivor? Issei. Fine, I'll make sure they give me the information. That brings us to the current situation, where he was being chased by Thanatos, god of death, the supreme grim reaper, threw feathers at me that according to my sight caused a lot of destruction and also carried his scythe. I managed to make him chase me to the gates of hell where I stopped ready to fight. Thanatos. The boss had already told us about you, Brad, only I did not expect that you were really so annoying. Issei. I always surprise my enemies. Everyone saw me from the Olympic Parthenon, so if something happened I could ask for reinforcements. Thanatos. It doesn't matter, I'll give your soul to the boss as a trophy. Crescent Moon. An attack with his scythe in the form of a cut was shot towards me. I took Zanma and raised it. Issei. Dimensional cut. Both cuts collided. Thanatos did not believe it. Thanatos. Impossible, my attack is being stopped by nothing. No, you just cut the dimension itself. In Olympus. Rias. What just did what? Lavinia. Issei cut the dimension with his sword. This cut is preventing Thanatos' attack from hitting him directly. I transformed into the hunter's beast, leaving everyone in Olympus speechless. Sona. Those 2 months definitely served some purpose. Ravel. I feel a different vibe from him. I stared at Thanatos. Issei. There's something I wanted to try. Balance breaker. My armor covered me, but it was also covered in black marks. At full speed I appeared in front of Thanatos. He wanted to hit me with his scythe, but I blocked it with my sword. Issei. Loki was stronger. I gave him a stepping blow that opened the doors of the underworld. He released his scythe. While I continued to hit him, my current strength was enormous. I hadn't even thought of doing so much damage with one blow. Issei. Goodbye, imbecile. Thanatos. The boss will conquer the world. Issei. Dark flash. My fist pierced his chest, and then the rest of his body exploded from the expansion of dark matter. On Olympus. Zeus. This boy just killed a god. Aphrodite. But what a handsome and interesting boy. 30 withering glances fell on the goddess, who began to feel terrified. Aphrodite. I'm just saying, it's not like I'm going to do anything to him. Hephaestus. First with Hades and now a 17-year-old teenager. The current goddesses no longer have criteria. Ophis. That but as an insult to me. Hephaestus. No, not at all. You do have good judgment, Ophis-sama. With Issei. After killing Thanatos, his scythe fell into my hands and a purple sphere entered my chest. Issei. What the hell? When I tried to visualize what the sphere gave me, I only saw some feathers, the same ones he used. Issei. What's going on here? A man with a hood spoke to me. Thanatos-sama died. As you defeated him, he gave you his weapons, the feathers of death and the scythe of the reaper. Issei. Who are you? Sharon, the ferryman of the underworld. If you want me to take you to Hypnos-sama, you must pay me. Issei. A drachma? I already know, I learned all that in class. I guess Hypnos will be another obstacle to get to Hades and Nyx. I gave him the coin that Zeus had given me and ended up near a palace, a little smaller than the one seen in the background. Without asking anything, I knocked down the door. I was still in Balance Breaker and Beast of the Hunter. Besides, Hypnos and Thanatos were not called twin gods for nothing. I found it without much effort. Hypnos drinking tea. Hypnos. Wow, the brat who wants to stop the extinction of miserable humans. Issei. Oh wow, the minor god who no longer has a brother. He got upset and threw what appeared to be a tarot card at me. I fell asleep in the river. Hypnos. I'll make sure you stay like this forever. But I woke up. Issei. Yes, whatever you want. Hypnos. What? Dream of the infinite pendulum. He waved his pendulum in front of me and I fell asleep again. But after a while I got up. Hypnos. It should be impossible. Issei. Yes, I'm used to eliminating myself in my involuntary dreams. Hypnos. Are you telling me that as soon as you fell asleep you eliminated yourself in your dreams? Issei. Yes indeed. I don't want to say the S word because I already have experience with Wattpad getting offended. Yes, it's weird. Issei. You lost your only advantage against me. I charged at him and hit him quite hard. He attacked me. I stepped back to attack him again. It was a very frantic exchange of blows between both of us. I surpassed him. His strength was similar to that of Thanatos, and his only strong point was killing me in my dreams. So in the same way as his brother, Hypnos was overcome, and I pierced his chest with Metsuma. Issei. It's over. Hypnos spat blood, then fell, dead at my feet. His cards and his pendulum came to me. This is what the cards looked like. I obtained Hypnos's dream powers. I left his castle and Sharon took me to the other end. I entered the castle and I stared at the skull sitting on his throne and Nyx at his side. Hades. Seems the rebel brat has arrived. Nyx. Let me have fun with Hades. Hades. Do what you want. I didn't take it as a game. I quickly activated my most powerful transformation added to the hunter's beast and my angel powers. Issei. Juggernaut Drive Queen promotion. I must keep my distance from Nyx. If it touches me I die. With my cannons I began to attack from a distance, avoiding Nyx's approach. It was more difficult than it seemed. Desperation made me perform my last trick up my sleeve, something Ophis told me. Flashback. Ophis. You have the power of infinity. Issei. Releasing the last of both sacred gears should be easy. Issei. The last one? Ophis. Your most powerful transformation. End of flashback. Issei. I will use my last trick. Power of infinity. Ophis. Drag Bahamut, Devil's Dragon. A different armor covered me. I began to attack them more dynamically, doing more damage, but this lasted a while. The recent transformation made me end up tired as hell. I had both of them on top of me, unable to hold on much longer when I saw that they were obtaining power from a cube that was on top of everything. I felt a lot of power emanating from him. I quickly unsheathed Zanma. Issei. Dimensional cut. Hades got in the way but did not consider the trick of the dimensional cut. By cutting another dimension it allowed me to choose only to cut my target. So Hades did it in vain. The cut could slice the cube, and it opened. A hand with silver armor came out of there. His voice sounded very annoyed. Damn, you'll see. Red rays attacked Hades and Nyx. Nyx. Damn brat, you ruined everything. Nyx looked hurt. If she had already been receiving my rays, now she was stronger and more damaged. Nyx, my false Hades will not hold up anymore. A black-haired man came out of there, the real Hades, who destroyed the skeleton without much problem since it ran out of power when Hades was released. Hades, thanks for freeing me, boy. These two locked me in the Gokumankyo with their goddess qualities. I just got out worse. I'm very tired. Issei. I don't think it's a problem. Hades-sama. Look at Nyx. Nyx could barely get up. I approached her with the sword charging power. A black sphere appeared at the tip. Issei. Black hole. I brought that closer to Nyx and blew her head and chest. A lot of blood came out of there. My transformations were disabled. Hades took me with him to Olympus. Things were explained between the gods and they left me resting in a room from which the girls took me when they found Aphrodite turned into a statue there. We received the information from the girl and went to save her. Many things happened in a few days, and now Kiba has a girlfriend named Tosca. In the underworld, while Hades took Issei, 2 people went there. Look, Gitu, we found it. The Gokumankyo. Gitu, how good, Mahito. With this we can lock up Satoru and stop him from causing us problems. Both took the box and took it, but that story will be for later. Phantom's blowjobs. This guy who is our protagonist has a lot of things from other shonen protagonists. I don't know if I'm just being too mean or what. Starting with the fact that, like Naruto, he has agility and something locked inside him, and has some relationship with a 9-tailed fox. Only instead of fighting him for control, Issei bucks her. With Ichigo we have other things. Awesome swords, powers of darkness. I think I saw Bleach a while ago, as well as transformations that scare his companions and his enemies. LOL. Do I need to explain? Issei kills dragons and controls fire like Natsu. Oh right, and he has a busted blonde in love with him. With Tenjiro things are a bit simpler. Issei has a katana and can set it on fire. There is not much mystery. Well, Asta even appeared in the FIC, but Issei has his anti-magic and his swords. In this case Issei is far superior. With his dark matter he can create black whips more resistant than Deku's, spoiler, and he also has his physical strength. Of course he doesn't break his bones when using it. At first I clarified that Issei has a fairly high IQ, therefore I could say that is what he has from Senku. We return with physical strength. Plus Issei can also cover his fists with his energy and make the dark flash. Besides being a demon, I gave him some of Meliodas' techniques and his assault mode. Well, if Issei can control fire, it's obvious he can set his feet on fire like Shinra. Eren Iga. Issei can also fight with 2 swords. He can't turn into a titan, but he can manifest his 2 dragons, which would count as the same. Plus he also has bird wings. Tadaki. Well, my dear readers, just so you can see that the author watches too much anime. LOL. The Hayate Issei Fan Club. Monday at Kuoh Academy. It was a quiet day at the academy. The sun was shining. The teachers were teaching classes, and a group of supernatural girls wanted to eat their classmates alive. It all started in the morning when Kates and Murayama saw a photo with a goofy smile. Asia and Zenobia got curious and approached. Zenobia, what are you looking at? Murayama, the treasure of the girls from Kuoh Academy. Asia, what is it? Kates showed her the photo. It was Issei coming out of the showers. Someone had managed to take a picture of the hunter who was always alert and impossible to surprise. Zenobia, Asia, grab me or I'll kill them. Asia, who gave them to him? Murayama, Issei's fan club. Monday afternoon, occult club. Office, what did they do? What? Irena, those photos have been going around the classes all day. Almenhild, we can't blame him. Our Issei is the most popular boy in school. Shay, I'm still surprised that idiot is the most popular boy in this school. Akeno, well then Shay-chan, your brother besides being the first in his class, is only below Sona in terms of intelligence. Sona, for the girls of the academy he is incredibly handsome. Yura, he is also the captain of all the boys' sports teams at school. Ravel, he is good at the arts. Sikvara, but above all he is a sensitive and attentive boy. Rias, he is practically the perfect boy for any girl. Shay, I should have guessed, hunters are raised that way, to be the perfect humans. Jean, now that I realize, it's true Shay-chan has the same abilities as Issei. Ingvild, only she is not popular because as soon as she arrived she introduced herself as Vala's girlfriend, but in the eyes of the academy Issei is single. Shay, no, have you seen them or anything? Tsubaki, many times we almost get caught kissing in the student council or in the club. Shay, yes, I would be surprised if the one taking the photos would try to take photos like that, and all this, where are those pair of idiots? On the rooftop. Issei, what do I do now? Vala, I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Issei, you made me focus all my senses on you because of your stupid joke and they managed to take a picture of me. Do you think it will be easy to delete that? Vali, we can steal them all. Issei, yes, that's sensible. I think I'll go talk to the photography club. Vala, I'll go with you. We both arrived at the club and knocked on the door. Issei, excuse me, I regretted it 2 seconds after entering. I recognized many of the girls who were there. Several photos of me pasted, and all of them nervous. Vala, when did you let yourself take so many pictures? Issei, at the festival and sporting events. It was obvious that I didn't pay attention to it. I saw a sign pasted that said, Hi to Issei Fan Club, and I panicked. Girl 1, he came to see us. Girl 2, I didn't think I'd be alive for this moment. All Kaya, Issei, Vala, run away. Girl 3, please wait, our president must tell you something. The first girl approached. I saw her nervous, with glasses and black hair. Hello Hayate-san. I could recognize her, she was in my class. A hard-working girl, but she did badly at sports, Ichika Sasagami. Issei, oh Sasagami-sen, I didn't recognize you. Are you the president? Ichika, yes, I am the president of the photography club. I made it a part of the photography club. Issei, I don't know whether to feel offended or flattered. Well, I don't know how to react to this. Ichika, if you don't mind, Hayata-san, will you accompany me to the roof? My brain clicked. Issei, it's true that they think I'm single. The girls are going to kill me. Somehow I ended up on the rooftop with Ichika. Ichika, Hayata-san. Issei, yes, tell me, Sasagami-san. Ichika, I've been keeping this to myself for quite some time. A few months ago I wanted to tell you, but you left for a week. Issei, I guess he's referring to the time we trained before the game against Razor. Ichika, then one night I sent you a message with great courage, but your phone appeared without a signal. Issei, I remember seeing it. It was when we were looking for the Excalibur thief. Ichika, then you left again for a week with the student council. Issei, of course, when I trained them. Ichika, I went to look for you at your house on summer vacation, but you weren't there either. Issei, incredulous face, haha, if you were enjoying the summer, and I was being beaten up by a Norse god. Ichika, on the Kyoto trip it was the same. Issei, I had to make a pact and save a Yukai princess. Ichika, and before the school festival. Issei, I clashed with the strongest young demon. Ichika, during the exams. Issei, ha 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 ha, that day I died and revived a week later. Ichika, and then you left for 2 months. Issei, what would my life be without family problems? While she only cared about passing and whether I showed up or not, I have been on the verge of death more times than I can count with my fingers. Ichika, that's why now I don't want to miss the opportunity. I like you, Issei-kun, I would like to be your girlfriend. Issei, I feared it now as he rejected her. While at school, a white ray fiercely snatched the photos from several of the girls. Kaneko, seeing senpai like this is not allowed. He took them back to the club. Rias, well done Kaneko, we have to continue to remove all the photos. Kaneko, well, President, with Issei. Issei, well, I feel very flattered by this. But the truth is that I'm not thinking about a relationship. Ichika, is it because it was very sudden? Do I seem very ugly to you? Issei, no, it's not that, just that. What do you like about me? Ichika, what I like most about you is your way of being. You help everyone no matter who it is, especially when you helped me in first year. I remembered at that moment I had helped her in first year. I should have assumed that something like this would happen. Ichika, but I realized something. Before you were calmer and tried not to attract attention. Now I notice you much more aggressive, as if you were a star. Issei, shit, I will have to lie to him. Oh wow, you noticed. I changed my expression from nervous to arrogant. Issei, yes, being the good boy is not fun. Who cares, I just want to have fun with the feelings of girls. Ichika made an excited face. Ichika, a bad boy like in my vampire books. Issei, shit, wait, it was a lie. I had to escape from some murderers of my family. And now that I got rid of them I can be normal. Ichika, a deep past. Issei, it drives me crazy. Issei, the truth is that I have a girlfriend. Ichika, what? A few minutes later, Tsubaki was jumping happily in the council room, while Sona, Rias, Sigvara and Ophis glared at me. Sona, so, what's your excuse now? Tsubaki hugged me from behind. Tsubaki, she told the truth, halfway. After almost an interrogation by Ichika, I ended up saying that Tsubaki was my girlfriend. Shortly after that the Hayata Issei fan club dissolved, so I solved the problem, halfway. In front of Kuoh Academy, Hayata Issei. Another normal day at Kuoh Academy. Everything was going on peacefully for me, of course, with the whole academy thinking I was the boyfriend of the student council vice president, so now Tsubaki had an advantage over the others, which made me have kissing and breast sessions at night in my room. Something exhausting, but I could handle it. Now I looked closely at the clock. The teacher was talking about the great black fire that had happened in a forgotten town, 8 years ago. Exactly, they were talking about the Dragmore massacre. Only no one but me and my friends knew the true version. Everything seemed to be calm, at least I hoped so. The day passed normally. In fact, I wanted to sleep from boredom. When several magic circles covered the field around the entire school, everyone went out to see the circles from which some demons came out. Among all of them I recognized one. Issei, Rise of him, Levon Lucifer. He just smiled when he saw that he had the attention of the entire academy. Rise of him, useless humans, I am Lucifer. I will let you live on one condition. Hand me Hayata Issei. A few hours before. Ishtar. So how do you plan to remedy all your failures, Rise of him? This was said by the goddess while stepping on Rise of him. Do not be fooled. This dirty old man enjoys it. Rise of him, my lady, please give me one last chance. I will take everything. I will assault him in a vulnerable place. Regalziva, we cannot keep waiting for you to give us results if you always fail. Melvizoa, we want to make sure that this time you win. Quetzalcoatl, open your mouth, useless. They gave him a purple sphere. Ryzovim felt revitalized after swallowing it. Regalziva, it is a very minuscule part of our power, almost 10%. Melvizoa, now yes, go and do not fail, damn it. Ryzovim, yes, my ladies, I will bring them to you. I will not fail. The four go at once. Current moment. My brain was barely processing what was happening. Issei, did they bring the war here? All the students and teachers were still in shock. Issei, this son of a hitch broke one of the most fundamental principles of demons. It doesn't matter. I'll finish him right here. By the way, I'll fulfill one of my childhood fantasies. I stood on the edge of the window and jumped into the courtyard to fall and be in front of the entire school. Issei, wow, I didn't think you would be so cowardly to attack me here. Ryzovim, don't try to act brave here, pretentious brat. I know you don't want everyone here to die. Take a deep breath. Issei, DXD anti-terrorist squad, evacuate everyone as quickly as possible. At that same moment, the boys sprang into action, while Vali shouted out to help me. Vali, just containment? Issei, yes, for now, we need them to be safe. I heard the screams of despair when Ryzovim's soldiers fired at the main building. I managed to get in the middle to absorb the attack, although the force made me go back inside. Everyone had their eyes on me, while Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Kiryu and Jean tried to evacuate them. Issei, don't stand there watching me evacuate. Matsuda, what's going on? Motohama, run for your lives. Kates, I'm scared. Murayama, me too. Another attack came this way. Issei, Bahamut. I absorbed the attack and returned it. Issei, counterattack. I carried Kates and Murayama, as well as the two perverts, and jumping I took them out of the class. We were able to evacuate everyone and went out to confront Ryzovim's army. Ryzovim, you can't call for reinforcements. Issei, and who needs them? Incarnation of Hellfire. Vali, we are going to massacre you here and now. Kurihara. Vali unsheathed his sword. His horns and tail covered in blue fire came out. Issei, Kiba, Jean, Zenobia, Irina, Tomo, Kaneko, Yura, keep the short-range ones away. Lavinia, Lefei, Ophis, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, Momo, Rhea, Roigun, Ross, Kiryu, keep the long-range ones away. Shay, help us if you can. Asia, Almenhild, Ingvild, heal the wounded. We must watch out if the primary one is. Leo, Annihilation Maker. Issei, forget it. My brother is fine. Leo, Issei and Ai-chan, Shay-chan. I was able to take out everyone. Both, that's our brother. Leo had already saved everyone in elementary school, so he could concentrate on the fight. The girls and they took care of what I told them, so without hesitation I attacked Ryzovim. My fist sank into his face. But something was different this time. I felt it stronger. He answered me with a blow that made me fall violently to the ground. Issei, I can't take it as a game, damn Dragon Gear 4. The hunter's power covered me along with the armor. I launched myself again to the attack, managing to give him a critical hit. He smiled like crazy. I just kept hitting him. I get away from him using his powers and he began to speak. Ryzovim, so much time hidden among mortals, it must have been boring, also difficult. How did they respond when one was not there? All this time they hid their true faces. Strongest young demon in the underworld, Hayate Issei. I felt everyone's gazes fixed on me. Vali came to my side. Vali, so we do it? Issei, if we just have to get them to safety. Seek-chan, Seek-vera, yes I see. Temporary binding. A blue field covered the entire school. Issei, Seek-vera's time powers will be able to avoid most attacks. Vali, in that case let's finish it. Diablo's Satan. I had been practicing with Vali, helping him reach his transformation, so now we were both at our maximum. Me with my Samuel Beast mode and the Diablo's Dragon, and Vali with his Satan powers at their maximum and his Diablo's Satan. We launched ourselves towards him, and managed to hit him with two very powerful blows. Ryzovim was thrown back violently. We could see terror on his face. Ryzovim, what? It can't be my power. It was supposed to be bigger. He saw us directly and got upset. Ryzovim, his aura is gigantic. Ryzovim smiled. Ryzovim, I'll use the last thing I have left. Total divine release. Ryzovim covered himself in purple and attacked us. Without hesitation, Vali and I responded to his blows with the same force, to collide, frantically attacking each other. The clash ended with a tired Ryzovim, and us with our armor destroyed but still standing. Ryzovim, they keep bringing me brats. Issei, everything is decided with this Vali. Vali, let's finish it. Both, combo attack, celestial ascent. The attack hit Ryzovim full on, leaving him very weak. I took advantage and rose. With all the power I had left, I condensed it for my final attack. Issei, dark flash. The blow hit Rise of him full on, eliminating him permanently. I fell quite weak to the ground, but Le Fay caught me. We captured the rest of his soldiers to send them to Lilith. But now we had another problem, explaining everything. While elsewhere, Ishtar. I knew it was going to fail. Regalziva. We still have the contingency plan. Melvizoa, yes, now do you have the stones? Quetzalcoatl, yes, so let's put them. The four goddesses placed some stones on a stone tablet which lit up completely. Several lights came out of it, and a door of light opened. A man with pointy ears came out of it. It's been a while. Regalziva. Though the leader of the ancient elves, I suppose you want revenge against the other factions for what happened in Dragmore. If so, ladies, Melvizoa, your elf goddesses, we are the ones who will give order and form to this world. Your revenge will be given because Samuel's pupil is still free. Samuel's pupil? I have to know his name to exterminate him. Regalziva / Melvizoa, Ayato Issei, Elven Renaissance. A very white man with pointy ears looked at the ceiling of a cave. In his memories he only saw fire and heard screams of pain, but also people laughing, mocking the suffering, the crying of a child. But after all that, a gentle and warm voice. You don't have to be evil, Patry. I know that humans are real garbage, but there are also good people. Remember King Lumiere? I'll prove it to you. With Dorothy, I'll prove it to you. The elf woke up and saw an army of elves in front of him, 3 standing out above the others. Patry, I'm sorry, old wizard, but humans have disappointed me again. Now I work for the 4 goddesses, to recover what was lost. Who was that wizard? Stories for later. Here, just change the wizards for the DXD squad. We leave the elves there. Lilith Castle of the Mao Lucifer. Surzex. Then do not hold back and enjoy. Now we had an honor banquet for ending the holy war. Issei. I think they overdid it. Vala, do you doubt it? Sigvera. Let's just enjoy. We can be at peace thanks to you, I see. Issei. I did not do it all alone. In fact, I abandoned him when the conflict started. Sona. But you finished it. Issei. I think so. I still have a doubt that bothers me. Momo. And that is it? Issei. Rise of him and the other generals never named themselves chiefs. In fact, they said that someone had sent them. But we exterminated their entire army, and there have been no attacks in more than 2 weeks. Akeno, do not think about it too much, dear. You have to enjoy. Issei, you're right. I'm going to get some fresh air. I went out to the balcony and saw the whole city celebrating. In the air I felt peace. Issei, I would have liked to live this before. In the Patry cave. Brothers, humans showed us again that they are horrible beings. Although not only them, all factions are plagued by filthy humans. We will finish them all, we will recover our honor, and we will make the job easier for the 4 goddesses by capturing Ayato Issei. Go to Lilith, everyone. In Lilith, I continued seeing everything very calm, when suddenly, I saw many lights in the sky. Issei. Oh wow, Aniki prepared a light show. Wait, this is ancient magic. Without realizing it, I transformed into Gear 4, and I felt it even stronger. Issei, magic, it feels offensive. My anti-magic, it feels quite alluded to. I checked my clover tattoo. Black rays came out of it. One of the hilts of my swords was shown. The lights covered the entire sky of Lilith. A very white man with pointy ears appeared before everyone. Patry, let me introduce myself. I am Lich, the leader of the elves. We came to carry out a revenge, especially against one person, Asta the Dragon Hunter. We learned that he is dead. That's why I came to hunt his pupil Ayato is. He quickly covered himself when I hit him with Danma. It didn't help much since his spell fell apart, but I backed away. Issei elves. The rest of my team came out to see everything. Le Fay Issei-sama. Licked. Well, a human girl with a large amount of magic. Issei, stay away. Licked Veto. A blow made me back quite quickly. When I saw a very large and muscular man was the one who had hit me. Veto, let Licked finish speaking. I felt very sore, but I didn't care. Issei Mesuma. The sword came out and threateningly raised it. Issei Black Chainsaw. The sword began to spin at great speed and attacked Veto. A fire shield protected him. They won't be able to defeat us. Veto, thanks Fana. Patry, you are the one who gave the swords to that brat. Even though they had the same name, the Asta that you knew Ayato Issei is not the same as the one I know and trust. Current demons seem more human. It's disgusting. Light magic. Luminous swords of chaos. A book with a 4-leaf clover opened in front of him, and the entire sky was filled with spears of light. If that thing fell, it would kill all the demons considering their weakness for light. Rias, that elf wants to get rid of us. Uruko, I'm scared. Zenobia, we can't do anything. Issei, I won't let you. Danma, Sakuma, Metsuma, Zanma, Ascalon. The 5 swords came out and flew with me. Issei. Anti-magic released, Black Guardian. The sky was covered in black and some kind of devil disappeared all the swords of light. The swords returned to the tattoo. While Gear 4 disappeared, I fell to the ground but Vali held me. Vali, be careful. Issei, yes, well my body hurts. Vali, my turn in that case. Kurikara. Vali drew his katana and launched an attack. Lavinia and Lefay prepared their spells to counter the elves. Jean, Tomo, Zenobia and Irina attacked directly. Licht saw Irina and said, Licht, who would have thought, the curse of the light. Irina felt weight, and Licht knocked her down easily. Issei, Irina, I saved her. Issei, Irina, answer me. Irina, darling, I don't know what happened. Vala created a curtain of demonic fire, driving most of the elves away from the city. Veto, Fana and the other attacked Vala who was thrown back destroying many houses. I pointed my hands. Issei, damn elves. A lot of heat came out and I shot fire from the very hot hunter. The rock burned until it formed lava that attacked the 3 elves. Veto stood in front to protect his companions. While I continued giving it my all, I fell to my knees tired. Rias and Akeno stood protective in front of me, pointing their powers, while a snake of Sona was going to attack them and Tsubaki placed mirrors to defend us. Issei, thanks girls. Licht made fun of us. Licht, this test was stimulating. Haida Issei, the warrior who earned the respect of the current underworld, you were defeated by the third eye of the elves. Veto the despair, Fana the hatred, and Raya the perfidy. Issei, damn, I can't continue. Veto, my beast magic managed to break 2 or 3 ribs. Issei, it doesn't make sense, my regenerative factor should have already healed it. I touched my ribs, I only felt meat there. Issei, crushed my ribs in a lick. We retreat for now, since we are also affected by this. But we will return shortly. They disappeared leaving everything in chaos. Surzex arrived where we were. Surzex, what happened here? Issei and Nikki, the elves were resurrected, cursed by the light. We were at home being healed by Elmenhild and Asia. Issei, what kind of magic was that? Lefay, Issei-sama, I think they are ancient elves. Vala, what is the difference with the current ones? Lavinia, the amount of magical power they possess, and how they use magic. Rhea, they do not use magic circles. Akeno, according to the research they did, they obtained their magic from magical books called grimoires. Momo, the world before was mostly made up of magicians who also had grimoires. Roigan, according to the research, magicians died when their grimoires disappeared. Issei, then we incapacitated them, and with more anti-magic we destroyed their books. Irina, darling, can you come here for a moment? Issei, okay, I'm going. Irina. Irina took me to the room and sat down a little down. Irina, since the fight I've felt a little bad, I just want you to be by my side. I remembered something important. Licht. Oh wow, the curse of the light. Now I had in mind to find out what meant elf base. Licht. Those damn demons harmed our dear friends. Veto, let me take care of them. Licht. Fana, we will make them regret all that. Raya, we must be cautious. Remember what you said, that prophecy. Flashback. Then I found her. Licht, what do you mean? In the Palace of Shadows, after helping Asta and the others to defeat Zagerd. Licht, and what did it say? When the moon shines in jade and the sun illuminates the crimson field, the race 3 beings blessed by mana will fall before the 3 dragons, the infinite and the celestials, while the leader will fall under the new magic queens. End of flashback. Licht, the boy from back then was not lying, and now we face 3 dragons. I still do not know about the magic queens, but it does not matter, we will kill them all. In the Vatican, I don't remember if I introduced Strato or not, but if I didn't then we'll do the same with Griselda. They will appear here. With a magic circle we arrived at the Vatican. Surprisingly, the priests received me with great respect, and we met Tuji Shido, Vasco Strata and Zenovia's legal guardian, Griselda Corda. That woman gave me the creeps. We had gone mainly to ask about what Licht had said. Clearly in the Vatican they were already informed. Tuji, curse of the light. I didn't think it would arrive so soon. Irina, so you do know what it is. Tuji, it was a long time ago. Irina, around the same time those elves were resurrected for the first time. I had another question in mind now. Who could bring them back for the second time? But now the important thing was something else. Tuji, a demon from that time used an elf and cursed one of your ancestors, the curse of light. A light that covers the entire body but drives the carriers crazy, until they become very powerful beings of light that destroy everything in their way until their death. Irina now looked terrified, and shed tears. Tuji, that's why I couldn't keep your mother safe. It only affects the women in the family. I didn't want to tell you anything so you wouldn't get scared. I thought that would keep you safe. Irina, am I destined to die? My heart was burning with anger, My brain was at maximum capacity looking for a way to solve the problem. I hugged Irina tightly. Issei, don't think I'll let that happen. I won't accept a world without you, Irina. She stopped crying and I felt her arms around me and her face sinking into my chest. Issei, it's a curse, right? If I use one of the anti-magic, maybe I can eliminate it. Tuji, it would have been possible before with the original, but since now it's a curse that has been around for generations, it's impossible to eliminate with anti-magic. It manifested sooner than I knew. Vasco, it must have been because of the encounter with that elf. Griselda, if he was one of the culprits who cursed her, he must surely be related to it. Issei, I will find a solution. For now I think you should rest, Irina. Irina, it's okay. I carried her to a room and left her sleeping there. I went out to meet the same trio of saints with whom I had already spoken. Tuji Issei, thank you very much for calming her down. Issei, I suppose you know, father, but I would give my life for your daughter, just like my other girlfriends. Vasco, by the way, have you already found someone to marry you? Griselda, it's not time to ask yet, Vasco. Remember that must happen. Vasco, oh I see. I ignored them because I kept thinking what to do. Of course, everything was calm until the room got too bright. With Irina had fallen asleep after Issei had left, but seconds later 4 elves appeared in the room, Licht and Third Eye. Raya, here is Licht, the curse girl. Veto, what will we do? Licht, we will take everything from Ayato Issei, starting with her. If he can't save her, he will feel miserable even if he can't do anything, so we will only speed this up. Fana, do you still remember Magicula's spell? Licht, yes, I remember it perfectly. Dim light that hides within holy hearts, reveals the true destruction of your own creation, releases the illumination of the world. In Irina's mind, Irina, where am I? Everything looked bright, and there were some clouds. But Irina could see someone in the distance. It looked like a woman. When she got closer, she felt scared when she saw that she had something on her shoulder. Wow, it's finally your turn. I've been waiting a long time for this. Let me introduce myself. I'm the devil Magicula. Irina, and Magicula? Magicula. Yes, I've been cursing your family for generations, but this is the first time I've seen someone so determined to break the curse. Irina, you're talking about darling. Magicula, that's right, your boyfriend is a very curious boy, and very powerful, but he won't be able to do it anyway. Your body no longer belongs to you, the curse of the light will begin to consume you. Irina, but I don't want to. Magicula, understand girl, it's been a long time since you were no longer in control. With Issei, as soon as I opened the door I saw Irina shining and the 4 elves around her. Without thinking much I unsheathed Metsuma. Issei, Licht, the game begins. Ayato Issei, see how your beloved loses her humanity little by little. I threw the sword at him, but he simply disappeared with the other 3. Without thinking much I went to Irina. She woke up, but she only began to scream in pain. Irina, it hurts. His arm was beginning to cover with luminous marks, and his eyes turned white. Issei, call the others please. Griselda, immediately. Issei, Irai. Irina hit me and I was thrown to one of the columns of the church, breaking it. Now Irina was floating with her angel wings and the mark of light covering almost her entire arm. Several magic circles opened, and the others came out of there. Ophis, I see. Zenobia stood in front of her in a protective mode. Zenobia, Griselda-san already explained everything to us. We must. A spear of light fell, destroying a large part of the ground. It had been Irina. Zenobia had barely been able to get away. Rias, she is much more powerful than before. Rhea, the curse makes her have more power. I quickly approached Irina and hit her on the head. Issei, Irina. Inside Irina. Irina was flying, chased by Magicula. Magicula, give up girl, the transformation is almost complete. There is no way you can run away, your death is assured. Irina, no, I will not give up. I will see darling again and we will be happy. Magicula, I don't believe it. The whole place vibrated and they heard Issei's voice. Irina, darling. Magicula, that damn brat keeps meddling. I'm going to kill him. A disc of light hit Magicula. Irina, I won't let you do it. Magicula, he has 29 other girls. You are nothing different to him. Irina created a giant disc that shone quite brightly while her wings flickered between white and gold. Irina, if you think that despite the fact that there are several of us darling sees us the same, then you were watching my life for fun. Irina threw the disc at her and Magicula received it full on. Magicula, damn. A few years ago, some children were bothering Irina. Boy 1, yeah, he says he's a girl but he plays with cars. Boy 2, also he says he likes sports. Boy 3, and he looks like a boy. Children, he looks like a boy. He looks like a boy. The little girl was crying. Irina, Already leave me. The other three continued with their song when the first one was kicked in the face. Another boy from elementary school, black hair and at that time brown eyes. Issei, leave her alone. Boy 1, ouch Ayato, don't get involved. Boy 2, you'll see weirdo. The other two approached him with their fists raised. Issei dodged the first one and hit him in the temple. He grabbed the other's fist, bent his arm and then kicked him in the legs, making him fall. The first one charged at him, but Issei took his hand and lifted him on his back and then made him fall hard on the second. The third got up again to attack him, but with a single right hook from Issei he was already out. Issei, I warned them to leave her alone. That afternoon, Issei's parents, Irina's father, and the other three children's fathers were called. Principal, Mr. and Mrs. Ayato, your son is very violent. Mickey, yes. Is my son the violent one, or are you not paying attention to your students? Goro, while you were doing whatever, that group of three attacked the little girl here. My son only defended her. The other three pretended that it hadn't been them, and the principal believed them. Their parents made fun of Issei. That day in the direction Issei hit 10 people until he sent them to the hospital, the children's parents, the 3 children and the principal. For obvious reasons he changed elementary school, along with Irina, who only thought, why did he save me? Until I asked him, he only answered, Issei, we are neighbors. I know your mother is not there and only your father raises you. I can't stand seeing how they take advantage of you, and treat you badly. Phantom, says the genocidal who massacred his entire clan a year before XDD. Issei, I just want to help you, and protect you. You can count on me, Irina. In Irina's mind, Irina, yes, he told me those words, and although it is not the first or the only one, hearing those words come out of him always give me the confidence to continue. Magicula, damn brat. Outside, I hugged Irina who just screamed, while they kept thinking about what to do, when an idea came to me. Issei, maybe it won't work but I'll try. Metsuma, the sword came to my hand. Issei, ground zero. The area where Irina and I were was covered in black. With that ability no magic entered. All magic disappeared. Inside Irina, Magicula could no longer attack and all the lights went out. Magicula, but what? Irina, the powers of anti-magic. Magicula, damn, all my efforts to condemn you, that damn man. Irina created a giant disc while her wings turned gold and the mark of the curse appeared. Only this time Irina controlled it, and gave it more power. Irina, they tried to separate us, but we both promised that we would not let it happen again. Magicula, that brat is not good for you. Irina, do not try to break the bond that darling and I have. Our love is greater than your absurd curse. The love that has us all is what gives us the strength to fight. Irina threw the disc at her, and it split her in half completely. With this Irina took over the power of the curse. But Magicula remembered something with annoyance. Magicula, again a crazy man in love defeats me. Memories of Magicula. It is my love for Dorothy that will prevent you from moving forward. Star Magic, Stellar Revolution. Magicula, damn, spoiler or I don't know, it's a story for later. With Issei, I saw how Irina's arm returned to normal, but it lacked a push to fix everything. I kissed her, while we landed gently on the ground. When I separated from her, she opened her eyes. With tears she said to me, Irina, come back darling. Unleashed anti-magic. Minutes after we managed to free Irina everything seemed to be calm, so I started to think about something else. Issei, now, I want revenge. Vali, are you really thinking about that now? Issei, they must have returned to their lair. As we are here they will send the rest of the elves to Lilith. While they will only arrive for the final show, we can attack them now. Sona, I am still surprised by your planning and foresight skills. At the elf base. Licht, my dear brothers, today will be the day that we finally finish off the annoying demons. We are going to put an end to their existence. That is why now that the strongest are not here, we can attack without mercy. I want them to be destroyed. As if they were stars the elves came out of their ready to attack. Only Licht and Third Eye stayed in their base. Licht, if they come to us we can defeat them at once. Apart from that, capture Hyder Issei for the 4 goddesses. In the Vatican. Issei, then that's our plan. We'll go directly to attack. I received a call from Surzex. Surzex, Issei-kun. Issei, what's wrong Aniki? Surzex, the elves, they have arrived. Issei, is their leader with them? Surzex, no, so I guess it's okay. Issei, well I understand. Cut and look at everyone. Issei, Vali, Ophis, Lavinia, Momo, Lefei, Irina, Rhea, Akeno, Asia, Almenhild, Ravel, Roygun, Sigvera accompany me to the elf base. We will confront them directly. Rias, and us? Issei, Rias, Please lead everyone to resist the attack on the capital until we can stop Licht. Rias, fine, we will. Issei, Griselda-san, Estrada-san, if it's not too much to ask, I would like you to help them. Griselda, you don't have to ask, boy. Anything for Zenovia's fiancé. Zenobia, don't embarrass me, sister. Estrada, we will show them the power we possess. Issei, fine. Leo will go for now to contain them with an army of monsters. Shay will also take care of Penemu. They also informed me Tobio is on the way. Gabriel, my brother took Delio. Sona, Serorg is also on the way. Issei, then I can leave everything in your hands. It was quite a while ago when I met Delio Gesualdo and Tobio Accuse, the strongest of Heaven and Grigori respectively. During the Holy War they were in different squadrons, so I only heard about them a little. Then I met them, and we got along. Now they are part of our group of friends. They are even closer than Razor and Serorg. Well, it's a surprise that Sai doesn't hate me after everything that happened to him because of me. Rias went with the rest to Lilith to fight the elves, while I went with my squad to Lick Space. To find them we had to use a spell from Lefay on anti-magic to find the largest source of magic and guide us. It was much faster than I thought. So we ended up in front of an old mountain and a cave. That's where most of the magic came from. Without warning we entered. There were those four were waiting inside. Licht, it seems that if they came, our bosses will be very happy when we take you with them. Issei, what do the villains want from me? My hexy body? It's not my fault I'm hexy, I can't stop being it. Licht, insolent brat, Veto. The beast quickly appeared in front of us ready to hit me, but stopped suddenly without being able to move. Sikvera, chronostasis, so that it will then rise and crash into the ceiling. Roigun, anti-gravity. Issei, they can with magic, which is surprising, but they can't against Roigun's gravity control and Sikvera's time control. Licht, Fana, hi. She approached us with wings of fire, but another fire attacked her. Revel, fire made of magic is not as good as the real. Fana tried to move again, but some rays stopped her. Akeno, I would not recommend you do that. Issei, Rhea analysis. Rhea, at your service, love, scout persona. Something like a visor appeared in front of Rhea and directly analyzed Fana. Rhea, her magic is fire, she can heal and attack, in addition to having fire wings, a lot of vitality. Issei, it was what I needed to know. Elmenhild, I'm going. Issei-sama. Elmenhild appeared behind her and bit her, sucking part of her blood. Fana, damn. Elmenhild, try a taste of your own medicine. Dragon's breath, fire creation magic. A large flare attacked Fana, but her book was put in front of her. Fana, healing fire. Elmenhild, recovered from this blood control clot. Fana's arm began to hurt quite a bit and swelled. Fana, but what? Elmenhild, one of my powers that Issei-sama taught me to develop my blood control. In addition to obtaining the powers of my victims, I can control their blood. Of course, it is more difficult if they are in optimal condition and are stronger. Ophis stood in front of her. Ophis, this is the power of a true dragon. Ophis hit her that made her violently retreat, bursting the clot causing her arm to bleed. Fana screamed in pain. Raya, damn, you'll see. Vala, Kurikara. There was a clap and a force field covered him, then began to crush him. It was Momo, applause wall oppression. Vala with the katana unsheathed cut it, causing great damage to Raya. The force field broke while Raya grabbed his chest that was bleeding. Raya, damn. A chain dug into his chest and he felt weak. Asia, vitality theft. Asia's fist lit up in green light as she approached Raya. Asia, this is for ruining our celebratory meal. Asia hit Raya in the face, sending him crashing into the wall. In addition to this, he received damage from his own magical power because Asia had been stealing it. Asia, that will teach him. I couldn't feel happier. My girlfriends had developed their powers in an abysmal way. I knew that they no longer depended on me. They could alone with whatever was put in front of them. I could consider myself the luckiest man in the world. My smile was very present. I also knew that it was okay to trust Rias and Sona. They would keep Lilith safe. Issei, now only the final boss remains. Irina, you'll see, cheap elf. I hope you still have power magicula, curse of the light. Irina transformed again, but this time controlled, and dealt a blow charged with light to Licht. Licht, light creation magic, light golem. A giant monster made entirely of light appeared behind him. Lefay and Lavinia quickly approached to attack him. Both attacked with high-level offensive spells. I knew that they continued their training to be better and not be left behind. Added to Irina's transformation, now both sought to be stronger. Since I had found the best way to motivate my girlfriends, that was to make them compete to see who was stronger. Currently it goes like this: 1 Ophis, 2 Roigun, 3 Sikvera, for Irina with her power-ups, 5 Akeno. Lefay and Lavinia smiled at the same time. Lefay, It's time, Lavinia-san. Lavinia, you said it, Fei-chan. LaFei/Lavinia, magic assimilation, transformation. A wing similar to a fairy's grew out of each of them along with a half crown, and only one arm of both was entirely covered in magic. Licked. Impossible, they weren't that strong before. Issei, you took us by surprise when you attacked Lilith. But now we're more prepared. After what happened to Irina, it was clear, we're going to finish them off. Both attacked, doing more damage to Licked, so Irina could continue finishing him off. Issei, it's my turn, let the 5 swords come out. The 5 came out of the tattoo. I took Danma and approached to attack him, managing to hit him, but then the 4 elves screamed in desperation. Licked, you don't deserve those swords, dirty demon, I will exterminate you. The 4 of them opened a third eye and began to fill with more magical power. Licked with a shock wave, moved Lefei and Lavinia away from him, while he charged his fist of light and hit me, who was still holding on tightly to Danma. The other 3 got up to continue fighting stronger than before, while I fell at great speed, sinking into the rocks and the deepest part of the mountain. Everyone saw Issei disappear before their eyes, and the other 4 swords falling to the ground. Licked pointed them seriously. Licked, let's clean the swords of the aura of that dirty brat. Exorcism. Crosses made of light appeared on the swords, while the others shouted Issei's name, while trying to defend themselves. With Issei, I opened my eyes when I stopped sinking. The rocks crushed my arms and legs. In fact, I had one piercing my abdomen. I weakly stretched out my hand to reach Danma, but I felt like I couldn't reach. An image appeared before my eyes in all the darkness. Asta, are you going to fall here? Issei, Asta, come on. I don't think you want to give up now. You still have a lot to find out. The swords chose you so you would never give up. Issei, you're right, I should have continued. Asta, that's it. You just keep going, don't let anyone defeat you. Asta's image disappeared as he coughed up some blood. I moved a little, crawling in pain, getting closer and closer to the Danma handle. Issei, not yet, not yet. I managed to weakly grab the handle of the sword. Issei, not yet. BC moment now to the fans, I hope you like it. Background song for this scene, well, it was something obvious. Haruka Mirai Black Clover. Issei, I still don't give up. I took the sword while I transformed into the hunter's beast, and the rocks were destroyed, while I began to rise, destroying the interior of the mountain. With the elves, Licked looked at the swords. Licked, everything is finished. Without him they will not be able to defeat us. Our victory is imminent. They lost. This while the others were still trying to defend themselves, when suddenly the crosses of light began to disappear, the magical power of the elves began to fall, and the ground shook strongly, then opened, and from there I came out ready to kill Licked. Issei, I still don't give up. Licked, impossible. He activated his anti-magic. I flew straight towards the golem, threatened to hit me. Issei Zanma. The katana came to my hands, covering itself with anti-magic. Issei, dimensional cut. The golem was split in half, being completely destroyed, before the eyes of the desperate Licked. Licked, damn, I will imprison you. Prison light creation magic. Issei Mesuma. The sword reached me. Issei, ground zero. An anti-magic field covered me, undoing Licked's spell, leaving him in even more trouble. Licked, you'll see. Light magic spears of final judgment. Several spears of light appeared. Without flinching I summoned my first sword. Issei Ascalon. The sword quickly reached my hand and spikes grew out of it. Issei, hunter thorns, look for the magic. The anti-magic thorns began to devour Licked's spears of light and allowed me to get closer so I could hit him, causing him to retreat. Vali. Licked, this power, let's see if you can resist this brat. Spirit storm. A giant light appeared behind me. Issei, Sukuna. A lightning bolt shot towards me, but I absorbed it all with the sword. Issei Black Slash. A cut with the same magic that I absorbed hit Licked squarely. I switched to my biggest sword. Issei Danma. Licked, damn it. Why are you fighting for such despicable beings? I stared at him. Issei, I fight for my friends, my girlfriends, my parents, and for innocent humans. I fight for peace and my convictions, until the day all that disappears, until the day I can no longer raise my fists to continue fighting. Until that day, I will continue fighting. Black Divider. The sword became even bigger, covered in anti-magic. Issei, that's why I'm going to defeat you. I approached Licked at quite a speed. His magic attracted my sword. Licked, damn brat. Issei, take this, Black Meteorite. I fell directly towards him, applying pressure for a while until I was able to cut his arm and a piece of his abdomen. By here the song is over. I fell back to the ground, deactivating my anti-magic powers. Licked fell like a dirty rag, bleeding and without an arm. Licked, damn brat. I'll kill you. My arm. The other three approached him to assist him, and disappeared from our sight. Irina, you did it. Issei, it's not over yet, we have to go to Lilith. Le Fay, everything will end in the capital. Battle in the capital. While Issei and company took care of the Licht and Third Eye, the others arrived at Lilith where a giant rock was seen floating and many elves around it. Several Alliance soldiers fighting against them. Serorg, Dulio and Tobio tried to keep the elves back. Rias, seems we arrived late. Griselda, we will keep them at bay. Vasco, this will be entertaining. Both envoys of the church went against the elves to keep them at bay while more girls tried to evacuate everyone who remained. That was the plan. But 9 lights landed surrounding them. The first of them approached. It seems that we were able to catch them. I am right. One of the closest to Licht. They will not leave here quietly. She is my beautiful sister Ekra, our painter Lyra. He is Ron, the dream teacher Reve, Lufula the hyperactive, Kaiser the general, Ratri the older brother, and Charla the queen of thorns. English, Sona, they are stronger than normal ones. Droit, we will be their verd. A dark ray fell on her. Penemu, if we keep talking they will kill us. Sabaki, come with me. Sabaki, hi. Ekra, you are harming my brother, I'm magic. Seraphal froze the space the elf was looking at. Seraphal, we will move her away. Help me, Kiryu. Kiryu, I'm going. Ron, they won't go anywhere. Kaneko hit him and pushed him away. Kaneko, Kyom senpai, can you create whatever? Kyom, let's stop it, Kaneko-chan. Reve without speaking wanted to get closer but Tomo and Zenobia stood in front of her. Reve, ugh, women in love, detestable, glamour world. Zenobia, we will not allow it. Tomo, we will defeat you. The three disappeared. Kaiser began to make strong blizzards against the others. Yura, we will stop him as we can. Ingvild, let's finish him off. Yura. Ratri, wow, women are insolent. The elf was kicked by Ruruko followed by Gabriel. Gabriel, we will take care of you. Ruruko, go ahead Gabriel-san. Several plants grew. Charla, this will be simple. But their thorns were cut by swords. Jean, as if we were going to leave you. In turn they were also burned by Will-o'-the-Wisp. Yasaka, let's go for her. That left Rias, Ross, Sona and Kuroka against Lyra and Lufulu. Ross went against Lyra. Lyra, come on Valkyrie, I will finish you. Ross, in your dreams, cheap painter. Lufulu, I'm going to have fun killing you. Kuroka, as if I would allow it. Rias, Sona, we must support them. Sona, we are not the same as before. Rias/Sona, we were both trained by the man we love the most. Sona, all my power concentrated, the water flows in me without leaving any empty space. Valkyrie attire. Sona's entire body was covered in water, leaving something similar to armor. Sona, here I go electric elf. Lufulu, they will only entertain me more. Rias, I am destruction. Destruction brings creation, brings change. Power of destruction, cycle of change. Rias covered herself in her own power, leaving a suit made entirely of power of destruction with a tail. Rias, here I go. Ross. Ross, good to know. Lyra, they will only be colors from my new painting, Doodle Magic. From Lyra's notebook came out many monsters that went directly against Rias. She received them with both hands while releasing her power and destroyed them without problems. Rias, do not think we will lose so easily. Ross, if Rias-san is going to strive like this, I do not see why not do the same. Sacred Valkyrie. Ross' armor went from being blue to becoming pure metal, a very resplendent metal, while a magic circle joined her back and an Asgardian spear appeared in her hand. Ross created many magic circles attacking the monsters while Rias fiercely approached Lyra. Lyra, you will never understand. Rias, exhaustion. A great amount of the power of destruction was released, destroying Lyra's monsters. Rias, now Ross-wise. Ross, gates of Valhalla. Giant doors enclosed Lyra, while Rias charged her ultimate attack. Rias, let's go. Ross created many magic circles. Rias, cycle of destruction. Ross, Bifrost shock. A large amount of power impacted the door, finishing off Lyra. Rias took her Dremorio, while Lyra's unconscious body fell. With Sona, Lufulu appeared from side to side, but Sona responded with twice the force to her attacks. Kuroka used her powers to harass Lufulu's movements, until she received a blow from him. Kuroka stepped back in pain, but then laughed. Kuroka, it seems this is more serious. Sona, Kuroka. Sona quickly descended to attack Lufulu. He quickly moved aside. Kuroka, it hurt, so we have to advance a little more. Nikomata essence of Senjutsu. Kuroka was covered in a black aura. Will-o'-the-Wisp appeared on her tails at the tips, while she obtained a slightly more cat-like appearance, and Will-o'-the-Wisp claws grew out of her. Kuroka, I'm going to break your face, elf. Quickly Sona and Kuroka counterattacked against Lufulu. Sona enclosed him in a water bubble. Lufulu could not use his electricity freely, Kuroka quickly entered and swiped at him that left a wound on his face. Sona pierced him with her water spear, leaving him out of combat. Sona took the grimoire. Sona, we won. Kuroka, well done. With Tsubaki. Droit. Mirror magic reflect refrain. Tsubaki, mirror Alice. The attack bounced towards Droid, hitting him full on, followed by spears of light. Droid. They are quite annoying to deal with. The elf revealed one of his eyes had something similar to a mirror. Many more mirrors appeared. Tsubaki and Penemu looked determined to win. Tsubaki. This was never fair from the start, but we are going to beat you. Balance breaker. Mirage Queen. Tsubaki covered herself with a shiny armor that reflected everything, while her eye also became like a mirror. Penemu. The 5 cadres have special abilities that are like the graces of the archangels. They are our gifts. Azazel can seal anything. That's why he created new sacred gears. Barakiel has his control of electricity. Shemhazai is a pyrokinetic, and Kokabil could levitate things. I am the only one capable of bringing together light and darkness. Gift of the cadre demonic light. The light from Penemu's spears turned black. In turn, Penemu shone in luminous black aura. She attacked first by throwing many spears at Droid. When he tried to use his spells on the offensive, Tsubaki absorbed them and returned them. Droid despaired at not being able to hit them, until a black spear pierced his abdomen. Penemu, checkmate. Now Tsubaki. Tsubaki, demonic reflection. A gigantic lightning bolt hit Droid, who fell defeated to the ground. Penemu took her grimoire. Tsubaki, we did it. With Seraphal. Ekra, my brother, I'm magic. Ice spikes covered Ekra's vision, which did not know where to point. Kiryu, we must prevent him from seeing us. We do not know what his magic does. Seraphal, but we will not be able to win like this. Kiryu, we must finish her quickly. Seraphal-sama. Seraphal laughed. Seraphal, come on, do not let the age difference intimidate you. We are both going to marry the same person. Let's go all out. Ice Mahu Xiaozhou. Seraphal transformed, her dress changed, and her staff was now blue. Kiryu, I expected it. Balance breaker, blood of the true cross. Kiryu was lit in purple fire, while a cross appeared behind her and a crown of thorns manifested above her. Kiryu, let's end this. Ekra freed herself from the ice using the power of her eye magic. She created another larger one from which came out a ray of pure magic. Kiryu countered with her fire, making Ekra retreat, but Seraphal quickly appeared behind her to hit her. Ekra, is she faster? Seraphal, you are slower. The blow added to the ice left Ekra with injuries. Kiryu put her hands together and a cross of fire came out of the ground, trapping Ekra. Kiryu, divine judgment. The cross exploded, setting Ekra on fire. Seraphal took the grimoire. With Kaneko, Ran used her magic to throw heavy things at both of them. Kyom created heavy things for Kaneko to throw at Ran, who defended himself in the same way. Kyom, we won't get anywhere if we continue like this. Kaneko, we have to look for an advantage and attack, then we have to go all out. Nekoma, the essence of Senjutsu. Kyom, you're right. Balance breaker, tree of creation. A giant tree manifested behind Kyom, its branches creating what she imagined. Kyom, creation magma rock. Kyom's tree threw him against Ran, while Kaneko attacked strongly against him. Ran could not use her spells to defend herself and the rocks fell on top of her. In addition to that, she received Kaneko's blows, until she was knocked out. The roots of Kyom's tree caught him, and began to shake and hit him so that Kaneko arrived with the impact that left him out of combat. Kyom took the grimoire. With Zenobia. Zenobia and Tomo now fought in Reve's glamour world. Reve, I don't understand. Why try so hard to protect that man? Tomo, we don't just protect him. Zenobia, we protect everyone. Order of the True Cross. Durandal shone. Zenovia's combat suit turned white, covered in blue aura, while a blue cross covered it, and pieces of armor appeared that seemed to be Durandal and Excalibur. Tomo, balance breaker, sunset cut. Tomo's suit formed like a samurai, and so they both attacked Reve. Both swordsmen gave their all to defeat her. Reve now only tried to dodge their attacks. Reve, they are very persistent. Zenobia and Tomo felt tired. They realized that they were falling asleep. It was time to defeat her. Reve, why do you keep insisting? Zenobia, maybe a being like you doesn't understand. Tomo, but we don't serve anyone. Zenobia, the love we have for our boy drives us. Tomo, we know all the effort it took to achieve peace. Both, that's why we won't stop until we finish off those who disturbed her. Zenobia, Cross X Crisis. Tomo, Ascendant of Brilliant Darkness. Both cuts hit Reve. The glamour world was beginning to crumble. Reve took her cheek, remembering something. Star Magic, Galactic Chain. The blow hit Reve. Reve, foolish human, why don't you give up? Reve could see that boy's face. There were tears when he approached. I'm not going to give up. I don't know what you suffered, But you have someone I care about. I promised Dorothy that I would never leave her again. I plan to keep it. Before falling knocked out, Reve smiled at them. Reve, love, huh? I once felt something like that. Zenobia took her grimoire. With Ingvild. The blizzards prevented Ingvild and Yura from advancing. Kaiser, I recommend that you stop. We will be the ones who win. Of course, this ended as soon as one of Yura's shields fell in his face. Yura, Twinkle Aegis can stop it, but we will not be able to advance. Ingvild, we are not near the sea. Yura, but we are near the pier. I have an idea. The wind pushed both of them near the pier. Kaiser thought he had victory assured. Kaiser, it's over, young ladies. Ingvild, so you think Balance Breaker, Ocean Serpent. Yura, Balance Breaker, perfect defense. Both covered themselves with armor. Ingvild created several water snakes that broke Kaiser's tornadoes. While Yura's shields hit him, the water snakes began to drown Kaiser, and Yura's shields hit him, leaving him out of combat. Ingvild took the grimoire. With Gabriel. Ratri was like crazy attacking Gabriel and Ruruko. He could not get any attack in. Ratri, stop moving and accept your death. Ruruko kicked her at high speed. Gabriel threw his discs of light at her that managed to destroy her portals. Ruruko, Gabriel-sama, we are not going to beat him like this. Gabriel, if those things hit us, we will suffer a lot of damage. We must finish him. Grace of the Archangel, Judgment of Light. Gabriella grew another 2 pairs of wings that turned golden, while crosses of light appeared, and with one of these she hit Ratri. The light consumed her portals and generated a perpetual burn on Ratri's leg. Ruruko, Balance Breaker, Lightning Beyond Time. Now Ruruko appeared and disappeared to hit Ratri. He could not counterattack, and Gabriel finished him off with more of his crosses and a whip of light, and took his grimoire. With Jean, Charla created a large amount of thorns that attacked both of them, while Jean created as many swords as she could while Yasaka attacked them with her fire. Charla, this is over, they can't win. Jean, I don't have time for this. Balance Breaker, Lady of Swords. Jean created an armor of swords and launched herself to attack Charla. Yasaka concentrated her kitsune power. Yasaka, we don't have time to waste with you. Quickly and very effectively, with cuts and fire, they beat her and left her outside to take her grimoire. They all won their fights, but it wasn't over yet, as Licht and Third Eye arrived at the capital. Licht, damn demons! Luckily for them, Issei and his team also. Phantom, now tell me that Issei's waifus are weak. The elves are on a higher level than the drugged Daihauser from the previous arc, so technically the waifus are broken. Without further ado, Phantom leaves. Third Eye versus the 3 dragons. We had arrived at the capital. Licht saw everything in a desperate way. The girls had frustrated his plans. Licht, damn demons, I'm going to exterminate them. Third Eye, Veto was the first to jump to attack, but I quickly intercepted him. Issei, you are not going anywhere. We landed in a destroyed area. Raya wanted to come help him, but Vala was the one who separated him. Vala, I'll take care of you. Finally Fana came too. Ophis stood face to face with her. Ophis, the truth is that I am somewhat rusty. Besides that, their magic seems to be effective with dragons, and they are stronger than Ryzavim and Daihauser together. For now they are a threat. Licht had a scared face and turned to look at the moon. The moon was beginning to set and the sun was rising for Lilith. Licht, when the moon shines in jade and the sun illuminates the crimson field, the race blessed by mana will fall under the 3 dragons. Our role during the final battle against the elves had begun. Lavinia, Lefei, we go for Licht. Lefei, good, mana assimilation. Lavinia, mana assimilation. Both of them launched themselves to attack the weakened Licht. The wound that had caused him continued bleeding, while I watched Veto attentively. Veto, it seems that the little one will fight me again. Issei, the disadvantage you have against an opponent you don't know is that you can't know how he attacks and his powers. The thing is that you've only seen one of my tricks and I've already seen all of yours, that's why. I concentrated my power, activating my transformation of the hunter beast and the Dabalos dragon. Veto, you say you'll beat me this time? Issei, I'll show you all my tricks before I finish you. With Vala. Raya, it seems that you came armed to face me. Vala activated his Dabalos Satan, while continuing to aim with his katana. Vala, I will take care of you right now, there will be nothing left. Raya, come here, brat. From his grimoire he took out a katana similar to Issei's. Raya, let's fight on equal terms. With Ophis. Fana, I'm going to kill you with fire in its purest state. Ophis, you're so active that it makes me sick, you've caused us too much trouble, there's no other choice. Fana, we will get revenge. With Issei. Veto looked ready to hit me. I also closed my fist and collided with his. A shock wave made Lilith tremble. Veto, that surprised me, brat. Let's see what you're capable of. He prepared to give me another blow, and we began to exchange a large number of blows without stopping, impacting our fists with great force. In each blow he gave me I felt resentment, hatred, but also some emotion. His blows were destructive, and he seemed to feel something special because someone was tying him. I decided that I would respond to those feelings in the same way. Issei, dark flash. I hit him in the face. Veto got back up to hit me with another blow, even harder. I continued to respond with a burst followed by dark flashes, leaving him somewhat confused and unable to activate his magic. Veto hit the ground to raise dust and cloud my vision. Veto, beast magic rhino armor. He covered himself with armor made from magic. Now my blows did not pass through him, and I did not want to use anti-magic, because most likely when using the swords he would hit me, so I thought a lot about what to do. I used drastic measures. Issei, feathers of Thanatos. I summoned the feathers that I obtained when I defeated Thanatos, and threw them at him. I noticed that his armor did not resist much, so I opted for another idea. Issei, Scythe of the Reaper. Veto deactivated the armor and attacked with his bare claws, but I began to spin the scythe, making the blade protect me. Veto, but what? Issei, it would have been more difficult if I used one of my swords. The advantage of the scythe is that the crescent shape that allows faster spins and maintain distance. Veto got upset. His third eye and releasing more magical power, his strength increased quite a bit. But I could achieve something that would give me the advantage, but I needed time, so I resorted to my pendulum to make Veto feel tired. Veto, W, what are you doing? Issei, sleep cards, sleep. Veto closed his eyes, falling asleep. He knew it wouldn't last long. He felt it. Issei, mode change. My cannons joined my back coupling. Veto woke up and the coupling ended. Issei, Diablo's beast, star of extinction. I quickly hit him. The cannons now acted as propellants that made me faster. The bursts of dark flashes that fell on his face weakened him more and more. Veto managed to land a knee in the ribs. I spat blood, but I backed up a lot. At full speed I continued to hit him. Veto hit the ground, causing rocks to rise. They managed to hit me, but I still continued to accumulate speed. Veto just kept throwing rocks. I decided to use my final attack. Issei, Black Flash Extinction. My speed made me hit Veto too hard, managing to pierce his chest. Veto fell and I took his grimoire. At the same time, the clash of katanas between Vala and Raya began. Raya, it seems you also have your tricks. Vala, you cannot imitate something that is not magic. Raya, darkness magic, shadow reaper slash. Vali, Kurikara, Satan's flames. Both skills collided, generating great impact. Vala tried to amplify his speed with Daniel. Vala continued to deal explosive blows without stopping. Raya used all kinds of spells that he had imitated to counter Vali. Raya, your friend is very adaptive. I lost his first fight against Veto and now it seems that he has adapted to Veto's fighting style. Vali, I am not like Issei, therefore the only thing I can do is. Vala charged a fist of Satan energy and his two sacred gears. Vala, reach him, devilish impact. The blow hit Raya full on, causing him to crash into a lot of rubble. A cut of darkness reached Vala. Vala, damn. Raya, I'm sorry brat, but my bosses need Hayadu, and we will get revenge. Vala, revenge for what? For something that happened over 1,000 years ago. Grow up, damn it. Raya, you say it like it's easy. They both clashed their katanas again, and although Raya didn't want to admit it, Vala was surpassing him. Albion's ability was leaving him at a disadvantage. Daniel's ability was making it so that Raya couldn't avoid many of Vala's blows. Raya, so this is the power of the dragons. Both hit again. Vala was beginning to surpass him in strength, so Raya decided to release his third eye and use all his available energy to finish Vala. This was demonstrated when his next spell made Vali crash to the ground. Vali, Daniel increases resistance. Daniel, well partner. Vala rose to deal another blow against Raya. Raya, let's finish you. Vala had a plan for this. He would use all his power to do it. The clash of swords managed to stop him, but this was part of his plan. Vala rose at full speed with Raya in front of him. Raya was beginning to receive a lot of damage until his katana broke. When they had a sufficient height, Vala turned, impacting Raya's chest as they began to descend. Vali, it's over. Vanishing Comet. Raya, damn. Raya hit the ground, receiving all of Vala's power fully. Being completely out of combat, Vala deactivated his armor, keeping his grimoire. At the same time, several spheres of power collided with fireballs. Fana flew aggressively against Ophis, which only did pirouettes in the air to avoid it. Fana, wow, you are quite difficult to hit. Ophis, it's not like someone like you was going to hurt me. Fana, you are a very conceited dragon. Fana attacked but received more damage from Ophis. Even if the power of the Infinity Dragon was regenerated, it was quite superior. Fana attacked desperately, at her maximum power, releasing her third eye, managing to cause a wound to Ophis. This annoyed her. Ophis, one of my powers is to change shape, but it's been a while since I changed this form. Do you know why? The man I love most in the world met me and fell in love with me, Issei, so I will never change it, for this very reason. Many dragon heads appeared in the sky. Ophis, I will not allow you to harm me like this. Fana saw everything with fear. Ophis, kneel before the dragon goddess. All the dragon heads hit Fana, knocking her out. As Licht continued to fight against Lefay and Lavinia, he kept them away as best he could. He saw that his powerful third eye had fallen. It alone illuminated Lilith in red and the moon shone in a jade green. While he saw the three of us with the third eye grimoires, the three of us set fire to their grimoires. Small explanation: the fire made with magic does not affect the grimoires, but the rest of the varieties of supernatural fire that we have in the story do. The now inert bodies of third eye were burning, as well as those of the defeated elves. Licht, no. It should not happen like this. Elsewhere, Ishtar, looks like he needs help. Regalziva, we need to give him a little push. Connection. A magic circle opened. Melvizoa, Licht used desperation. In the capital, Licht seemed to hear something, and stretched out his hands. Licht, may the will of my brothers join mine. The leaves that were still unburned from the grimoires flew towards Licht, who only received them. Issei, burn the leaves. Shay, these elves have become very annoying. Leonardo, we will stop them. Everyone began to destroy as many leaves as they could, until they were finished. Licht only saw me angry. Licht, it's all your fault. I noticed that Sigvera was next to me, and I could see her face of despair when she saw that a spear of magic light pierced my right eye. I felt the pain, a different pain. It wasn't just magic, because even my spirit received the wound. A hemorrhage began in my eye. My vision was clouded. Sigvera, Issei. I fell to the ground, my eye bleeding profusely. Licht, the elves will be reborn again. Or at least I'll take them with me. Feel the despair. Licht's body began to grow, and he felt an overwhelming power. High school of the harem. I jumped on the meme train because Marvel released their zombies episode, so I thought, what if I transferred to DxD? But here it would be solved with magic, so I came up with something better. Or so I think. I hope you like it, lol. Day 0 of infection. Issei. So what do I do in your laboratory, Azazel? Very simple. I finally found the formula for women to love me. I just need some DNA samples from you. Of all kinds: blood, nails, skin, hair, saliva, semen. Issei. I understand, but why? Azazel. Well, possibly because you are the most attractive guy I know. Issei, thanks? Azazel. With your DNA samples I can make your attractiveness pass to me, so please do it. Issei. Okay, whatever you want. A few awkward minutes later, I gave the samples to Azazel and left there. Azazel. With this I will stop being single. Azazel mixed everything with his potion, and ended up laughing like a mad scientist. So as not to raise suspicions, he put it in a bottle and mixed it with soda. The first person he saw was Gabriel, who had gone to talk to Penemu, to buy something for his beloved Issei. Azazel. Gabriel. Gabriel. Oh, it's Azazel-kun. What can I do for you? Azazel. Sorry brat, but I saw it first. This soda here, from what I know, is one of Issei's favorites. Gabriel. Oh, thank you very much. I was quite thirsty. Gabriel drank every last drop of the soda. Azazel saw everything with a smile. When he finished, Gabriel yawned. Gabriel. Thanks, Azazel-kun, but it made me a little sleepy. I think I'll go rest. Ca. Gabriel fainted. Azazel, did it work? After 2 minutes Gabriel began to get up again. But something was different. His nails had grown and had become sharper. He was sweating a lot. Now he had fangs, and his lower part was wet. In his eyes he could see red heart-shaped pupils. Azazel didn't know what to say. He thought his plan had worked, but that's when he heard her speak. Gabriel, Issei. Where are you, my love? Azazel looked closer and saw that Gabriel was now also salivating a lot from his mouth, and began to destroy everything. Gabriel. Where is my precious Issei? Penemu arrived for the disaster. Penemu. Gabriel, what do you do? Cough, cough, cough. Penemu began to cough. After a few seconds she was the same as Gabriel. Penemu. Where is my Issei? I want to kiss him, love him, suffocate him with my breasts, make him penetrate me with his big. Azazel hid, and for a whole hour he watched as all the women in Grigori were bitten by Gabriel and Penemu and stood up as zombies. That's the term for half zombies looking for Ayato Issei's seed, while the men were left immobile, unable to move. Azazel, what the hell did I do? If this spreads, we'll all be doomed. Azazel didn't finish speaking because the falls, Gabriel and Penemu had already left Grigori. That was where the infection began. Day 1 of the infection. Due to some problems, Vali and I ended up only making it to gym class. The atmosphere felt strange. I mostly felt a lot of desire towards me. It was time to play basketball. But before that I went through the class. I had forgotten something. When I entered, Asia, Zenobia, Irina and Jean were asleep at their desks. I approached them. They looked blushed. Asia woke up. She was sweating a lot. Issei, are you okay, Asia? Asia, I see, yes, just yesterday Gabriel-sama came home. He smelled weird. But I only realized today when I ran into her at school. Asia went back to sleep. So I just left. I didn't realize that when I walked away the four of them got up, with their fangs and claws ready. Irina, darling, was here. She smells like him. Zenobia, let's procreate with Issei. Jean, let's leave him dry. Asia, let's go for him. We finished the game and went to change. While we were in the locker room I was talking to Vali. When the door began to sound as if it was being knocked on, all the boys looked at the door strangely. Again they continued knocking even with the force, until they knocked it down. I could see a part of my girls along with other students of the academy, sweating full of saliva, with their nails like claws and fangs. In unison they all said the same thing. All I see. I felt Yui directly coming for me. Vali stood in front of me. But they did not stop. I threw my shirt at them on impulse. They went after it. Vali, let's go. Issei, good. We saw how the other boys fell paralyzed to the ground. But we simply escaped through the window. Outside. Issei, what the hell is going on here? Vali, didn't you do something to them? Issei, I swear I didn't. We hear Sona's nervous voice. Sona, Hayata. Issei is asked as a favor to come to the student council. Issei, what does Sona want now? Vali accompanied me because I had a bad feeling he was right. As soon as I opened the door, Tsubaki, Momo and Sona threw themselves at me. Sona, oh my Issei, come here and let us fill you with love. Tsubaki, come on, come. I know you love these breasts. Momo, we're going to leave you dry, Issei. Vali blinded them with his powers and we locked ourselves in the living room. Bad idea because Tomo, Rhea, Yura and Ruruko were the same as the others. They threw themselves at me. Vali blocked them with the armchair. Vali, do something. Issei, I can't, are my girlfriends. At least until we know something. We were going to go out the window, but below were the other girls, Rias, Sigvera, even Ross and Roigan, even classmates like Kates and Murayama as well. All, Issei, give us your seed. In the same way the council doors were being forced and the others were getting up, we went up to the roof as a last resort. There were also Kiba and Saji. Kiba/Saji, Issei, guys, I'm glad you're okay. What happened? Saji, it seems that the girls from the whole school went crazy. When I went to the council, Fukakecho and Momo were coughing and became aggressive looking for you. Kiba, the same thing happened in the club, only they bit Gasper. Issei, is he paralyzed? Kiba, that's the strangest thing. He's also looking for you. Issei, they look like zombies. In that case, let's go home. It must be a safe place. Only Kuroka is there. We went home. Of course my plan went to hell. Kuroka and Ophis were also infected. We fled from there quickly. Finding Arthur and Biko, the whole city seemed to be infected, so as an escape option, we fled to Lilith, where the same thing happened. Many demons were after me until we reached Surzek's castle. They were entrenched there. Surzek, Michael, Sai, Azazel, Ajuka, Graphia, Milikas, Leo, Shay, Tosca. And to my surprise, Yasaka and Kunu. Issei, are they fine? Yasaka hugged me. Yasaka, I'm glad you're okay. Kunu, Dad, they all went crazy. Leo, I brought Kunu to the underworld as the first option. Shay, our parents are out of town so it's okay. Issei, what the hell is going on? Surzek's upset brought Azazel. Surzek, let the desperate Bachelor of the Year tell you. Issei, I don't say it was, I knew my feeling was right. Azazel, well you see. Let me explain how it all started. Heaven, Grigori, Asgard, Lilith and other places were infected with zombie girls, if I could call them that. Issei, how is the contagion? Azazel, when it comes to your girlfriend only by air, or well with any person who likes you. In another case it is based on bites. The virus spread very quickly. Yasaka, that's why I'm wearing a mask. I was in Kyoto before everything happened. I transported to Lilith when I found out. Issei, I'm glad, the others are infected. Yasaka, we'll have to stay careful. Vali, but we made it. We reached a safe zone. Issei/Shay/Leo, don't say that, don't you watch movies? Ophis, Issei, get out of wherever you are so we can give you love. The roof of the castle blew away and the girls began to enter. Yasaka put up protection, but Ophis took off her mask and Yasaka became infected. Kunu, mother, Graphia, go out, I'll take care of it. Graphia put up shields to protect us while we left, but Kaneko and Rosweiss broke her shields and bit her. We disappeared from there. 28 weeks later. Okay, number 2 months lol. Vali, is it recording? Okay, here's my report for today. It seems that we are the last one left after the bullshit. The Issei virus spread rapidly. Kuoh is entrenched by the Japanese government, but it is useless because the virus spreads throughout all the worlds of the Alliance. Azazel managed to generate tranquilizers for the zombies. We are still safe, but for how much? Issei, stop recording, you're not in Rec. Well, where do we stay? Mr. Rick, who told us? Rick, as I was saying, I'm Rick Grimes. A lot of things have happened since the infection and well, we didn't finish listening to his story. The zombies arrived and left him paralyzed. So we got out of there. We went to the Kuoh underground line to get out. The destruction of Kuoh made it not work. There was only one free track. But the train was not working. At that moment, many zombies, including my girls, Akeno, threw rays at the wagons, while we tried to turn on the train. Issei, enough. I threw a ray at the fuse box and it started. But the zombies were already in the wagons. We separated the wagon and shot out of there. We reached the other end of the city. We had attracted most of the zombies to that side. We got off because the train ran out of power. The whole station was dark. We heard a voice that made our skin crawl. Ophis, I already have you, my beautiful Issei. Ophis jumped on top of me and began to kiss me wildly. While tearing my shirt, I felt his tongue running all over my mouth in a very fierce way, while his hand took my member to massage it somewhat roughly. Ophis, I'm going to leave you dry, my love. Ophis began to undress me while putting her ass in my face. The others began to shoot her with the painkillers until they knocked her down. Vali, are you okay? Issei, no. I'm not bucking. Well, what the buck with your bucking virus? Azazel, my girlfriend, was going to grape me like an animal. Azazel, I didn't count on that. I fixed my clothes as best I could. There were bites on my body. That gave me an idea. I took a piece of my clothes and filled it with my blood. I approached the knocked out Ophis. Issei, Surzex gave me the test tube. Issei, I'm sorry, Ophis. Ascalon. I made a cut on his arm to get some of the infected blood out. As we left, we met the zombified Gasper, Valerie, and Elmenhild. The three. I see. Issei, I still don't understand how the hell Gasper is a zombie. I threw the piece of cloth with my blood at them. They attacked him as we left there. Issei, okay, now where can we go? Azazel, the virus seeks two things, to spread, and to attack. Issei, we would have to deal with patient zero. Shay, and who is it? Azazel, Gabriel. Issei, remind me that I have to hit you a lot after this. You tried to stay with Gabriel knowing that we are engaged. Azazel, excuse me, I just wanted. Issei, I just wanted an shit. You are a damn selfish old man who condemned us all, just because you don't know how to deal with women. Vali, calm down. Issei. Issei, I'm sorry, but everything Azazel does always affects me or the girls. I'm fed up. Azazel, yes, it's my fault. That's why I'm going to redeem myself. Let's go to Grigori. We arrived, but the situation was worse than I thought. There were more zombies there, and among them was Gabriel. Issei, if I had Sigvera's powers we could get through easier. Vali, why? Issei, why wait if I have them? If I did it with Sigvera, the girls almost killed me, but the point is that I marked her then, if I concentrated. In short, I made temporary remnants of myself to be able to distract the zombies and get to the laboratory. Vali, you know that would have saved our skin many times? Issei, I was nervous, don't judge me. Azazel, well, I'll start with this. Azazel did his job as quickly as possible, and finished in record time. Azazel, if you pour this into the boosted gear and Bahamut, you can perform a spell that ends the entire virus. Issei, well, I'll do it. We returned to the city, while the others opened magic circles towards all the affected places. Issei, hey, zombies want some of me. Hordes and hordes of girls came running, my harem in the front row. I took a deep breath and activated my 2 sacred gears and performed the spell ending the virus and curing them, thus ending the zombie apocalypse. A strange chapter 1, no, but I wanted to do it. All this happened after the elves, in case you want to know, and if there will be a moment when Issei had hex with Sigvera. Without further ado, I'll leave. A magical morning. I still had the stabbing pain in my eye. I saw the girls coming from my Sigvera. I see. Calm down, we'll remove it immediately. As I could, I applied anti-magic to the spear and it disappeared. But my eye still hurt. Lavinia and LeFay tried to get close to the giant licht, but he wouldn't let them. The rest tried to attack him, while lots of blood came out of my eye. For some strange reason I wasn't regenerating. Elmenhild and Asia came to me. Asia, calm down, Issei-san, we'll take care of it. Elmenhild, yes, no problem, Issei-sama, we're going to heal you. The combined power of Twilight Healing and Sephiroth Grail closed the wound and left me as good as new. I got up as I saw the monster that was now licked. I got back up as best I could while taking my eye with one hand. Sigvera, are you okay? Issei, yes, just a little sore, but still I can continue. Elmenhild, that makes us very happy. Issei, I know, for now we have to see how we stop that thing. Lavinia and Lefay still with their transformations attacked the licked beast with all their might. This only created more giant spears. Lavinia, Lefay, I will obstruct its paths. You discharge all your magic against it. Lefay, good. Lavinia, absolute demise, frozen tempest. The demon's legs began to freeze completely until he could not move. Lefay took advantage of that moment to attack with all her magic, although it seemed to have no effect. At the same time Ravel arrived where Issei was. Ravel, I was finally able to arrive. I brought this to you. Issei-sama gave me a bottle with phoenix tears. Ravel, it's the last one we have left. Issei, but isn't it better if someone else uses it? Rias and Sona arrived. Rias, use it yourself. Issei, Sona, we all spend almost all our power in battle. Rias, but you are the only one with anti-magic. Sona, only you can change the course of the battle. Issei, fine, I will. But first, where is Rhea? The aforementioned fell on me very happy. Rhea, present dear, there is no need for you to tell me. I know what my specialty is, scout persona. Rhea analyzed licked from head to toe. Rhea, apparently his transformation generated a large magic field. If you cut it, Lavinia-san and Fei-chan will be able to attack with everything. English. I activated my Gear 4 transformation covering myself in black. I approached Lefay and Lavinia. Lefay/Lavinia, Issei/Issei-sama. Issei, girls, I need you to use your magic for a definitive blow. I have energy to give 2 black dividers to the maximum, so I'm going to take advantage of them well. Both high. Lefay, we will concentrate everything in one attack. Lavinia, you give us the signal. Issei, good. I began to fly around licked. When he saw me, he only wanted to attack me. I clearly felt the scent of pain, sorrow, misfortune. I thought about it a lot, but I decided. Issei, I'm going to save you. I began to distract him with Tanato's feathers, until I saw that Lefay and Lavinia's attack was ready. Issei, good, black divider. I hit directly at his magic field, leaving it completely exposed. Lefay and Lavinia's giant light spear was clearly visible. Lefay, let's give it our all. Lavinia, this is our love for Issei represented in magic. Both, mana spear. The attack hit licked full on, leaving him even weaker. Prepared for that, I performed my second black divider, shattering Lick's monstrous form as the elf fell to the ground. It was all over, we had won. A few hours later, Licked woke up. Licked, where am I? Issei, in Lilith's plaza, you're still alive. Licked, you! Damn, Issei, say the speech. Look at the truth. I don't know what they told you about me, but what is true here is that I read about your species in old books. Their kingdom disappeared, right? Where they thought they were at peace with humans was destroyed by hunters after they tried to warn them about Samo. On behalf of the now extinct clan, I apologize for everything. Maybe I don't fix anything, but I want you to know that I'm not like those hunters. I've been working to be a better person. Also look around you. You're doing the same thing to Lilith's children who have nothing to do with it. Licked calmed down and sat down. Licked, I didn't think things through. I got carried away by what they told me. All of us present there looked at him attentively. Vala, who could have manipulated you? Elsewhere, Ishtar, and failed. Quetzalcoatl, we couldn't wait any longer. Regalziva, I'm fed up with this. It seems that they want to join them. Melvazoa, in that case, Ishtar, that you wanted so much, you can take care of it personally. Ishtar, it will be a pleasure. In Lilith. Licked, I was revived by the 4 Yexi goddesses. All Yexi goddesses? Gabriel, I've never heard that term. Ophis, it's something really new even for me. Issei, what did they tell you? Lick stood up to explain himself better. But at that same second we all felt a crushing pressure on our bodies. And we saw how a hand pierced Lick's chest. He could only spit blood that fell in puddles, then practically turned to dust. A female voice said, "Wow, it was a nuisance." We could all see her, my girlfriends, my brothers, my friends and I. A beautiful black-haired woman dressed in ancient-style clothes, black hair and a smile. But still no one moved. In fact, some were trembling. Her presence was imposing. She told us, "It was time to see you face to face." Hi to Issei. He approached me, but I was frozen with fear. He ran his finger over my face and then sucked it. "You are not mature enough yet. Let me introduce myself. I am Ishtar, a goddess of Mesopotamia. Or better, you can call me one of your future wives." She smiled, but I could finally articulate words. "Issei, you killed him." Ishtar, "Oh yes, It was very annoying, he did not fulfill the plan. But well, it is best that for now I go. But remember this, the 4 EXE goddesses will always be watching you, Haida Issei. Wait for our next move. Then he disappeared. We could finally move. But his presence was terrifying. It was too much power. A week later. I don't know if I'm right with the dates, but from now on let's assume we're in August. I was resting in my room. It seemed the damage to my eye was more serious. So much so that we could say it was my weak point. But it only weakened me if it was a cut. I was experimenting with Vali, who is the only one who knew about the defects of my scar. Now I was alone. Or so I thought. The girls were supposed to have gone shopping or for a walk, but my door opened. It was Sekiryuutei in a swimsuit. I felt nervous. Just the two of us at home, and she was dressed provocatively. Sekiryuutei, oh I see. Issei Sekiryuutei, what happened? He sat next to me. Sekiryuutei, even though I had you in front of me I couldn't do anything. You got hurt, and it was my fault. I hugged her. Issei, don't blame yourself. It wasn't your fault, you did the best you could. Sekiryuutei, I didn't know what to do. What would you do with a fiancé as useless as me? I caressed her head and looked at her. Issei, Sekiryuutei Agars, I will never stop loving you. Both you and the others, you are everything to me. Sekiryuutei kissed me passionately. It's a blink my shirt disappeared. Sekiryuutei, I know it's cheating, but I want this, for which you get the powers when you have relationships with one of your partners. Issei, well yes, it is like that. She took off her top and put my hand on one of her breasts, looking at me. Sekiryuutei, you are going to get the power to manipulate time today. Lemon skipped. Sekiryuutei smiled and pounced on me again. We spent at least 2 hours having hex in my room until Sekiryuutei couldn't take it anymore. She was full of my seed. She cleaned herself and we lay down to rest. Rest that didn't last long because I only heard all Issei. I opened my eyes and well, the scene wasn't very pretty. For them. I was naked sleeping next to Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei, oops, they've arrived. Rias, this is not fair. First Ophis and now you Sekiryuutei. Sekiryuutei, well the truth is that I saw them approaching me, and it would be the typical comedy scene of a harem and eki anime. But I blinked a little scared, and when I opened my eyes again, none of them were moving. They even seemed frozen. When I realized, Issei, I stopped time. Apparently after the experience with Ophis, I could now manifest the girl's powers faster. I was becoming even stronger. Biblical awakening. First part, Issei falling into deep darkness. Beginning of the song's scenes of all the characters. Pre-chorus, the goddesses carrying some stones to an altar. Chorus, the biblical beasts released while everyone tries to stop them. Issei appears with a spear while another dragon silhouette appears behind the 3 beasts. Issei goes to attack the silhouette. End of the song. Issei smiling in the arms of his girlfriends. It seemed to be a normal day in Kuoh. The birds flew and nothing seemed to have changed after Lick's death. Although the scene kept appearing in my nightmares, Ishtar's warning did too. But there was just something strange. The weather. It was too hot to the point of being suffocating. The strange thing was that the day before had been very cold. That's how it had been for the last week. I had my doubts, but I couldn't do much. Elsewhere, the 4 goddesses walked holding 3 rocks that seemed to be of no importance. When they reached the altar they saw what appeared to be a column with 3 spaces. Regal Ziva. It makes me laugh to think that Jave thought it was a good idea to hide the keys to the apocalypse. Melvizoa, let us be grateful for his recklessness. This will leave Haida Issei with no options. Quetzalcoatl. Let the apocalypse begin. The 4 goddesses embedded the rocks in the column, and it began to move until it sank deep into the earth. In Kuoh, I was eating ice cream alone outside the convenience store when suddenly the weather changed from cold to hot and so on, while the earth shook quite strongly, and a gale began to shake the entire city of Kuoh. The seller had the TV on the news and I could see clearly. It wasn't just here. The tremors followed, the gales, and in the coastal areas the tide that lashed mercilessly was happening all over the world. That was when the seller's TV also turned off, light poles fell and all the technological devices stopped working. A communication circle appeared in my ear. It was Rias. I see, is it also happening in Kuoh? Issei, more than in Kuoh, all over the world. Rias, the situation in Lilith is the same. I've received messages from Penemu and Gabriel. The sky and Grigori are the same. Rosweiss went to see how Asgard was. Issei, well, I'll go see what's happening. Now it was not only being on a global scale, disasters were occurring in the different supernatural worlds. Look for Vali, who had also left the house. Vali, what is happening here? Issei, I have no idea, but we must meet with the others. I made a transport circle and took us to Lilith. When I arrived I saw that the rest were already there. Azazel, good that you arrive. We will divide them into groups. We find the epicenters. Sona, I will go with Ingvild, my sister, Momo, Rias, Akeno, Tsubaki, Gabriel, Lavinia, Ophis, Arthur, Gasper and Dulio, to the Jordan Sea. Rias, it is where the tides that grow more and more originate. Gabriel, we will try to find what causes them. Issei, well, where else is there to go? Ravel, I'll go with Asia, Irina, Rhea, Tomo, Yura, Lefei, Penemu, Kiryu, Roigun, Kyom, Biko and Tobio to Mount Everest, where the convergence of the winds is. Issei, in that case I have to go with Kaneko, Zenovia, Rasweiss, Ruruko, Yasaka, Kuroka, Sigvera, Jean, Elmenhild, Valis, Saji, Kiba and Shay. But where is Leo? Kunu approached me. Kunu, Dad, Leonardo said he will investigate something alone. Issei, I can only trust. Where do we have to go? Azazel, the epicenter of the earthquakes is here in the rocky desert of Jordan. The earth has opened. Look at the map. Issei, well, take care of keeping the people safe. We're leaving. They send us to our destinations. When we arrived I felt the tremors stronger there. In fact all. Rasweiss, yes it's here. Jean, it shakes too much. My dragon spoke to me. Drake, there is a very strong presence here. Bahamut, certainly. Vala, what is it? Albion, I can't describe it clearly. Daniel, it's hard to explain. Saji, then it's something very strong. Vritra, I think we're in trouble. Well yes, the earth shook like never before. The rock structures opened and fell, and something giant emerged from the ground. When I could open my eyes I felt fear. A gigantic being that was only surpassed by Great Red. It looked like a mammoth and seemed to be made entirely of rock. We heard his roar. My survival instinct told me to leave. Elmenhild, WW, what is that thing? I read it in Lilith's library. Issei, this is worse than I thought. Vala, what is it? Issei, one of the three biblical beasts, the Lord of the Earth, Behemoth. The fear was now evident. Behemoth advanced, causing an earthquake. For some reason I could not activate my armor. Kiba, our sacred gears do not work. Issei, they were a creation of Jave, these beasts reject it, and if Behemoth is free then. Jordan Sea. Sona, the tide keeps rising and won't calm down. Ingvild, my sacred gear isn't working. Akeno, what do we do now? In front of everyone present a giant snake came out of the sea, bigger than Jormungandr. It looked terrifying. Rias, it can't be. Momo, it's a bad joke. Seraphal, Sona, Ingvild, Leviathan, the snake roared loudly, and the water overflowed chaotically in all directions. Mount Everest. Roigun, the wind is so strong that gravity doesn't affect it much. Ravel, we must continue. The noise of a bird was heard, and a shadow blocked the sunlight. Everyone present saw it. Roigun, it can't be true. Yura, what is that? Roigun, it's the master of the wind, the biblical beast Ziz. Every flap of Ziz's wings seemed like a hurricane, pushing the team out of the place. Meanwhile elsewhere, while everything was being destroyed, Leo stared at Chow Chow. Leo, it's over Chow Chow. My brother will stop him, and he will come for you. Chow Chow smiled maliciously. Chow Chow, it's what you think, but I don't think that bastard can against the three biblical monsters, much less against the original plan of the goddesses. Your stupid brother will die under the clutches of the Trihexa. Leo only had one thought. Leo, I must buy time and get Nichan to come take the spear of truth from him. Everyone was suffering disasters, and the DXD team only had one thing on their mind. DXD, it's the end. Kuoh, the center of the apocalypse. Rocky Desert Jordan. Behemoth did not advance. It just stayed there but caused destruction. It roared and caused us problems. Our attacks without the sacred gears did not harm it. It was then that another woman appeared near the monster. Hello brats, and Hayadu, our Quetzalcoatl, one of the four goddesses. If you survive everything, come see me. Well, you will survive, so I will be waiting for you. For now, Behemoth, you know why you were released. The hatred of you three towards Jave motivates you. You know very well how to end Jave's trail. The beast roared and began to move. Issei, where the hell are you directing them? Quetzalcoatl, when Jave sealed the worst of creations, he created a magic seal, which moves to where there is more supernatural power. His name Trihexa. My brain clicked. Issei, he's heading to Kuoh. Jean, we can't do much without our sacred gears. Zenovia, speak for yourself. Sacred or across crisis. The attack managed to make a fissure to Behemoth, but it regenerated instantly. I received a message from Rias and Ravel. Ziz and Leviathan were also moving to Kuoh. I needed to think fast. Behemoth moved, and with each step he took the ground shook too much until it broke. But he created new earth to cover it. The damage seemed null. Issei, I have a stupid idea. Vala. Vala, you speak and I comply. Issei, its fields are supposed to repel Jave, and that is why we cannot use our sacred gears. But if the opposite Jave will release its power inside. Vali, Kurihara who has the Satan snake. Issei, I will stop him. The others help Vala. All hi. Yasaka put his hands together so that it looked like the head of a fox. Yasaka, Khan! A giant fire will-o'-the-wisp fox attacked Behemoth, causing it to stagger. Let's ignore Denji for a while. XDD. Yasaka, I learned to manifest my powers without transforming. I took advantage of the advantage that Yasaka gave me and I got under one of her feet. It was one of the riskiest things I had ever done, because according to the writings Behemoth weighed more than the planet Venus. I knew I had physical strength, but now I was risking like never before. Before Behemoth touched the ground, my hand stopped him. Or so I thought. Because I was beginning to sink and the tissue was tearing, I entered Gear 1. But it only slowed it down a little. I went to Gear 2. Then to Gear 3 and then to Gear 4. I felt like my muscles were tearing inside me and bleeding while my bones broke. It only lengthened this torture. I transformed into the hunter's beast. And seriously, I extracted all my strength. And I was able to make Behemoth not advance. Rosweiss, this can't be true. Almenhild, what thing? Rosweiss, I see, just got up and is holding the equivalent of a planet. Which protagonist can lift the weight of a planet with the Earth's gravity? Vali. Well, here I go. Vala stood near Behemoth and unsheathed his sword. The field that repelled Jave broke. I was quickly able to activate my Dragon Dabalos and finish unbalancing Behemoth. Vala also activated his armor and attacked. The others did the same. Jean created a metal structure that trapped Behemoth. Her sacred gear had evolved by advancing with me. Now Jean controlled the metal. But it didn't last long. Behemoth broke free and attacked. I remembered something important. Issei, there's something I didn't tell you. Vala. Vala, is this the best time? Issei, yes, the opportune moment. My familiar was born a long time ago, and I left it in the Dragmore forests. Vala, what did you do? Issei, since I didn't need it to make contracts, I decided that I'd better train. Before the elves attacked, I tried something and maybe it can help now. Vala, do it now. Issei, it's going to hurt. Ryusoulger. A circle appeared in the sky and a majestic red dragon came out of it and landed on a rock. Vala, he grew a lot. Kuroka. Dragmer's training helped him a lot. Issei, that's right, and he has more than one trick. Ready, Drag, Bahamut. Drag/Bahamut. Go ahead, partner. Issei, here I go. Ryusoulger Apocalypse answer arms. My familiar roared and approached me so that a red light covers us. Issei, this is my most powerful transformation so far. Vali, I think I'll have to copy it, if I get a familiar. Issei, there's still something missing. I activate the hunter's beast apart from unleashing the power of Ophis and the twin gods. Issei, now yes, Neon Apocalypse answer arms. My Proto is more broken than shit. Using Sigvara's powers, I approached at a faster speed and released a dark flash at Behemoth, making him retreat. Thanks to my new transformation, I began to contain it. But unfortunately, the others couldn't. Rias. Issei Leviathan arrived at Kuoh. Revel. The same with Ziz. At that precise moment, I received a ground impact from Behemoth. Issei, it's no use stopping him here. Saji, why? Issei, the other two beasts have already arrived at Kuoh. Zenobia, what do we do? Issei, if we manage to evacuate Kuoh, we can contain the destruction they caused there. I heard 4 other voices through a communication circle. Surzex, there's nothing to worry about. Issei-kun. Azazel, we'll take care of everything. Michael, now more than ever our presence is necessary. Odin, let us help you, brat. I smiled. Issei, well, let's take this thing to Kuoh. All factions began to evacuate Kuoh and its surroundings. With the help of a circle of leaders, I was able to transport Behemoth to Kuoh. As soon as we arrived, we met up with the rest. Sona, they evacuated most of them, but this escalates our levels. Roigun, now it is a matter for all factions, but we must evacuate those who could not. Issei, how long has it been? Akeno, 2 days. Apparently fighting them makes time pass faster through their fields. Anti-Jave. Kyom, but it seems that the fight prevented further disasters from happening. There are people in the school. Issei, I am the fastest of all of us. I will go for them. Ruruko. Ruruko, what happens? Issei, support those who still need to evacuate. Ruruko, okay, here I go. Issei. Rhea, yes. Issei, your power evolved. Find the people who can't get out and we'll help with your sound control. Rhea, okay, here I go. Issei, Vala, finish off the anti-Jave fields, and the others attack with everything. Everyone, good. I transformed into Godspeed and into the Extinction Star. My Dabalos dragon was now advancing at an incredible speed. Along the way, I saved the family from the jaws of Leviathan, and I arrived at the school. There was debris everywhere. Students, how scary, help. I took off my helmet to give them confidence. Issei, calm down, I came to help you. All the female audience, Hayate-sama, I blew up the debris, making everyone come out. Murayama, thank you very much for saving us. Kratos, we didn't know what to do. Motohama, we owe you our lives. Matsuda, we will make our lives better. Issei, I was not going to leave them. Their lives are worth what they make them worth. Give them a value by surviving. Did that come out of my mouth? Kiryu came to help. Kiryu, I see. Leviathan's tail extends to here. I saw it falling towards the school. Issei, yes, I see it. The snake's tail was going to crush everyone, but I held it back with my hands. Issei, go away. Everyone started to run. Kiryu, let me help you. Incinerate Anthem, Crown of Thorns. Rings of fire attacked the snake, causing it to bleed and move away until it regenerated. Murayama/Kratos. Ika-san had powers? Issei, right, you never told me what happened. Kiryu, I don't know either, but it seems it was in your first confrontation with Vali. One of the sleeves came towards me dying when everyone left. He stretched out his hand and it seems this happened. Issei, well then we'll fix it for now. Stop. Time stopped, and I took Kiryu out of there. Kiryu, you're getting the hang of it. Issei, Sekiryuutei showed me how it works. Kiryu, okay, let's go. We found everyone fighting the beasts. But again everything went to hell because of the appearance of two strangers. And I thought we should see it later. You're absolutely right, Ryusoulger. But these beasts need to be guided. Ryusoulger. I don't deny it. Melvizoa. Melvizoa, look at him, he's there. Isn't his face of not understanding anything adorable? Ryusoulger. Games for later. Melvizoa. Now we have to guide them. His presence was overwhelming, much more than that of the monsters. Issei, why you are also with Ishtar and Quetzalcoatl. Melvizoa. That's right, you deserve a star. Ryusoulger. He seems more perceptive, I like that. Jean looked very affected. Ryusoulger. So there you are, girl, it doesn't matter, you won't survive this. The three beasts came together, something in the ground from which another monster came out. The beast of the apocalypse Trihexa. It had the appearance of a dragon and was imposing. Now everything was lost, until I received the message from Leonardo through a magic circle. Leo, Nissan, there is a way to increase your power right now. If you can get out of Kuoh, there is a possibility. I thought it over. I wanted to save them at all costs. Issei Aniki. Sirzex, what's happening? Issei. Issei, I'm going to leave Kuoh. Leo is outside. He has a way that can fix things. Sirzex, go. We'll stop them. At full speed I left the city, going to look for the last hope. While, Leo, you're going to lose. Chow. Chow. I feel humiliated that you are making me a tie. But that will end soon. I will run you through with the spear. Before Chow pierces Leo, I arrived and blocked him with Ascalon. Issei, I think I understand your plan now. Leo smiled as Chow prepared for a battle. Our last battle. The thief of truth. Chow and I stood face to face. Chow. It seems that the brat can't do anything without his little brother. But I will finish him sooner than he thinks, and thus I will be able to take humanity to a new level of. My fist was sinking into Chow's stomach. Chow, but what? Issei, you never stop talking, idiot. Chow, you move so fast. He began to attack me with the spear, but to his surprise I dodged all his attacks. Chow, impossible. Chow lashed out with the tip of his spear, trying to keep me at distance. Issei wants to keep me away. Time stop. I had really gotten used to it quickly. Stopping time and manipulating it was now easier. I quickly moved behind him and kicked him, to let time run again. Chow, arg, how is it possible? Issei, I don't know, I have more than one trick. Spears of light. Chow could barely defend himself. Issei, it's been a while since I used my archangel powers. Yes, Issei has many powers and I forget some things sometimes. XDDD. Chow, you're not going to win, imbecile, not now that we're so close. I appeared behind him and stabbed Metsuma in the ribs, blood running down the edge of the swords while he spit blood too. Chow, damn it. You were supposed to be a cold-blooded hunter, what happened to you? Issei, I realized a few things. He was right. All this time I hadn't been good in any way. I took advantage of situations. But something in me was really changing. I began to use the power to stop time more, and give Chow more accurate blows. Chow, I realized it. The power of that Agar's girl is somewhere. Issei, wrong. I punched him in the face. Issei, Sekiryuutei is helping defend the village. I have her powers too. Chow, what? Issei, I don't have time to waste with you. Juggernaut Drive Queen promotion. I created some spears of light that were powered by the power of my dragons. I stopped time and placed both of them near his arms. When time started running again, both of them pierced his shoulders, causing him great pain. Chow, damn it. You asked for it. Oh, spear. Issei, now, time stop. I couldn't take the spear from him until that moment. He could get it back just by calling out to her. But now I was sure I could. I approached quickly, deactivated my armor and put my hands on the spear to let time pass. Chow chow, cursed, true sacred spear that penetrates through God. Issei, devour the ambition of the king of domination that sleeps within me, and crosses the space of blessing and destruction. You announce the will and turn it into a glow. The spear pushed us both, leaving us alone in the middle. Chow chow, answer my call. But the spear did not react. I quickly approached it and took it. The tip shone red and black. Chow chow, what? Issei. Lilith did not react to me because she found my evil intentions. Now I have redeemed myself. The spear knows you are no longer the bearer of true Longinus. Now it belongs to me. It's over. Chow chow. You're out of the game. Chow chow fell to his knees, understanding his defeat. I went with Leo. Leo, you won, brother. Issei. Now we have to go. Leo, good. Issei, Ryusoulger. My familiar appeared. We got on it and began to fly towards Kuoh. In Kuoh, Sirzex, we're barely holding on. Azazel, the snot said he would return soon. Vali, we must trust him. So far he hasn't failed us. They were right, because a dragon in the sky gave them hope. Issei, now Leo. Leo, BXB Bandersnatch Jabberwocky. 4 monsters appeared and attacked the giants. Girls, I see. I jumped off the dragon. Issei, well, I don't know yet how to use this thing, but it's a spear like any other, so here I go. I approached Behemoth. Issei, here I go, true Longinus. I took the spear and managed to make a deep cut to Behemoth that took a long time to heal. Vali, that's it. Issei, yes it is, the true Longinus. Rias, how did you get Chow Chow to take it from you? Issei, take it away from him. But now that is not important. We have to stop them with everything. Now it was an entire army attacking the beasts with everything they had, which seemed to be working. My severe cuts with true Longinus were helping. I also discovered that my swords could be put on the tip to give new properties to the spear. Now I attacked more ferociously, and I did not realize the environment. I was in ecstasy. Biko, Kiba, Arthur and Vala were helping me in the fight. Now it seemed that we were finally going to win. We had kept people safe. Things could not be more perfect. Trihexa charged her power to attack us. This while we attacked Leviathan. She unleashed it all against us. I realized too late. Even if I stopped time, that beast was on another level, so it wouldn't affect her. I could only hold on. Or so I thought, since the person who jumped to defend us was Biko. Biko, it's time to live up to my name. Miraculously, she was able to repel Trihex's blow, and she launched herself to attack him again, while he charged again. Biko, I am the Monkey King Sun Wukong. It is my duty to protect this planet. Trihexa charged again. I only saw Biko, and then a powerful light. All Biko. The light stopped, and something fell to the ground. I quickly approached to see. I froze. It was Biko, but half of his body was completely shattered and bleeding. He just smiled. Biko, it seems that I fulfilled my part of the job. I took him in my arms. Issei, calm down, we will fix it. I promise you, please hold on. The others approached. They saw me with tears in their eyes. The girls also came to see. They could not hold back their tears. Although Aussie and Elmenhal tried to heal him, they could not. I looked at Vala fixedly, both with tears. Issei, Vala, Biko is not breathing anymore. When did I start to care? Years ago, Dragmore. The hunters who trained were now whipped. Punishment? It was not part of the training. The whips coated in fire hit their backs, tearing flesh so that they regenerate. Among them was Issei at 5 years old. Trainer, the hunters. All, they feel no pain. Trainer, the hunters. All, they have no mercy for anyone. Trainer, the hunters. All, they feel no love or compassion. Issei's mind. When did I begin to waver in the ideals of a hunter? My parents never agreed with Dragmar's teaching method, but I was always bad. When I used my powers against Rainier, I began to formulate a plan. I would use all the people around me, for my own convictions were disposable. They all seemed disposable to me. I have changed a lot. I am not the same anymore. I really fell in love with them, and I consider Vala and the others my friends, and now that is playing against me. When I met them, I did not think of them as friends. I thought of them as beings inferior to me. I only pleased them, but now I cry for losing them. The memories of everything we had done together as a group of friends came to my mind and only increased more. No crying. Issei, Biko, now who is going to be the tank of our team? Who am I going to blame for taking down the lamps? Who will play with Donkey Kong? Biko. Outside. I stood up, pretending to have my fists in rage. Issei, Vala, still crying. Vala said to me, "What's wrong?" Issei, lend me your powers. Diabolos ex Deus. With what was left of my strength, I began to advance. Vali, wait. I don't understand what you mean, Issei. I saw it in a dream. I had the spear and you lent me your sacred gears. Vali. But that doesn't make any sense. Albion. Wait, Vali, maybe there is an option. The beasts continued to destroy everything while we continued rethinking the strategy we would use. Vali, what the hell do you mean, Albion? Albion. There was once when we combined our powers and caused great destruction. There may be a possibility, but you must think very carefully. Drake. With the increased capabilities that true Longinus has given us, we can even copy the abilities of Albion and Daniel for our carrier to use. Vali. So what do I have to do? Albion. Stretch out both hands and concentrate. Vali, good. But while Vali was concentrating, I saw that behemoth was approaching to crush us. Issei. We must keep Vali protected. True Longinus changed Metsuma. The sword was placed on the tip of the spear and I launched myself to attack. Issei, black chainsaw. The spear became lighter while the tip spun rapidly like a chainsaw. I began to make pretty deep cuts to behemoth. The wind began to push me. I counterattacked Ziz. But Leviathan's tail hit me so hard that I flew violently against a building. I reincorporated as I could, took Danma, and changed the tip for Zanma. Issei. This is decisive Godspeed. I covered myself in lightning starting to charge, advancing my time so I could go even faster. Rias contained Leviathan with the help of Sona, Akeno and Tsubaki, leaving me a space towards the Trihexa. The others contained the other beasts. It was my golden opportunity. Issei. I'm going to go faster than light. I'm going to go even faster than time in all dimensions. Here I go. A flash that was not perceived. Vali continued to concentrate, but I saw things moving slowly, very slowly. My cuts pierced the flesh of the Trihexa. It seemed to be the best opportunity. The beast did not move, but its regeneration began to adapt to my pace. Issei, impossible. Now the cuts did not matter. That thing continued to regenerate. I began to advance, trying to go faster and faster, to try to reach the core. But it adapts to my pace. I could not continue. My muscles began to burn. I could not continue. Another tail blow from Leviathan followed by a punch from Behemoth sent me to crash into some houses, destroying them. Some broken bones along with my armor shattered. Ravel arrived quickly. Ravel, I see Sama, Phoenix tears. Issei, thank you Ravel. I got up barely very hurt. But looking at the beast fixedly, I launched myself again to attack. Trying to make more cuts with the spear, changing tips and attacking with my swords. I couldn't help but desperation didn't let me think straight. Another blow. I was falling. It seemed to be the end of my role in the battle. Until, Vali, Issei, here goes Albion Daniel. Just like in my dream, two lights came out of Vali, one white and one blue. As I fell they entered my chest. A blinding light was present throughout the battlefield. Surzex, what is he doing? Odin, the brat is about to surprise us. Roigun. When the light goes out, a new and bigger one shines. Gabriel. Issei is going to go further. I couldn't see anything but I felt revitalized. I heard the voice of the three dragons and Daniel. Drake. Seriously, you are an interesting carrier. Bahamut. In all my years of existence I have not seen anyone so incredible. Albion. Vali has good reasons to be your friend. You are unique. Daniel. Go beyond brat. Drake/Bahamut. The copy has been completed. The power of the White Dragon Emperor and the four beasts of Daniel have been adapted. Suddenly the blue and white lights returned to Vali, but I felt the power flowing inside me. The light became more and more intense. I saw it in front of my eyes, a name, and I shouted it from the bottom. Issei, Diabolos ex Deus. The light became blinding, but I felt as if the Diabolos dragon covered me. But this time it was different. I activated the true Longinus sub-balance breaker. Issei, Ring of the Holy King. The spear lit up, and 7 spheres came out of it. Ophis, what happened? For the first time I don't know. Irina, if Ophis doesn't know, that means it's a real surprise. The light ceased, revealing my new armor. Everyone, impossible. Issei, so this is the Diabolos ex Deus. The aura that emanated came to intimidate the beasts even. Issei, I need to go to the maximum. I take out my angel wings, activate the hunter beast, activate the powers of Ophis and Sikvera and also the powers of the twin gods Hypnos and Thanatos. Take a deep breath and launch the attack. Current power scale. Issei is currently ranked 5 of the most powerful. With force I hit Leviathan. A charged fist momentarily blinded the snake. Ziz charged against me, but using Vala's power I divided his attack and cut his wings. Behemoth was coming towards me. I used Thanatos' feathers and made him back off. With one of the spheres of true Longinus BXB I was able to create soldiers that attack the beasts. Issei, it's time for everyone to attack the Trihexa. But as soon as they began to attack it, the other beasts were looking for a way to avoid it. I was already fed up with it. Despite giving all my power, we were not making progress, so I began to accelerate the attacks. Even so, the beasts did not retreat. Kyom, be careful, Issei-kun. A blow from Leviathan's tail hit me full on, but it was enough. I concentrated a lot of power on the tip of the spear and the key on the floor. Issei, enough. A light covered me along with the beasts. Issei attacked the trihexa. Automatically after saying that, I disappeared. When I opened my eyes, everything looked dark, and I found myself alone with the beasts. Before they attacked, I heard them for the first time. Leviathan, foolish child. Ziz, you keep causing us problems. Behemoth, we will make you understand. The three biblical guardians. I opened my eyes again, looking around me. The beasts were still expectant of my next move. Leviathan, so what will you do, boy? Behemoth, while you stop us here, Trihexa is finishing off your friends. Ziz, why don't we talk? Take a breath and wait for your talk. Issei, well, let's talk. Character evolution? Issei went from being a shitty psychopath to being patient and someone who analyzes things better. His attitudes have changed. Issei, let's start with where are we? Leviathan, a pocket dimension that you created yourself. Issei, that I created a pocket dimension? Behemoth, certainly using your sword that cuts dimensions you brought us here. I suppose there are many factors. Ziz, although you are currently far superior to the God of the Bible, Jehovah. Issei, on a very separate topic, why do you collaborate with Trihexa? The three of them, for our revenge against Jehovah. Issei, why? Leviathan, humans may paint him as someone benevolent and kind, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Behemoth, there were two of each of us. To avoid reproducing, he killed our partners. Ziz, to then seal us and get away from everything. Leviathan, we took humans as children, but Jehovah made them follow him as much as possible. Behemoth, we will take care of exterminating everything that remains of him. Ziz, to then go for him and kill him. Take a breath. Issei, and who lied to you telling you that Jehovah is still alive? The three what? Issei, it was after the Holy War, before sealing the Trihexa. Jehovah died along with the four original Satans and Azrael, the first fallen angel. The trail of Jehovah disappeared a long time ago. Leviathan, but Regalziva and Melvazoa told us he was still alive. Issei, that was a lie. Just like with the elves, they took advantage of his anger to free the Trihexa. They were so sure he would survive that they didn't care about lying to them. Behemoth, but everything we've done, Issei, was wrong, and there's no problem, we all make mistakes. Flashback. One night after the events of the raiding game against Baal. Issei, then everything went as I wanted. Drake, what do you plan to do, partner? Issei, isn't it obvious? Issei sketched a devilish smile. Issei, I'm going to continue using them until they no longer serve me. Back to the present. Issei, yes, everyone, but we can redeem ourselves from our own mistakes we make. We can learn. I know that within you, far from all in resentment, you love the human race. The three beasts looked crestfallen. Ziz, you're right, boy, we still see them as our children. Leviathan, we have been wrong. Behemoth, that's why they called us the three beasts. Issei, then help me stop the Trihexa and save all the humans that remain. I know that not without beasts that destroy everything in their path. I know the truth, you are the three biblical guardians. I could feel some happiness and more positive feelings coming out of the beasts. In turn, three green, yellow and blue lights came out of them and approached me. Leviathan, after this we will return to the eternal dream. Behemoth, take charge of protecting this planet, boy. Ziz, we grant you our power. The three lights entered my chest, and I felt how I was filled with power. The three, we are going to save humanity. Normal dimension. The entire army of the factions attacked the Trihexa with all their might. Vali, it seems that our attacks do not affect it. A giant iron spear was born from the ground. Jean, it continues to regenerate. Surzex, perhaps the only solution is to seal ourselves with the Seraphal. But if we do that, then a voice resounded very loudly. Issei, I will not allow that. A sphere appeared and showed the image of Issei with the three beasts. All Issei, sorry for taking a while, but I got some help. Azazel, the three beasts are still alive. Ophis, then that will make the battle more difficult. I stared at them. Issei, three beasts not. Leviathan, Behemoth, and Ziz began to charge an attack, then shoot it and hit the Trihexa. Issei, the three biblical guardians. Vali, tell me why I really don't evangelize the beasts. Rias, yes, she did. Issei, true Longinus changed Danma. The larger sword was placed on the tip of the spear. While the three guardians attacked the Trihexa, leaving it with no options to defend itself, I concentrated all my power on a single target. Issei, Black Divider. I quickly flew at full speed with my concentrated power to get to the Trihexa, and with all my strength I advanced while cutting its flesh until I felt something harder. Issei, the core! The Trihexa roared in pain, but the 3 guardians supported me with their continuous attack. Vali, it's not over yet, we will support you, Issei. Everyone began to attack the Trihexa while I put all my strength into cutting the core. Issei and no, breathe deeply. Issei, I will not let anyone else die. The spear began to pierce the core, one last effort, and I achieved the impossible. I cut the beast of the apocalypse in half. It released its last great attack before disappearing. Only a great black light was seen that covered all. Issei's harem. The light stopped. Everyone stared at the place. To their surprise, the 3 guardians had protected me. Everything was over. I deactivated the armor and fell on my back from exhaustion. Issei, that hurt a little. Little by little everyone came to see. Ophis was the first to jump to hug me. Ophis, you worried me a lot. Issei, don't do crazy things again. The rest also came to express their love and concern. Of course my body suffered. Issei, I think a rib pierced my lung. They helped me up, while the 3 guardians looked at me. For the last time they spoke. The 3, Issei Hayadu, today you showed your worth as a hero. That is why we give you the land to be its protector, and that is why we will give you our power. Issei, thank you for today's help. Leviathan, I Leviathan give you total control of the sea and all its creatures. Behemoth, I Behemoth give you control of the earth and all its creatures. Ziz, and Isis give you control of the air and all its creatures. That said, the 3 guardians began to disappear. Until they were completely gone, the entire city was destroyed, everything in ruins. But it was all over. The moment of peace was interrupted by a can that hit my head. The people were coming back and some of them were furious with me. They told me everything. But a woman was in front of everyone and told me, "Woman, because of you my husband is dead." The girls tried to get closer, but with a gesture of my hand I made them stop. I knelt in front of the people who were still throwing garbage and rocks at me. I hadn't arrived in time to save them all. The weight of the lives of the people I didn't save fell on me, and the other people were looking for someone to blame. I clenched my fists and began to cry. Issei, I regret not being able to help. A part of the people who were throwing things at me stopped doing it. Issei, I regret not being able to save everyone. I also lost someone today. The weight of the lives falls on me. A part also stopped throwing things at me. Issei, I am human too. The rest stopped throwing things at me. Only the woman from the beginning remained. But her daughter came out behind her and approached me. Girl, don't cry anymore, sir, I forgive you. She smiled, which brought peace back to my heart. What was this? Easy, a sample of Issei's evolution, the step from being a being who believed to be the center of the universe, someone untouchable and who saw people as replaceable, into someone empathetic who thinks about people. Although he had previously released his powers, Issei was still chained to the Hunter's Code and his ideologies. Although he killed Samo, he did not stop moving according to the chains that kept him imprisoned. Now, with the ties he formed with his current loved ones, Issei has freed himself from those chains, leaving his selfish and self-centered thoughts aside, being more aware of people's feelings, becoming increasingly closer to a more human God who watches over humans and their quiet life, advancing to what the author seeks, which is that now he does become an absolute but fair being, now as a hero of the supernatural world and the natural world. A week later, I was at Biko's grave leaving flowers, while Issei thought, I'm not going to waste any more time. In the underworld, all of Issei's acquaintances were waiting for the message that Issei had for all of them. Surzex, it's weird that Issei-kun asks to see all of his acquaintances. Azazel, maybe it will be great news. At that moment Issei arrived. I entered the room and everyone was staring at me. Issei, thank you all very much for coming. I have something important to say. Odin, we are waiting for you, brat. Issei, due to recent events I have thought a lot about the future and decided that I do not want to waste any more time. That's why. I looked at my girlfriends fixedly. Issei, girls, you are what matters most to me and I just want to make you happy. That's why. Ophis, Rias, Akeno, Kaneko, Asia, Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, Ravel, Sona, Tsubaki, Tomo, Yura, Rhea, Momo, Ruruko, Serafal, Sigvera, Kuroka, Lefei, Yasaka, Jean, Gabriel, Penemu, Elmenhild, Lavinia, Ingvild, Kiryu, Kyle, and Roygun. You would make me the happiest man in the world if you agreed to marry me. Their happy faces became noticeable and they jumped on me. Issei, yes. Everyone in the room applauded the decision as Surzex approached. Surzex, finally you said it, Issei-kun. We will begin the preparations. Issei, yes, I don't know much about weddings. Surzex, it will be a very big event. We will start with the cursed engagement. I just looked with a confused face. Issei, huh? The Cursed Commitment. Force. Original artist. Tomorrow X Together. Original anime. World Trigger 2. And these about romantic scenes and action before the wedding, of course. Underworld. Issei, huh? Everyone looked at Surzex, some smiling, others surprised. Even the girls looked at Surzex in surprise. Issei, can I ask, what is that? Surzex. Oh yeah, let me summarize it for you. In the underworld we have a custom. When a demon is going to marry more than one person, there is the possibility of the cursed engagement, which would be like a test, since the families of the couples, in your case, agreed to fight with the groom, to win, so to speak, the hands of their fiancés. Issei, when do I accept? Surzex. It is a family tradition, the groom does not have a vote in this. Since Ophis-san has no family, you can consider her hand as the first one. Besides, we already have your special wedding suit ready. I took a while trying to make it look elegant and as dragon-like as possible. Issei, okay, then anything else? Surzex, since this is a tradition, each of your brides will be given a special ring, just like yours, only yours has a spell. Surzex gave me a ring, which I put on. Issei, what is the spell? Surzex, during your journey the gem of the ring will be purple. When you fight and win it will turn green. If you lose it will turn red, so you will not be able to get married until a year later. To fulfill this you have a period of 96 hours, which would be 4 days, including the breaks for you to recover. For your hygiene and food, the families of the girls who do not fight, you will have to talk to them. You start tomorrow first thing in the morning. From midnight you will not be able to see your fiancés until 96 hours have passed. The girls look surprised, I'm more so, but I felt like a test on. And I felt it like a test to see how far my love for them went. Surzex, then what do you say, Issei-kun? Rias, I can't allow it, brother. Despite everything Issei finally asks us to get married, I can't. I stroked his head lovingly. Issei, I'll take care of it, Rias, trust me, okay? Rias blushed and stepped back. Everyone was surprised because this last week he was more affectionate with them. He tried to cover up all the lack of affection they had from my worst version. Issei, I will do it, Aniki. And I will show you and everyone present that not even love for my future wives is enough to defeat anyone. We returned home. I gave each of them a kiss. Before entering my room alone, I sat down and set the alarm. I only thought about one thing. The ring was purple. The girls had one like mine. I fell asleep considerably early, 6 p.m. to be exact. With all my weird thoughts in my head, I fell asleep. 1 a.m. September 26, 2020. Now I swear this is the current date of the FIC. I woke up a bit depressed. There was no one in the house. I put on my wedding suit. It fit me perfectly. I had my breakfast. Issei, it's weird not to eat the delicious food that Asia and Rias make. After that I went to the most obvious place where I was going to start. I opened a transportation circle and appeared in front of the Gremry mansion. Issei, according to Aniki, Rias is my second wife after Ophis, so this is the most obvious. I opened the door and upon entering my suspicions were true. Sitting there were waiting for me, Surzex, Zen-Aku, and as incredible as it may seem, Serorg. Surzex, you're early, Issei-kun. Serorg, it seems he fell out of bed. Issei, yes, let's say that the thought of spending 96 hours away from my girls doesn't seem pleasant to me. Zen-Aku, then let's begin. The three of them got up looking at me directly. Issei, I'm not going to waste much time. True Longinus, Juggernaut Drive Queen promotion. From a room, Odin, Azazel, Michael and the girls saw everything. Rias, don't you think Issei is more affectionate lately? Roigun, it's like something has changed. Ophis, and you're right, because unlike before, Issei's priority is to be with us. That's why now he's a little upset. Sona, is he upset? Ophis, he has to fight with all his relatives to see us again. He's very upset. Azazel, all the factions are watching this. Penemu, is it a show for you too? In the Gremry house, Surzex and Zen-Aku were preparing their powers to attack me. Serorg put on his armor. Serorg, now we'll see how much things have changed. Using my control of time, I dodged his blow and responded with another. Issei, dark flash. Serorg was shot backwards, breaking a column. Issei, I'll pay for it later, father-in-law. Zen-Aku and Surzex threw their combined powers at me. I quickly put my behemoth hand to absorb them, but they both quickly approached me. Using the armor's accelerators, I appeared in front of them, but Surzex used his powers to create a loop that tied my leg, so that Zen-Aku would hit me full on. But I remembered that I'm more broken than shit xddd. Okay, no, I'll leave it. I used Behemoth's powers by raising a giant earth wall, which was the one who received the impact of Zen-Aku. Surzex, that thing was. Zen-Aku, what the hell? In the room, Azazel, I did not expect that. Sekiryuutei. It seems that the powers of the Guardians are now Issei's. In the battle, I quickly rejoined, while the three charged against me. Issei. I expected that. I stopped time while the power I had absorbed passed to my cannons. I used my Gear 3 to give them even more power. Issei. Crimson Destroyer. The three could not react to the gigantic beam they saw, receiving the impact full falling Zen-Aku and Sekiryuutei. Serzex got up wounded. Serzex. I don't remember the last time I thought I could beat you. You have grown, Issei. Not only in power, you are no longer the same as before. With pleasure, I surrender and give you my sister. The ring turned green, confirming that it had passed. Issei. Should I call the hospital Citri or? Serzex. Leave it like that, Issei. The risks are included in tradition. Issei. Well, I'm going. It was time to go to my next destination. Issei. Ryusoulger. In the room. Azazel. That seemed fast, but it's already 3 in the morning. Rias. My engagement ring turned another color. Ophis. Now that you mention it, mine too. Michael. When Issei wins battles, his rings turn the color of approval, meaning that from his side at least they can get married. Jean. That sounds very bad. Odin. It's by tradition. Speaking of which, Ross-wise, did you ever tell the boy who your father was? Ross. No, Grandpa. Everyone was in shock. Everyone, Grandpa? With Issei. I managed to get to the old Himejima house where there were 2 people waiting for me. Barakiel and a girl very similar to Akeno. Barakiel. It was about time you arrived. It's already 4 in the morning. I hope the reason for waking me up is good. The Analyze had smaller breasts, and unlike the cheerful and electrifying personality of my Akeno, she was more bitter. I am Suzaku Himejima, Akeno's cousin. Well, we are supposed to beat you up so as not to hand you over to Akeno. Issei. Let's see if they can. Suzaku. I asked myself the same thing. Tobio said that nothing would happen, but this guy literally defeated a god of another level. What do we do? Barakiel. What we agreed. While they were talking, I was already in front of them. Issei. I'm sorry about this. I hit both of them, making them retreat, but Suzaku jumped at me with a katana covered in lightning. Issei Zanma. My katana came out and covered Suzaku's attack. Issei. I'm going to even things up. Godspeed. I quickly began to make faster cuts to Suzaku, who was barely resisting them, while Barakiel threw holy rays at me. I tried to avoid them while I continued fighting against Suzaku. Issei. I will raise the level a little, balance breaker. Suzaku now felt pushed with more force, while Barakiel approached to attack me. Issei Danma. The giant sword blocked Barakiel's path, while he used Bahamut in his sword mode to cut upwards, with both of them violently pushing Suzaku away, which broke a wall of the house. Barakiel quickly approached me. Barakiel. Akeno has been able to be calmer thanks to you, but that does not convince me at all. Barakiel threw a ray at me that I dodged. Issei. I said it before, but I say it now with even more certainty. If Akeno cries, I will be there. No matter what happens, I will be by her side. An electrified hook hit his face, making him step back. Issei. I love Akeno as much as I love the others, and no one is going to question my feelings. Not again. I threw a ray charged with Bahamut and my hunter powers. Issei. This is my proof of ultimate love. I aimed at it, and seawater began to come out of my hands, covering him completely. The mineral salts in the seawater made the electricity conduct faster, electrocuting Barakiel until he fell. Suzaku could not get up either, and my ring turned green. Barakiel. Take good care of her, boy. Issei. I will. In the room, Akeno smiled next to Rias. Akeno. I feel very loved right now. Rias. Your ring has already changed color. Azazel. 6 in the morning. He's going at a good pace. Kaneko. I see we'll go to the Nikomata forest. We were there once. Phantom. Maybe I'll tell it someday. Kuroka. Do you think he can? Rias looked at them smiling. Rias, do you trust him? Kaneko and Kuroka calmed down and answered. Kaneko/Kuroka, yes. Meanwhile, Issei. I've been flying on Ryusoulger for almost an hour. I'll be in Kanto at 8. I remembered some things. It was once, not very relevant, that we went to Kanto to visit Kaneko and Kuroka's birthplace. I met the Magari leader, and we went to leave an offering at her mother's grave. It was brief, but I remember it well. Many Nikomatas seeking to take their prize from Kaneko and Kuroka. With all this, the dawn in Kanto blinded my sight. Ryusoulger returned to his resting place while I went to the forest, knowing where to enter. It wasn't very difficult. There Magari was waiting for me. Magari, you were taking too long, boy. A Nikomata a little older but still looked beautiful. That was Magari. Magari, I'm not one to fight, but this time it will be different. Me and 4 more Nikomatas will face you. Issei. Well, what do we wait for? Another 4 suddenly appeared surrounding me. 2 of them launched themselves with kicks to attack me. Quickly with time control I took them from their legs to start spinning and throw them against the other closest Nekomatas, which began to attack me with their senjutsu. I managed to throw the first two against the two that attacked from a distance, defeating the four, but Magari made them recover to attack me again. Magari launched herself against me too. She hit harder than Kaneko and Kuroka, so my arm was giving way. I thought about the best way to get her away. Issei, hurricane winds. A great wind blew Magari away from me with quite a bit of force. Issei, if I can control the wind then. I quickly activated Gear 4 and began to generate a lot of wind around me. Issei, black hurricane. The winds attracted the Nekomatas, making them spin and then throw them defeated. As I approached Magari, she prepared for the attack, but I quickly concentrated the hurricane in my fist, hitting her directly with it. Immediate defeat. The ring in green confirmed it to me. Magari, wow, that hurt me. Issei, it's all for Chiron and Kuroka. Magari, wow, you called her by her real name. Issei, I still haven't forgiven you for letting her father take them. Magari, if I could have objected I would have, but now they are both safe with you. Issei, yes, I will keep them safe. No one will make them cry again. I have to go. I called Ryutaimaru again to go to a more distant place. Issei, that covers two. In the room, Kaneko and Kuroka hugged each other happily. Kuroka, he beat the old woman. Kaneko, Issei is the best. Zenovia, now comes the worst. Jean, I still don't understand why the four of us count as one fight. Irina, I guess because of the affiliation with Issei. Issei, how is it that a dragon flight from Japan to the Vatican lasts about 3 hours? Although by plane it would take me about 14, this information is real. When I saw the city I made my dragon descend a bit, and then jump and return it to where it was resting. Issei, 1 p.m. I am already in the Vatican, now I must go to church. I never thought I would say that. I arrived quickly. When I opened the door I found the worst possible scenario. Tuji Shido, Griselda Quarta and finally Vasco Estrada. Issei, now I'm really screwed. Tuji, Issei, you've arrived. Aren't you hungry? Issei, now that you say it, yes. Griselda, first let's sit down to eat. Vasco, don't be afraid, boy. I sat with them. I enjoyed a typical Italian meal. Griselda, when Serzex told us that we would be in charge of Asia, Zenovia, Irina and Jean, I couldn't help but get excited. Vasco, you have reached the first key point of your commitment, boy. We finished eating at around 3 in the afternoon, and we left behind the church. Tuji, he is enchanted, so no matter what you do, he will resist, I hope. Issei, thank you. I met Irina when she was very young. Now I know that I loved her from the moment I saw her. Zenovia is somewhat absent-minded, but she is still charming. Her way of trying hard makes me fall in love more every day. Asia, I was worried that she would be left alone, that's why I stayed by her side. Now I can't be more calm that she will be fine. So pretty and sweet. Jean, she was also lost, but I saved her. I don't want her to go through what she did again. She lived before. I'll be there for anything. This is it. My proof that I love them. Why is Shibumi? Why am I the only one who loves Jean? Not even the fans love her. It's almost impossible to find anything about Jean. In the room, the aforementioned were happy, with great calm in their hearts and above all confidence in Issei. In the fight, I quickly launched myself against Strata to deal a blow. Issei, dark flash. Strata covered himself with his copy Durandal. That was when I put my plan into action. Issei, True Longinus sub BXB. The 7 spheres appeared behind me. Issei, Chatsuka Ratana. The sphere went to Strata and destroyed his Durandal. Issei, Itsusei Ratana. The sphere attacked Griselda to leave her without the ability to use her powers. Issei, the sacred treasures of True Longinus. With this I leave them disarmed. Tuji, you forgot something. Issei, Balanayaka Ratana. A sling of destructive power made him retreat. But then I received a kick from Griselda. Griselda, maybe I will not have my powers, but I am still one of the best exorcists. Issei, I was counting on that. Boosted gear. Strata approached quickly. Vasco, Holy Fist. I quickly stopped time to dodge it, and attacked with a charged dark flash. Griselda, that power of yours to stop time is problematic. Issei, I'm still perfecting it. Vasco, it seems you used it a lot. Tuji, it's true. The 3 were approaching. I repelled Strata and Griselda with a True Longinus ground strike. While Tuji came to attack me with his sword, I responded with a charged black flash, destroying his sword. Griselda, surprisingly, he just destroyed a holy sword with his fist. Issei, I need to do some cheating here. Divine dividing. White wings appeared on my back. In the room, Zenovia, I used Vala's powers. Sona, it seems that after the battle against the Guardians she kept a copy. Lavinia, This is interesting. In battle, Issei, it will last little considering that the BXB of true Longinus is going to lose its effect because of how little I can maintain it. This measure is desperate, half-universe. Everything was covered in a white color while the three felt weakened. Vasco, this is it? Issei, divide the power that they are constantly gaining. Only my boosted gear stabilizes it, avoiding adverse effects. Only if I do not spend its power I overload. So I do not have much time to talk. I quickly appeared in front of Tuji and shot him up close with the dragon shoot, knocking him out. I quickly went to Strata to try to give him a good hit, but he dodged or resisted them. Griselda came with her power restored to attack me. I activated the god speed to move faster, making the feint that I went against Griselda. But quickly using my air control I moved to the other side to hit Strata in the face with a charged dark flash, a blow that he did not expect, since he was shot backwards. I put my hands on the ground to create more of this. Issei, Earth sarcophagus. A structure entirely of earth left Strata trapped and out. Only Griselda was left, who had several traps prepared for me. Issei Ascalon. The sword came to my hand as I entered Gear 4. Issei, Light Eater. The traps were beginning to be overshadowed by my darkness as I quickly approached Griselda, who put up a defensive light to stop me. But I broke it with the sword and then hit her, knocking her down. The ring shone green, giving my victory. Griselda, well done. If you hurt them, you'll see. Issei, I won't, I promise. My test was just beginning.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.